I'm running because I know that we still have problems to solve. We need to create more jobs to stabilize the economy. We need to continue to protect and enhance our neighborhoods. And we also need to fix our infrastructure. I have specific plans to do all three, and I'd love the opportunity to work with you to make these things happen. 1, jobs. If we can create more jobs, we can stabilize the city's budget and the economy as a whole. I have a specific plan called the Hollywood Innovation Zone for a 20-block area just north of Melrose, where we can innovate new jobs, new tech jobs, and entertainment jobs that will stabilize our economy into the future. 2, we need to protect neighborhoods against overdevelopment, traffic, and crime. 3, we've got to fix our infrastructure. Everyone agrees. We've got to fix our streets and sidewalks. And while we're at it, we've got to fix our water infrastructure too. We've got to do it all three things at once so that we don't repave your street and come back a year later to tear it up and fix the water pipes underneath. If you think these things are too ambitious, consider this. 20 years ago, Los Angeles was the murder capital of the United States. Now we're the safest big city in America. I want to work with you to make the safest big city in America the most livable city in America, too. Thank you. I'm Carolyn Ramsey, and I'd love to have your vote for council member in District 4 on Tuesday, March 3rd. Let's keep working together to make our neighborhoods better. Thanks.
As we have been historically and traditionally going through public comment at the beginning and the end of each meeting, we're going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. First, Jim McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston, I've given you two constructive comments on two budget items this morning. You have those statements, so I'm not going to repeat them. They're quite detailed. But I do want to say in the CIEP, I noticed there are an awful lot of big budget items that were not recorded, and we do have a modern accounting system which could have recorded those. They just show up as dashes, and they were obviously budgeted. We want to know what happened to the money, and they're not in the budget books. So it makes it very difficult to analyze the budget when the figures obviously are not accurate.
Okay, thank you very much. And Wendy Butts. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Krikorian and council members. My name is Wendy Butts. I'm the CEO of the LA Conservation Corps. You've heard from some of my colleagues over the past week, and I'm just here to reiterate their comments and request direct funding of our Clean and Green program, which is missing from the current budget. Our $2 million budget is partly funded by LA Sanitation, but the other half that was once CDBG funded is now at risk of being cut out completely from the budget, which would drop our service delivery and participants served by half. So I hope that you will please consider finding somewhere in the budget for that programming, which provides first jobs to our most needy high schoolers, middle and high schoolers in Los Angeles, and provides very beneficial services to the city. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a timeout for the presentation for the Coalition of Unions, but we're going to, for the city unions, but we're going to wait for the chairman's on his way now as well, so we're going to take a pause for that. So we'll go ahead and pause the meeting. By the Coalition of City Unions, if you guys want to come on up. Committee members, you should have also received the budget hearing presentation that was submitted. Their PowerPoint as well. And I want to also take the time to thank you all for putting this together in this presentation. As you have been over the last several years, this was a fairly new process started by Chairman Krikorian just a few years ago to give all of you a seat at the table as well, which we all fully support and think it's a terrific idea moving forward. It's become now a part of the process and a culture to ensure that you aren't just members of the public comment period, but you actually have the opportunity and time to present all of your findings, ideas, suggestions, concerns, and certainly time for gratitude as well. So with that, we'll go ahead and open it up to you. Thank you.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity for us to speak again. I think this is our third or fourth time we've had the opportunity to come for you within the budget hearings. It's always an enjoyable opportunity for us to present our ideas and opportunities we see going forward in the budget process. I'd like first to introduce everybody at the table this morning. We'll start at the end.
Good morning, my name is Jaime Celedón. Soy un constituyente del compañero Mike Bani, vivo en Mar Vista Garden y soy miembro de la organización Fix LA.
I'm a constituent of Councilmember Mike Bonin, and I am a member of the Fix LA Coalition. My name is Ana Garcia. I am Policy Coordinator with the Central American Resource Center, CARECEN.
My name is Brent Tercero. I'm with Angelinos Organizing for Education and here with Fix LA.
Good morning, I'm David Sanders, SEIU Local 721, and Fix LA. It's indeed my pleasure to be here again also. Thanks for inviting us.
My name is Ted Rorlick. I'm the Research Director for SEIU Local 721, which is proud to be a member both of the Coalition of LA City Unions and of the Coalition to Fix LA.
Good morning. My name is Marta Sanchez. I'm with ACE, and I'm also a member of Fix LA Coalition, and I'm a member, advocate member of the South Central Neighborhood Council.
I'm Molly Rhodes, Research and Policy Analyst with 721, working with the coalitions.
And I'm Gavin Kuhn, Business Representative for Operating Engineers Local 501, part of the coalition. Unfortunately, a couple of our members could not make it this morning due to illness. Cheryl Parisi and Chris Hannon and Victor Gordon are all not feeling well this morning. I hope it was a good weekend for them. I'd like now to turn over our presentation to Ted Rorlick. Ted's going to give out our full presentation, which I believe he's handed out the document already to you, and let him go through the presentation.
Right. Actually, I'm going to kind of kick things off and then work in some of our community partners as we go. And, you know, obviously we can answer or try to answer any questions the committee has. Be happy to try. And we can take those either during or after. My preference would be after, but it's up to you. So on behalf of the coalition, try to work this thing. There we go. The Coalition of LA City Unions, which represents 22,000 mainly blue-collar and pink-collar LA workers, LA City workers, and the broader community that comprises the Coalition to Fix LA, whose organization's logos you can see displayed before you. We thank you for this opportunity to present our ideas. And with this budget, we see that the city is moving in what we think is a good direction. The city's moving to restore some of the services and jobs that were cut in response to the economic collapse of 2008. And indications are that it's going to suspend its reliance on the blunt force budget tool of centralized managed hiring, which we think is a good idea. We hope to persuade you today that there are some fiscally responsible ways for you to do more. What's going on? Okay. Maybe you should do this, Molly. I'm displaying incompetence early. Sorry. So our presentation is intended to do four things. One, for those in the public who don't know, a quick description of who we were, who we are. We want to review LA's economy and the income inequality post the Wall Street crash and the economic role of the city as the largest employer in the city. We're going to touch on the massive service cuts that were created as a result of the Wall Street crash. This committee has discussed many of these in the past week. And we present those of particular concern to our members. And then we get to problem solving. And here we are not thrilled with some of the changes in the direction that you guys have taken, in the sense that we think that some of them are more Band-Aids than real solutions. And we are going to be talking about how we see a pathway to fewer Band-Aids and more real solutions. So the Fix LA Coalition, if you don't know, was formed in 2014 and has four guiding principles. One, to reclaim revenue. Two, to restore city services. Three, to promote the creation of good jobs for Angelenos. And four, to address issues of public safety. In terms of the city union, we represent 2/3 of the city-controlled civilian workforce. More than half, slightly more than half, are LA City residents. 3/4 do pink and blue-collar work. 55%, we believe, are special funded as opposed to general funded. 2/3 are 46 and older, which means that you have an aging workforce that cries out for bringing in new people and training them to replace the wisdom that you're going to be losing through retirement in a few years. And 2/3 of our people are full-time, and 1/3 are part-time. And we're particularly concerned about that because those are unbenefited positions. When we move into a broader look at LA economy and the unique role that the LA City plays as an employer here, we can see that the economic recovery is spotty, and it's dishearteningly uneven. You can see that clearly, or I think clearly, in the number of people in Los Angeles who want to work full-time but can't find full-time jobs. The Bureau of Labor Statistics publishes semi, or maybe it's quarterly reports on unemployment and underemployment which we think is really a more realistic figure than the unemployment figure that you see bandied about. The unemployment figure is in single digits, looks pretty good. When you take into account underemployment, Los Angeles County has a higher rate than any state in the country. Los Angeles County, because of its size, is one of only 2 localities that the Bureau samples, the other being New York City. We beat New York City, unfortunately, in this category as well. So our combined unemployment and underemployment, which again refers to people who want to work full-time but can only find part-time employment, is close to 17%. That's as of early this year. That's about 1 worker in every 6 who can't find full-time work. And when work is found, pay is likely to be insufficient. That is, not enough to subsist without some form of public assistance. A recent report from the Economic Roundtable estimated that 46% of Los Angeles workers make less than $15 an hour. And that's not enough for a single adult, much less a family, to get by without public assistance, according to the California Budget Project. Its latest look at what it costs to make ends meet in Los Angeles found that a single individual working full-time needed to earn $15.79 an hour. That's to get by without public assistance. And that was in 2013. So we expect the figure would be higher today. As we've noted in past years, the City of Los Angeles is in a special position as an employer, since it's the largest employer in city limits, and the public sector is the largest industry sector in the city. When Wall Street crashed the economy, the City of Los Angeles took a big hit as an employer and a service provider. In 2008, the city's financial managers were incredibly optimistic. They were predicting a $1 billion increase, or nearly so, in the general fund revenues by 2013. We know that didn't happen. We know that the city took a $250 million hit in the next couple of years. But when you, it's even more dramatic when you look at where the city thought it was going and where it wound up, because cumulatively we see that the city wound up $3 billion shy of where it thought it was going. This red line shows that this recession has slowed public job recovery worse than any prior economic recession. So what happened? Well, our explanation is that Wall Street happened. We took a $3 billion nosedive, deepening the divide between what some call the 2 LAs. It's no surprise then that the city has had to cut back. It preserved its sworn workforce, but eliminated 5,800 civilian jobs, 16% of the city's overall workforce in non-proprietary departments. Sorry. So this is, and the city has tried to cope by increasing the use of temporary jobs, part-time workers, to whom the city does not provide health or pension benefits. And in relying increasingly on these lower-paid part-timers, the city has contributed, I'm sure not intentionally, but the city has contributed to one of the major problems of our time, which is growing income inequality. And here I'd like to introduce my colleague Ana Garcia from Carecen, who's going to address this point.
Good morning. Once again, my name is Ana Garcia with the Central American Resource Center, Carecen. Carecen is located in the West Lake Pico Union area of the city, and we have been part of the community for over 30 years now. We're grateful to be here this morning in partnership with the LA Coalition of City Unions and as a member of the Fix LA Coalition. This is a unique opportunity for community organizations like ours to bring our concerns to the table. We know that the recession was hard on all of us. The city struggled, and all the residents living in it struggled as well, especially low-income and middle-income earners. Unfortunately for these workers, they're struggling even years after the recession has ended. These are the workers who kept our streets in good repair, who kept our parks safe, and who helped in the overall functionality of the city. So we ask that while the city is making strides to recover from the recession, that it not only makes the recovery of these workers parallel to the city's recovery, but that instead it makes the recovery of these workers an inherent part of the recovery plan for the entire city. And this can be done in a multitude of ways. First, by restoring city service jobs to pre-recession levels, workers have the opportunity to gain employment that will lift them out of poverty and into the middle class. These jobs have always been essential to the ability of workers to sustain a family. The jobs that city service workers do are the same services that our city needs, and that's the repavement of our streets and the fixing of our sidewalks. A new trend is the part-timing of jobs. And that's when, instead of providing a worker with a full-time job and benefits, a worker is provided with a part-time job and no benefits. The part-timing of jobs puts at risk the health of workers, and it makes it increasingly difficult for a worker to sustain a family. For example, a person who only works part-time, who requires childcare, cannot afford the rising cost of childcare while also affording the rising cost of rent and the rising cost of living in the city of Los Angeles. Instead of a pathway out of poverty, the part-timing of job traps generations of Angelinos into poverty. We ask that you make the full investment in the workers of our city and in future generations by providing good full-time jobs with benefits and limiting part-time jobs. Another trend is the outsourcing of city jobs. This trend doesn't make sense in a city that is attempting to make a recovery. The outsourcing of these jobs decreases equality and benefits that the city would get with employing city residents. As residents gain employment by performing the services that the city desperately needs, workers will then spend their earnings, as a result, creating more revenue and increased business for the city. Lastly, Los Angeles can make an enormous stride in the recovery of the city and its residents by raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. This is an enormous stride because it will reap benefits on different levels. In the poorest family, a $15 minimum wage would drastically improve the quality of their life. On a larger scale, we know that a $15 minimum wage will produce billions of dollars annually in economic growth. Families are in desperate need of relief, and the numbers are there to back it up. Once again, thank you for having us here today.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. So, the point is that departments are hiring more and more people in part-time jobs as needed and not getting benefits, and therefore, in our view, taking a short-sighted view of the city's responsibility not to encourage income inequality. So next we wanted to cover some of the illustrations of service cutbacks that the residents of Los Angeles have sustained. And we've just selected a few examples. We drew these examples, by the way, from the city's comprehensive annual financial reports. These are the statistics that are in the statistical section. So we saw that the number of street corner catch basins being cleared has been nearly cut in half because of a lack of workers, increasing the chances that rains will push trash into the Santa Monica Bay. I don't know how many of you have looked into catch basins. Can I maybe see a show of hands? Has anybody actually lifted the cover? Yes, yes, yes. So you guys know what I'm talking about, is that there's trash there, and if there's no screens and no cleaning, when it rains, God hope it rains, when it rains, it pushes that stuff right into the ocean. Sewage spills, now this statistic did not come from the from the CAFR, but came from an annual report from the Bureau of Sanitation in response to the longstanding consent decree, which just expired. Sewage spills nearly doubled in fiscal year 2014 after years of remarkable declines, and sanitation managers said they just didn't have enough workers to inspect the sewers. We can give you their memos on that if you are curious. Slide 15. The city all but stopped clearing fire hazards from vacant private land. The amount of weeds and other fire hazards that city crews cleared from this land plummeted by 80%. Alleyway cleaning. The amount of illegally dumped debris that city workers clear from streets and alleyways declined by nearly 60%. We note that the budget has taken up this issue to begin to restore this city service, but we're starting from close to zero. The number of hours that traffic control officers spent directing traffic at intersections, and we recognize again that you're taking some steps to mitigate this, has declined by nearly 70%. The number of traffic signs that are maintained or repaired in a year has declined by more than 90%, from over 100,000 a year to less than 8,000. Now, given the magnitude of these problems, we think that the current budget offers too many Band-Aids rather than real solutions. The Department of Recreation and Parks, for example, it says that patrons are increasingly being harassed by drunks and vandals because of a lack of staff. The department says it needs 30 more park rangers to keep parks safe. The budget offers something, it offers 10. That would be just enough, the department says, to cover South LA, which currently has 0, but it wouldn't be enough to also cover the San Fernando Valley, which has 5 but needs 15, or the harbor area, which also has 0. The Parks Department is also desperate for maintenance workers. It says it can't properly maintain park facilities which are deteriorating. And here, to our eyes at least, the budget offers another Band-Aid, maintenance staff growth to the tune of 1/3 of 1%. The budget also continues to require that the Parks Department send its own resources to other city departments rather than spend them on parks. Here I'd like to introduce my colleague Jaime Zeledon, who's representing the organization POWER and is a resident of Mar Vista Gardens. He's going to talk about parks and a couple of other matters.
Sí, buenos días, compañeros. Mi nombre es Jaime Celedón, soy líder de Power. Vivo en una vivienda pública de Mar Vista Garden. Soy constituyente del compañero Mike Bani.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jaime. I am a leader of Power. I live in Mar Vista Gardens, and I am a constituent of Mike Bonin.
Estoy acá representando a 602 familias que vivimos en Mar Vista Garden.
I am representing 602 families that live in the Mar Vista Gardens.
Por supuesto, hay muchos niños, adolescentes viviendo en nuestra comunidad.
There are many kids and teens living in our community.
Desafortunadamente, por los recortes del presupuesto, el Centro de Recreaciones y Parques fue cerrado, es decir, fue rentado al Boys and Girls.
Unfortunately, due to budget cuts, the recreation center was closed down and it was rented out to the Boys and Girls Club.
Estoy representando la voz de estas 602 familias. No queremos que los parques sean rentados, ni los programas tampoco que sean vendidos. Queremos un servicio público para nuestra comunidad.
I am representing the voices of these 602 families who don't want the parks and the services to be rented out and want them to be a public service to our community.
Además de eso, perdimos varias posiciones de full time en el Centro de Recreaciones y Parques.
In addition to that, we lost many full-time positions in the recreation department.
También estamos muy preocupados por la limpieza del Bayona Creek Yo vivo exactamente a 10 metros del Bayona Creek.
We are also very concerned with the sanitation of Bayona Creek. I live about 10 meters away from the Bayona Creek.
En tiempos de calor hay mucha polución, las aguas están echadas a perder, podridas, y todos esos vapores malolientes se nos vienen a nuestras viviendas.
During the hot days of the summer, the water and the trash becomes rotten and protruded, and there's smells that come into our homes.
Sabemos que los bancos de Wall Street hay un bono donde tienen que hacer las limpiezas de estos acueductos, de estos canales, y queremos que, siempre estamos repitiendo, queremos que se invierta en nuestras comunidades, no en Wall Street.
We know that through the Wall Street banks there is a bond to keep these creeks clean, and we want the investment to be there and to clean our creeks.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. Next, we wanted to briefly talk about blight. The Department of Building and Safety handles 21,000 complaints a year, many of which involve visual blights caused by abandoned homes, overgrown vegetation, and trash. It says its response time to complaints has gone from 3 days to 5 weeks. It now has only 40 code enforcement officers. That includes 10 supervisors. It once had 125. The budget, it's a little obscure here, but as we read it, applies a Band-Aid, 15 more inspectors to be hired for half a year. The budget also cancels out the 6 foreclosure blight inspectors created by last year's budget but unfunded. The city has spent 4 years on working out a foreclosure policy, and eliminating these inspection positions is of questionable sense to us. Here, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Marta Sanchez from ACE.
Thank you. Good morning again. My name is Marta Sanchez. I'm with ACE and part of the Fix LA Coalition, and I'm a budget advocate from the South Central Neighborhood Council. I'm bringing the South Central Neighborhood Council as well because within our boundaries, we have so many blight properties, industrial facilities, commercial facilities, even homes that went into foreclosure. And the property owners in my district, City 9 district, are really, really in bad shape. I'm applying the broken windows theory in my community because that is exactly what is happening. We see all these things happening, collapsing over our shoulders. We are paying constantly every year our property taxes, but we don't see results. We don't see that our money has been utilized to fix these problems. In low-income families and low-income communities like South Los Angeles, East Los Angeles, and East San Fernando Valley, these communities have been highly impacted by those city services that have been cut. There is one example from my organization in Watts, where trash dumping has been the worst, like the worst. Our members have been pushing so hard the city to restore the services to fix these problems, but we fought, but we haven't seen any result at all. The street services investigators that were in the past active to fix these problems, they are no longer available for us. We see those services being cut, and we are concerned because it is bringing more trash, more problems, and more blight and isolation. The investigators are really important for these communities because we have spent years trying to fix this problem. We pushed so hard to bring the city together and hire those investigators. And now that we have finally the money, the department is not really considering to implement the ordinance. And we don't see those inspectors right there, and we don't see any hope that this could happen. One of the things that helped in these communities was that we have city staff willing to collect evidence, and collecting the evidence proved that people in charge on these commercial dumpers were the ones that were responsible for these problems. With the investigators, we were able to punish these people that are contributing to the life. So this is a cost-effective solution, and we want the city to consider it again, because we all see that the money is there. It just is being allocated to other services. Another example is that we were fighting so hard to have more speed bumps because that will prevent the street racing in these communities, and it is no longer available as well. We are seeing all those teens bringing their cars, racing again, and provoking more traffic chaos, and putting in such a danger our kids that are playing outside. Because we don't have parks, they are choosing to go to the street and play. So it is like double jeopardy for community residents. In our communities, we don't have the money to do what other affluent communities do. They put their own money to install speed bumps, and we don't have that opportunity in our communities. We also see a big problem with the tree trimming. The branches are growing and growing, covering the street lights. In communities where crime is really high, this is a big issue because we don't have adequate light during nighttime. So community residents are really, really in jeopardy. And the crime has increased during nighttime because nobody can see the people. If someone grab you and rob you during that time, you will be never able to identify the perpetrator. So we are trying to see the city working with the community, bringing more resources, and instead of paying private contractors, we want the city to take a meaningful approach and hire more teens, hire more young people, and train them so they can become the workforce that we need in the future. We are concerned with the private contractors because they are not doing the job, they are not well trained, and they don't put the signs and they don't protect the civilian force to get into those streets while they are working. So we see many people being hit by branches or sleeping in with those leaves on the floor because they don't announce that they are going to work. They don't do the process correctly. So community members get really in bad situation when they just go around the street and they face this big branch coming toward them. Our communities need jobs. We would like the city working with community colleges, especially the LA Trade Tech College, that they are trying to implement a very good program. So for new people that would like to work for the city, this is a good approach, a good opportunity so we can bring job opportunities for people in my community. We believe that the city have the money right now, and part of the effort is try to convince the city that if you don't negotiate with the banks, we are paying so much higher fees than we were used to do in the past. Those fees could be renegotiated and bring the money back to the city. I'm going to address again the foreclosure registry ordinance that I talked before in the past week. It was something successful. It was something that brought hope for us, but unfortunately the inspectors were never hired. We believe that we were left behind. We need that people to be hired and come to those communities of color and enforce the laws. The problem with all of this is not that the city actually have the money to pay for those services, but our communities are hit the hardest when the services that were cut are not restored. And I would like to stress this. Please restore the services that were cut because we deserve and we are paying for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. So we wanted to next move on to our school children. School kids are unprotected. There are not enough crossing guards. We're having trouble getting our children to elementary school safely. The Department of Transportation's own traffic studies show that more than 500 intersections near elementary schools are busy enough with cars and children to merit crossing guards, but the city doesn't have enough crossing guards to staff 169 of them. The budget's a Band-Aid is to hire 5 more. That's clearly not enough. I'd like to introduce my last additional speaker, Brent Tercero, representing the Angelenos Organizing for Education, to talk about crossing guards.
Thank you, and thank you to the Budget Committee for having us here today. Once again, my name is Brent Tercero, and I'm here with Angelenos Organizing for Education, which is a coalition of current and former educators as well as community members at large. We're here with Fix LA to ask the City Council Budget Committee to restore this vital city service, crossing guards protecting elementary school children at schools throughout the city. Our members were also here last Tuesday at the Budget Committee hearing on the Department of Transportation, but we wanted to come again with Fix LA to urge the council to hire another 120 crossing guards. We know this is a problem anecdotally because of recent deaths in Winnetka, Highland Park, and also Granada Hills just this year alone. And those were accidents where children and parents or guardians were either seriously injured or killed in crosswalks. We also know that this is an issue because of factual evidence and data studied by the city's Department of Transportation through the Safe Routes to Schools program that learned from the years 2007 to 2011 there were over 2,200 vehicle versus pedestrian accidents that resulted in fatal or serious injuries. For the pedestrian, and also that 50% of those, so just over 1,100, were within 1/4 mile of a school. Of the 2,200, 21% of those were children between the ages of 5 and 18. And that's from the Department of Transportation's Safe Routes to Schools study. Crossing guards aren't a luxury. We know that people will continue to be hit, seriously injured and or killed. It's happened already this year and it will continue to happen. Crossing guards can help be part of the solution to help protect the city's children and parents. We don't want to wonder the next time someone is hit if a crossing guard could have prevented an accident that proved fatal. We want to know that the city is being proactive in preventing pedestrian and children deaths. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Brent. My colleagues from Fix LA have covered many of the coming slides, so I'm just going to very briefly touch on them. One that no one mentioned was the city's difficulty in keeping its own vehicle fleet on the street. General Services has lost 23 mechanics, and they say the number of vehicles on the street is at a record low, and the number of vehicles on the street that need preventive maintenance but aren't getting it is at a record high. The budget offers a Band-Aid of 1 new mechanic. Tree trimming you've heard about, and the need for a tree trimming academy you've heard about. You've heard about outsourcing. I do want to point out that when the council decides tomorrow whether to outsource its coin cleaning room to the parking company that's just assumed operations of 24 garages, we take a position strongly opposed to that. We're troubled by the idea of the city handing over a money counting operation to a private interest that probably has a conflict of interest. Oversight of contractors in general has been a problem for many departments, and we also oppose the proposed outsourcing of gardening caretakers. when entry-level vocational worker, gardening caretaker positions in the past have been used as a training ground for Angelenos who might not otherwise come into the city workforce. Next, I want to turn my attention to what I said at the beginning, which was the city's, what we see as the city's, some of the city's options. You've heard that we think that there is money, and maybe you think we're crazy for asserting that, but if you hear us out, you'll understand why we're saying that. The first thing that we think that the city should do, or that you should do as a council, is to raise the minimum wage. We think for everyone. The most optimistic study by the Economic Roundtable estimates that that would create demand in the city for $9 billion more in annual sales, tens of thousands more jobs to produce the new goods and services being sold, and hundreds of millions of dollars more in tax revenues, some millions of which would return to the city in the form of state and federal government revenue transfers and sales taxes. And that would be enough to pay for enforcement to make sure that employers don't abuse low-wage workers who, according to a UCLA survey in, I believe it was 2012, were being cheated in Los Angeles at the estimated rate of $26 million per week. In terms of wise use of the funds that the city has, we suggest, as we have in the past, that LAPD civilianization is being underutilized. The way we look at it is that the city should make better use of higher paid police officers who are doing jobs meant to be done by lower paid civilian workers, whose numbers have been reduced in the police department by 16%. This has meant hundreds fewer civilians acting as detention officers, answering 911 calls, and entering data into computer systems. The LAPD has acknowledged that it has been forced to take sworn officers off patrol duty to do some of this work, including 90 officers the department says have been removed from the field to do the jobs of civilian detention officers in city jails. We have anecdotal evidence, but no hard numbers, that the same phenomenon is going on in terms of clerks and data entry. We also suggest that there's a way that the council could do more to aggressively strive to reform Proposition 13 and thereby bring in more long-term revenue. We appreciate that the City Council and Mayor have already called for reversing a key unintended consequence of Prop 13 that has allowed commercial property owners to shift greater and greater shares of the property tax burden onto homeowners, in a disturbing trend that the county assessor's annual report shows has continued for over nearly 40 years. We believe the council and mayor should go farther by launching a public education campaign to educate Angelenos about the need for corporations to pay their fair share of property taxes by having commercial properties assessed at fair market value. We estimate that a successful state initiative on this subject would bring the city of Los Angeles alone over $200 million in additional property tax revenues per year. We also think it's past time for the city to take a more aggressive stance with Wall Street. We note with approval that New York City is beginning to stand up to Wall Street. I don't know how many of you saw this study and an article in the New York Times that rated a 3-paragraph brief in the LA Times, but New York City Comptroller Scott Stringer recently released a study that found that his city's 5 pension funds paid more than $2 billion in fees over a decade and got no value for their money. We asked a simple question, Stringer told the New York Times. Are we getting value for the fees we're paying to Wall Street? The answer, based on this 10-year analysis, is no. At the risk of oversimplifying, what this analysis showed was that the City of New York's 5 pension funds could have done just as well with index fund investments as they did with much fancier investments and high Wall Street fees. We also think that in evaluating our suggestions on how to deal with Wall Street fees, you would be wise to take heed of a recent report by the respected consulting firm CEM Benchmarking. And I don't know if we've distributed that report, but we would be happy to. It found that most public pension funds don't know how much they are making. How much they are paying. As a result, CEM asserts less than half of the very substantial private equity investment costs incurred by U.S. pension funds are currently being disclosed in their comprehensive annual financial reports. This is a complex area, but it has big implications for the city of Los Angeles, which is, after all, a key funder of its own public employee pension funds. I want to point out here one thing about, GASB, the Government Accounting Standards Board, is kind of the Bible of how to handle finances responsibly. And it's GASB rules that allow this travesty to take place, because GASB requires pension funds only to report the fees they pay to Wall Street that are specifically invoiced. And most of the fees, as you may know, in private equity and alternative investment transactions are netted out of the gross, and they're never invoiced. So CEM Benchmarking got its introduction to this area when it was called in after a scandal in South Carolina to take a look at that pension fund, and they found that the pension fund was reporting only a small fraction of the fees that it was actually paying. And it subsequently found the same phenomenon going on all around the country. And now it estimates that only half of the fees are being reported. Now, as you recall last year, or you may recall last year, we did an attempt at a painstaking analysis of what the fees, including by the city, how many fees the city and its pension funds pay to Wall Street in a year, and we found that we were able to document close to $300 million. And we also found, or we believe because of the work that CEM did, that many of that the figure is really much higher. Sorry to be stumbling. Nearly a year ago, the City Council voted 14-0 to renegotiate one bad deal with Wall Street, and that's the city's ongoing costly interest rate swap with Bank of New York Mellon and Dexia. But the bank said no and continue, in our view, to gouge taxpayers at the rate of $5 million per year in a deal that the city is locked into for more than 13 more years. We believe it's time to stop letting them act with impunity and to withdraw all of our city's other business with them unless they agree to treat us fairly on the swap. And our logic on the swap is, some people say, hey, the city made a bad bet, it's a deal. But when you look at the central role, for example, that Bank of New York Mellon played in crashing the economy, I think you have a different moral case. I think you have a case where should they be rewarded for bad conduct? Bank of New York Mellon was one of the primary banks who took the roles of trustees in handling mortgage-backed securities and never did its job of blowing the whistle on inadequately financed mortgage-backed securities, which was a key factor in bringing about the crash. The next point we want to make is, and perhaps the key point in terms of money that's immediately available to you, deals with the city's record high reserves. The official policy, as you well know, of the city is to maintain a reserves fund equal to 5% of the general fund, but total reserves, according to the statistical summary provided to this committee by the mayor and CAO, are now at 8.08%. Meaning the city has extra reserves of $166 million. And that's after another $55 million earmarked for another reserve fund called budget stabilization has been diverted to help pay for street repairs. As we read the budget, $60 million has been taken from reserves for the unappropriated balance of the general fund, which also has another $34 million sitting in it. Now, whether it's appropriate to add the $34 million or subtract the $60 million from the $166 million, we're not sure. But either way, you're dealing with somewhere between $130 million and $200 million in extra money. That's a significant cushion. Our main point is simple. Reserve funds are rainy day funds. As you've heard from me and from our colleagues in the Coalition to Fix LA, it's a rainy day for many people in the city of Los Angeles. And given the extent of LA's needs, we believe that such high reserves are unjustifiable. A primary argument for them is that they help the city get a better credit rating and thus better deals from Wall Street. In his report on reserve funds last year, the CAO made those points. He noted that reserve funds are an integral consideration in determining a city's creditworthiness for debt issuance, and that the level of a city's reserves correlates highly with credit rating level and lower borrowing costs. One, we would note that pretty much everybody has lower borrowing costs right now. This is one area where the public sector has benefited from the crash. Number two, it's not always the case that high reserves are linked to better credit ratings. New York City's experience, for example, does not support this argument. We recognize that New York City has access to a powerful income stream that Los Angeles does not, namely a local income tax. Still, its reserves are extraordinarily low as a percentage of its general fund, less than 1% year after year after year. Yet Standard & Poor's, I checked last week, rates its long-term general obligation bonds higher than it rates Los Angeles's. Moreover, New York may be an aberration, but Los Angeles is not. Its 5% policy is in the mainstream of what America's largest cities do. The CAO's study last year of the nation's 10 largest cities, excluding Chicago, which is also a special case because it sold off so many public facilities, shows that these cities average reserves of 5%. Sticking to that policy in Los Angeles would free as much as $166 million to provide badly needed services. We urge you to seriously consider this and the possibility that you could remain fiscally responsible by doing so. In summary, we believe you're in a position to generate new revenues in the longer term and make better use of the money you have in the short term. We believe you should stimulate the economy by raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, save money and enhance public safety by halting the use of higher-paid police officers to do lower-paid civilian work, address the income inequality perpetuated within the city workforce by the dramatically increased use of temporary workers for permanent jobs, bring in more revenue in long term by aggressively striving to reform Proposition 13, negotiate better deals with Wall Street, and finally, tap more of LA's record high reserves. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you all very much for your presentation and for the substantive research and work that you've done and provided us. I know that we'll be asking for responses to all of these points from our CAO, as we do every year, so that we have the full body of information before us. I'd like to go to members' questions now to begin. Mr. Bonin, would you like to begin?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated, and glad to see that the tradition has continued, that our labor partners are actually at the table. I want to commend Mr. Krikorian for that. I honestly, I wish this had come a week or two sooner, before we had asked questions of the various departments. There were a few of your slides that had stats about the service cuts, and if the CAO is listening, slides 14, 15, 16, and 20, I'd actually like to see a report on whether or not those stats are accurate, and if so, how much will be restored in this year's budget. Those are the ones dealing with catch basin cleaning, brush clearance, alleyway cleaning, and foreclosure and blight inspectors. The reason I single out those four is I think most of the issues you raised about the service cuts have been raised and addressed by the members of this committee, and we're expecting, and work has been done already to address some of those issues, and there'll be a report back on many of them coming, crossing guards in particular, and stuff like that. I had a question on, I think it was page 33. It's about the banking issue. You note that nearly a year after we voted 14-0 to renegotiate the city's unfair deal with the Bank of New York Mellon, the banks continue to gouge us with impunity. And you say it's time to withdraw all of our city's business unless they agree to treat us fairly. What do we do then?
I'm sorry?
What do we do then? We want to withdraw our business from them, and where do we do our business?
With other banks that are more cooperative. I think that the city, I mean, our point is that the city has, we believe the city has more leverage than it realizes and certainly uses with Wall Street. We are huge. I looked up last night, we are larger than 23 states. Okay? So the idea that, if I can give you a little bit of a rambling answer, and I'll come back to your precise point, the idea that we should be bound by Wall Street / GASB's ideas of what is an appropriate reserve, for example, seem to me to be a stretch. Even GASB says that it doesn't even venture what's an appropriate reserve for large government entities. It says for small entities or average size, you should have 2 months. That seems prudent, but you know, there's a tremendous spread. New York has less than 1%. We've got a policy of 5%. We're sitting here with 8%. Why don't we have the confidence to push that envelope? In terms of banks, well, I don't know. I might have trouble finding a perfect bank for us to do business with, and I think that's your point, sir. But I think that the banks that literally are holding us over a barrel and are refusing to deal with us, we should hold them accountable in the only way that we can, which is to say, look, if you're not going to negotiate in good faith, and that's what they've said, we're not going to do business with you.
Have any cities, to your knowledge, been successful in renegotiating?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I wanted to mention the situation at Mar Vista Gardens. I certainly appreciate the point that was raised about the cutback in recreation and park services. I think there are many instances in the city where we have cut back on services and privatized them, and it's been clearly much worse. You've heard me and Mr. Koretz rail about the situation with tree trimming many, many times, where it's clearly worse. I get the philosophical point about Mar Vista Gardens, but I do want to say that I think you picked a bad example, because the Boys and Girls Club is doing a phenomenal job there. I was just there a couple weeks ago. They were doing a ceremonial groundbreaking of a renovation of the facility. I've been there several times. I've met with some of the 600 kids who go there, and they have also been retrofitting a structure, adding 1,300 square feet to it, creating a new art room and an education center, along with a music center, a practice room, and a sound booth in the existing teen center. They're expected to finish all these renovations by October. And at the ceremony for the groundbreaking, there was an 11-year-old resident, Leilani, who spoke. And she got up and she talked about how when she moved to Mar Vista Gardens, she was 7. and she had never heard of the Boys and Girls Club, and she didn't use the facilities there at Recon Parks very often. By the time she was 9, Recon Parks announced they were leaving and Boys and Girls Club was coming in. Her mom made her go, and as she said, when the Boys and Girls Club first opened, I had the most amazing time ever playing with other children and learning new things. It was awesome. Why is the Boys and Girls Club important to this community? I've thought about it for a little while, and it became clear to me that the Boys and Girls Club is important to this community because it gives kids chances and opportunities that they can take and hold on to forever. It gives them staff to help the kids do their homework, and if they don't have the help at home, but most importantly, it gives them a place to have fun and to be happy always with themselves. She talked very eloquently, an 11-year-old, about how the Boys and Girls Club was an improvement for her over what was there before. So I get the philosophical point, but I didn't want to leave the impression that these kids were not being served.
May I address that?
Yes.
My colleagues have informed me about two things. One is that kids have to pay to use the Boys and Girls Clubs, and that there are many families in Mar Vista Gardens that don't have the wherewithal to do that. So there is we're not trying to diminish the quality of work that the Boys and Girls Club does, but we're talking about access. And the second point is that I'm told, and again I said I don't know who's renegotiated successfully, but I'm told that both Richmond and San Francisco have renegotiated successfully.
Richmond and San Francisco.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll check that out as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all for now.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Mr. Blumenfield.
Well, I want to really thank you for making this presentation. It's great, and I want to echo the sentiment of my colleague about I think it's important that this be part of, having our labor partners at the table is an important part of this process. And like you, I would say the only change I would offer for the future is to come maybe earlier in the process, because you did spark a lot of questions that now make us think, well, that might have sparked additional questions for some of the agencies that we've already been through. Now, fortunately, the process is still going on, so we'll have other opportunities, and that's great. I was particularly intrigued, you talked about the fees netted out of gross and not reported. I would love to delve a little deeper into that and figure out how we can require that all the fees get reported. And has there been any pensions or others that have done that?
South Carolina.
Successfully, and what did it take to do that? Because I love that idea of getting all the fees reported.
It took a tremendous effort, and the South Carolina officials were stunned because they, like most people, believed in their CAFR that they were getting an honest evaluation. But when CEM went in there, I'd like to, rather than go on at length here, I'll share with you the CEM report, which says the time has come for standardized total cost disclosure for private equity, and they're making a public call for a reform in this area. And they also point out that the SEC has studied a number of these private equity firms and have found the same thing, basically hidden fees. There is a mention here of the specific GASB rule. I don't know if I can find it here's the SEC reference. It says in October 2012, the SEC's Office of Compliance, Inspections, and Examination began conducting exams on private equity firms as a result of the Dodd-Frank Act, released its study in 2014, which included findings and found violations or material weaknesses relating to expenses paid for advisory services in more than half the examinations. Specifically, the advisor fees were paid by portfolio companies or the private equity funds, but were not sufficiently disclosed to the limited partners, who would be the pension funds.
So it took, but what I'm really interested in getting at is what are the steps that they took to get that information, right. And so does it take is the suggestion that LA hire a group like CEM to go through and audit it, or is it the type of thing that we can put requirements on for better disclosure? And maybe we don't have the answers right here, but I'm interested in figuring out what are the concrete steps that we can take to get this information for our pensions so that we're not being bamboozled and we don't have our eyes closed about all the fees that we're paying.
We are delighted at your expression of interest, and we don't have a precise answer to your question. We are searching for the same answer because we'd like to replicate what they did. So we're getting in touch with them, and we're also getting in touch with the New York City Comptroller to see if we can replicate what they did. And we'd be happy to share with you everything we find out.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to figure out, is it an auditing function where we can engage our controller?
I think your question is right on point.
Okay.
And understood.
Well, great. So we'll look forward to working with you. I mean, in general, I like I think, and this was a frustration of mine at the state level and here locally, that Wall Street has local government and states on too short of a leash. And it's a frustration knowing how to go about lengthening that leash or cutting that leash. We all want to negotiate better deals, and it gets very confusing of how do we actually do it without jeopardizing our own position. And so, but I think the point is right on.
We're with you 100%, Councilman.
And then the other question, you mentioned Prop 13, which I'm also very interested in how we go about as a city in trying to get a better deal. Usually I think of it as a state issue, and in fact I had a state bill dealing with Prop 13, specifically on the threshold question for bonds. You mentioned education campaign, and the place at least where I always see where there's probably the most immediate potential is in the definitions of transfer. A lot of companies get away when companies never die. At least in the residential side, people have a lifespan. There's things that they can do to extend that with Prop 13, but with corporate changes, a lot of times you end up, corporations morph and they sell stock and they sell position only just below the threshold, and then the property never gets rebased. So I'm curious if you see that as the area where the city, where is the area where the city would have the best leverage?
Well, sir, there was an attempt in the legislature last year to address the transfer issues, right, and it became obfuscated. It became too complex.
The Amiano bill or the...
Yes, sir, the Amiano bill. And at that point, we became convinced, rightly or wrongly, but we became convinced that the way to solve this problem was not by the transfers, because there are plenty of smart attorneys who are going to figure out ways to beat it. And that the way to address it is to take substantial commercial properties, not mom and pops, and to say that from here on out, we're going to treat you at fair market value. And that would require a state initiative. So what we're suggesting is, we don't have a roadmap exactly, but what we're suggesting is that this council as a body take a step beyond its resolution supporting that and begin to conduct a public education campaign. There's literally a chart that the assessor's office, the county assessor's office, publishes every year as part of its annual report. That's quite dramatic, and it happens to be replicated within a few percentage points in every county or every major county in California. And it shows that back in 1975, commercial and industrial property owners were accounting for almost 50% of the property taxes paid. And now it's slightly under 30%. Residential income properties have stayed the same. It's homeowners' properties that have risen from a little over 50% to 70% now, and it's been a steady 40-year progression. We think that part of the answer to that, part of the reason for that, is the transfer games that take place with corporations. We're unable to quantify that. Some people say, well, businesses turn over less than houses. Our assumption is that as the population has soared, business property has probably kept pace with residential property to serve the increased population. So we think that when we've shown that chart, and I'm sorry it wasn't part of our presentation, people get it.
Right.
Something's going on here that's not fair, and we need to do something about it. And I think if the Council of Los Angeles decided to do some sort of an education campaign to convey that idea, it would go a long way towards building support for an initiative to change state law.
Right. And just outlining, as you say, the shifting of the burden.
Yes, sir.
That the burden is shifted from the corporate sector to the residential sector.
Yes, sir.
And that's worthy of education, and I certainly support that idea. And I'm also looking for other ways that the city can be helpful in that regard. The education campaign is a good one, maybe not directly a budget question. That may be more of a bigger question we can address during the year. Last, I also wanted to comment on I really like the slide on the myth and the myth of outsourcing, and I think that's really important to point to make, is that we often, especially with temporary workers and with outsourced workers, it looks like a bargain up front to some folks, but at the end of the day, it ends up costing the city in terms of quality services and in terms of long-term stability of our workforce, and in terms of leading by example as a workforce. And all those are really good points, and one that I know all of the council pretty much shares, and that we've talked about as we go through, and we're trying to push the city back in the direction of smart budgeting, which I know that during the recession people looked for shortcuts, and I understand. I'm not criticizing. I wasn't here at that time, and I understand that that's what people do in the crisis, but we need to get to that place where we're actually being smart about our dollars, and we're actually investing in our workers and investing in new workers that are going to have benefits and have the pride of being a city worker, and that we're going to reap the rewards of that as a city, and our constituencies are going to reap those rewards. So I look forward to that and look forward to working with you, and again wanted to just thank you for bringing this presentation forward and bringing forth some really good ideas into the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again on my part for bringing all this forward and working so hard on it. I think one of the problem areas for us, as you know, is we tried to renegotiate some of our bad deals, but we had already shot ourselves in the foot because our management publicly expressed that the deals were fine and we actually did great. Interestingly enough, I think in some cities that has happened, and we're not the only ones where management has done that. In others, cities have, I think, spoke the truth and said, hey, these were bad deals. These guys didn't really appraise us of how risky it was. And they wound up bad deals because of their own bad actions and bringing it upon us. And so you would hope after giving us bad advice, they would be generous enough to say, hey, we'll find some way to make this right in some degree, but not the case. I think as a council, we need to assert ourselves more on these issues. And I think if we want to go forward and actually explore what kinds of fees we're paying and how badly Wall Street is ripping off our city and every other city in the country, I think we'll have some resistance from our own management, I suspect. So I would have to call on us to assert ourselves and be willing to push this forward. I do have a question, though, which is I foresee a less than optimal result through this process if we take all the steps to daylight all of the hidden fees that have been happening over the years. Once we know what all of them are, I don't know if we'll successfully take the next step or be able to, whether Wall Street will just say, well, we always had these fees, but we need them. So it's one thing to know half of the fees that were hidden. It's another thing for us to be able to leverage them to get them to stop charging some or all of them. So I think it's an important first step to bring these into the sunlight. But I think we have to anticipate Wall Street's efforts to say, well, now you know them, but we need them anyway. I think if we're even somewhat successful in getting some of those fees eliminated, there's a lot of dollars there. So I think that's a very interesting long-term project. I don't think it'll be easy, and it may or may not net us money, but I think it's certainly worth the effort. On all of the items that you raised in terms of specific areas of lack of service, the one that struck me as one we haven't had a lot of discussion on and could actually be costing us money is cleaning of the storm drains. As you know, and I mentioned this at every opportunity, we have an roughly $8 billion obligation for stormwater cleanup. And I don't know how this affects us, and we'll have to ask city staff to look into this. But the fact that we have a lot of stuff in our storm drains which isn't getting cleaned and ultimately may wind up in Santa Monica Bay, how much of that contributes to our stormwater cleanup bills and how much we'll save by actually making sure we clean those basins up. I mean, that $8 billion is a lot, and it may be that this is one of many cost-effective services that we should be providing anyway, but might actually save us money. So we definitely should look at that one. In terms of your solutions, I agree with finding a way to get to $15 an hour. I'm not sure what the year-by-year timing winds up being, but I think the most important piece of that is the wage theft complement, because I'm not sure people have focused on how much worse we make the problem than it is now if we increase the minimum wage and don't crack down on wage theft. Because there are a lot of industries where the people that follow the law are barely clinging to their business because they're so disadvantaged. So if you're a janitorial contractor and you're paying your workers $9 an hour and your illegal opposition is paying them $5 an hour, well, if you're paying them $15 an hour and they're paying them $5 an hour, you're out of business. And you'll be out of business somewhere in the continuum as we raise wages to get there. So I continue to think that wage theft and taking every possible step has to happen, or we are going to actually devastate our economy by putting a lot of law-abiding business owners out of business and having the ones that are violating the law strengthened and picking up some of that business. As you probably know, I've encouraged the exchange of civilian workers for sworn police officers for many years. What I fear, and I don't think we can afford as much as public safety is important, and we could spend our entire budget on public safety and abandon all services, and we would still actually fund public safety at a lower level than some other cities do, but we just don't have the money to do that. And frankly, I think it's a little insane. My fear is the department will start to restore civilian staff doing things that sworn officers are doing, but they're not going to reduce the number of sworn officers. So I think we can afford 10,000 officers doing real work. In other words, if we took the level we are at now and we replaced 300 sworn officers doing civilians' work, we literally should replace it. So we should have 300 people, in essence, doing the same work, allowing 9,700 officers to be out on the street. But I don't feel compelled to have that magic number and replace them. So I fear we may do half of what you're suggesting, and we may finally recognize that having police officers doing their own clerical work is incredibly financially inefficient and otherwise. And even the chief admitted he does a lot of his own clerical work. Well, I don't think that's a good thing. It's a nice gesture, but it's not a good thing. So I'm not sure how that'll impact the rest of the budget if we just hired up all the civilians that they need and don't reduce the sworn. I think we'll be in a bigger mess than we are otherwise. But I think we should do exactly what you're suggesting. Hire up jailers and reduce the number of sworn. You'll have exactly the same amount of service on the street. And the same thing with clerical. I think we absolutely have to work to reform Prop 13. It would be a major political project for us, but I think the time has come, and I haven't seen polling, but the fact that corporations have shouldered so much less of the burden and individuals are shouldering so much more, you would think that people would understand their own interests. They don't always, but this is a pretty black and white case, and probably the best idea of all of these. The one thing I have mixed feelings about are reserves, because if you don't have adequate reserves, you wind up in the same spot that we were during this disaster. And my philosophy is more reflected by a city that I spent more time in helping to get started and set on its way. And I believe the city of West Hollywood currently has about 120% of a budget year in reserve. And so when they hit this recession, they continued building their beautiful new library and doing their capital improvement projects, and gave their employees a decent contract and didn't blink an eye. Now, I don't think LA could ever do that, but I don't think it's a terrible idea to very gradually increase the reserves to where they are, and maybe even a little bit beyond. And we could spend a couple percent of reserves this year, and we'd provide services for a year, but we wouldn't put ourselves in a position to protect ourselves in a fiscal disaster. I think long-term having a better reserve is a good idea. So I wouldn't encourage that one, but just about every other idea here I think would be very helpful. And I think the aggressive Prop 13 and the aggressive crackdown on Wall Street are both very promising.
Can I respond to just one of your points, please? And that is on Wall Street. You made a very good argument that, hey, we could shine the light on these fees, but Wall Street's in the driver's seat, and they might just say, we're going to keep charging them, you know. The way around that, it seems to us, is to insource expertise. The CEAO's office, we don't believe, based in part on their analysis of the swaps deal, has the expertise to do its own investment banking. And you have two choices. You can follow the example of the Ontario Pension Fund, which is the most successful in North America, which has insourced expertise and therefore depends far less on Wall Street, or you can take what Wall Street offers. So the city has that option. It's difficult for cities because to hire somebody with that kind of expertise, you need somebody, unless you've got an incredibly self-sacrificing person who is probably an ex-Wall Streeter, who's probably not going to come cheap. And people will wonder, well, are you going to spend $1 million for this person? Well, maybe that's a good idea if you can save $50 million in fees.
And I love that idea, and I hope we'll continue to explore it as time goes on.
I do want to respond to the budget reserves that you had talked about. We're in favor, Coalition's always been in favor of having a strong budget reserve for the city, but it's been the rate is what we've contested. There's no rush to judgment, in our opinion, to get to the point what's considered a reasonable budget amount, not to have expense of the services, which has been happening, in our opinion, over the last few years. As you know, the budget was much lower back in 2007. It has been dramatically escalated in the last few years at a rate which I think has not been prudent given the dramatic cut in services. I think that balance has to be very, very carefully addressed and handled, and I believe that the there's been a rush to exceed that budget reserve at a pace that affects city services and staffing, and that needs to be looked at very carefully.
Thank you. With that, let me just share some of my comments as well. I'm not sure if it'll be a big pill to swallow to share that we might hire one person at $1 million a year, but I'll certainly apply. First of all, I want to go backwards on, I think a lot have already been said by my colleagues, and this is a great presentation. Truly, truly appreciate it. First and foremost on when we get the presentation, I know that was addressed earlier, so I just want to bring that up again. I don't know that it's necessarily critical that we have you guys sit at the table at the beginning. In fact, I think it's a good time after the departments, after you've heard what reports have been asked, and we have more of a dialogue. If there's a way to get, though, the presentation before we start meeting with the departments and then have you guys in, I think would be great, because then we can actually have that fluid, well, we got this in the beginning, we asked these departments. It might help that path and dialogue a little better. So if there's a way to get it sooner and then have you come in when we're done with the departments just like we did, and I would ask the chair to think about that as well. I think it would be incredibly helpful. I want to start first going backwards with the last comment that was made on the police department civilian staffing. I honestly do not believe, as the chair of public safety, I honestly do not believe that 10,000, the goal of 10,000, is an arbitrary number. I think that is a floor, not a ceiling. I also think we're very understaffed when it comes to our sworn, both police and fire. And with that, you got to think about also the security officers that were transferred in and are now taking up and assuming that role. We didn't increase the department at all then, but they took on a lot of additional responsibilities. I don't like the way the situation was handled or how they were treated, but that's a whole other issue. And I tried to iron that out and work through the process with them, and actually did a lot to help them. But in any event, and that was under a different administration, and I think some things have stepped up. I do think we need some type of, and I've asked for this time and time again, and I'll ask for it again, some type of ratio. For every nth officer on the force, we need civilian support staff. I absolutely agree with that. We should not be taking officers off the street to do that work, but that doesn't mean less officers so we can hire the civilians. It means we need both. And I think we need to have some type of ratio set in stone that's a floor, not a ceiling, to say for every nth officer we should have so much support staff, period. It shouldn't be that complicated. And I'd love for the department to come up with a number that makes sense and at least start that dialogue. I asked for it last year as well. I'll ask for it again this year. And so I'd like for them to try to come up with something and then fight like hell to try to get those civilians hired, because it's critically important. It's so important. And I will tell you, the officers don't want to do that work, and they're not trained to do it. It's not even a matter of dollars and cents at that point, or that you're paying an officer more. They don't want to do that. That's not what they were trained for. That's not what they were hired for. They might not have an expertise in it. You talk about the folks that are trying to schedule court time and follow through on all the... Now we have officers doing that. There's a lot of systems that need to be looked at for efficiencies so we can get the officers back on the street and hire more civilians, period. But I don't believe in lowering the number. It's not finding the least common denominator of public safety. It's what's the best practice. And so I think we've got to have that conversation. The other thing I want to focus on, and I've brought this up before. Well, before I get into that, the jails have the property rooms, no property room workers. And I don't know what the need is for that. So I'd like a report back on from the police department on the property room workers, and what does that specifically mean? Do we actually need one? Do they need somebody full-time in there? I haven't heard that, and so that's new, but I'll ask for a report back from the department. Okay. Please.
If I may, Mr. Inglewood, that was one of the reports back, I think, that we requested from the department. But,
right. Okay.
But let's make sure,
yes.
And if it's not, then we'll add that on.
Okay, please. Thank you very much. One thing I'd like to ask of the coalition, I'd like to ask the coalition for a report back. if I could.
On what?
Oh, no, you want to hear it first, not just a yes. Okay. I'd like a report back from you guys, and it doesn't have to be immediately, but when you can get to it, on insourcing, and why aren't we doing more of it? And let me walk you through that, because you say that outsourcing, third rail issues. Let's talk about insourcing for a moment. A lot of other cities do a really great job. We do some of it. Our fire department bills for and handles the city of San Fernando. It's our only one. And it works well. And I've studied to death to make sure that all the response times around San Fernando, the residents and businesses in LA portion aren't affected or impacted, and they're not. And it works really well. 911 centers, we do that as well. City of Santa Monica, some others. We have Piper Tech, one of the largest printing facilities in Southern California. Most people print much less because of the internet today, but a lot of cities, municipalities still print business cards and letterheads and brochures and tax statements and all kinds of stuff. So our printing presses are sitting, they used to, if you remember, not that long ago, we had shifts 7 days a week around the clock. Not so much anymore because we don't print as much, which is great. But no, we can't compete with private business and nor should we. But what we can do is offer these services to other cities. We used to have our police officers on the trains, and then we didn't rebid that, if you remember that, with Metro. Sheriffs took it over. Great for them. Sheriffs offer a lot of services to a lot of different cities under Contract Cities Association. I'm a member of both Contract Cities and Independent Cities Association. A lot of people hear the word contract cities. They contract all their services. They actually contract with each other for a lot of services, a lot of county services as well. We have a lot of infrastructure. We've spent billions of dollars over the years in infrastructure and facilities, equipment that we may or may not use to its full capacity or potential. We have one of the largest fleet of helicopters, bar none, in the country. And we have helicopter mechanics that we've talked about we lose to DWP or to other agencies, or ones that have now some downtime, or when we get a new helicopter, that's one less that they have to service so often. But there are other agencies that have them. Why aren't we servicing their fleet? Many of them park right next to us at Van Nuys. Just giving some examples. I'd like to figure out a long laundry list of where we should compete, where we can go after RFPs, what we have in terms of resources, what we have in terms of city facilities and space. Oftentimes where we look at expanding out our needs for city facilities, and we've got to move employees around, we often have to rent space from the county or the state, and then we have holes in space where it doesn't make sense to put perhaps some city workers, but it would make sense to maybe co-locate some county or other city facilities with us. I think there's a tremendous opportunity for income, revenue, expanding and giving opportunities to our city workforce, coming up with ideas for that revenue to not only keep them on board, even earn some extra overtime, but increase the city workforce, because we could do that and there's so much demand. A lot of other cities are looking at their needs for ITA services and what we should be doing and having that conversation. And us trying to figure out in that new space, and that space has changed dramatically over the last 10 years, where if you graduate now in that space, in that field, you can get a job if you're halfway decent in technology for $100,000 and $125,000 wearing shorts and flip-flops, and get 3 meals a day because you got a chef sitting on the Google campus or Yahoo or wherever that might be. That's the space. But what we haven't looked at is, well, we can't compete in that space, but what do we do, and either can other cities and counties? What kind of MOUs or JPAs can be formed? What can we look at? Plus we have that buying power. We utilize often those piggyback contracts, some good, some not so good. Some we get economies of scale, some we get diseconomies of scale from. But when we do them well. We do have a lot of great partnerships, like we utilize with UASI grants and others. I think it's a conversation that's time has come where the city of Los Angeles, where we can look at insourcing and look at what are all the folks around us, what are their needs, and doing an assessment test. I'd love that report back from you guys and identifying all those opportunities, because I think there's a lot of opportunity on the table. Any comments?
That's a big ask.
I'm very excited, and I want to add asphalt.
Molly's going to do it. I think
street sweeping. I mean,
yeah.
I think we can do it, and I think we can. We can survey our members, and I'm sure that our members have more expertise and better ideas than many of us sitting around this table.
And if I can just continue on that train, there's many other opportunities through joint use of facilities with LAUSD, for example, through services that we can provide to LAUSD probably more cost effectively in terms of grounds maintenance and any number of other things. When you think about some of the fire services, many of our surrounding cities have a limited number of very high-cost emergency response vehicles. They have to have them, but they don't have enough of them to really justify a support crew that we have, that we can contract that service to other cities. So there's many, many opportunities. But I'll be candid with you all. A big challenge in getting that done is collective bargaining agreements. And we need to have cooperation from the unions in defining, what services those employees will be able to provide and to whom. So I think this is a great opportunity to try to find some opportunities for more effectively using our capital infrastructure, but also, frankly, more effectively using our personnel in ways that we can hire more full-time people instead of having, people either sit idle, which I don't think anybody is left doing anymore, but when you have narrow classifications, we have to kind of broaden that a little bit to allow them to take on some of these more responsibilities where we can hire up for those positions and actually get other cities' taxpayers to carry some of the burden of it. There's great opportunity here, but it's really going to take an extensive dialogue, I think, with labor for how we most effectively get that done. So, Mr. Kretz, on that point, did you want to respond? Because I have a few other things, but go ahead on that point.
Yeah, I just want to say, when we were talking for years, I've been pushing us to do a new asphalt plant. My assumption would be that, and always was, that part of the value of that is we would have enough asphalt that we could contract with other cities. And so I hope we would do that regardless of how successful we are with everything else. But I think there are a lot of opportunities. I know a number of years ago when West Hollywood was first founded and the sheriffs were not quite as responsive as they are now, my boss, Alan Viterbi, put in a motion to look at having the LAPD contract with the city to provide police services. I think at the time we didn't find that there was enough enthusiasm from the LAPD necessarily to move forward with that effort. But we have the ability to do this in all kinds of places where what we do well, and we could spread it out to other cities. So I think it's a great idea as articulated by Mr. Englander, and a very promising one to follow through on.
MTA is yet another example. There are many examples like that if we think creatively, we can probably find lots of good opportunities. So I want to start with why last, because some of it, a few people have discussed that. The reason that we've structured it this way, with having both the coalition and the neighborhood council budget advocates do formal presentations at the end, is twofold. One, because then you have the opportunity to have heard what every department general manager has to say and respond to it, and also because when we are asking for reports back from departmental general managers, we want to leave as much time for them to do their reports and get them back in the budget cycle as we can. That's why we front load them and give you the opportunity to be in a more responsive kind of position. But I do agree with the point Mr. Englander made. and many of you have met with us from time to time over the course of the last year and presented a lot of this information in a less formal way. But if we can have particularly targeted research on departments as early as possible in this process, and this goes with the Neighborhood Council budget advocates too, it arms us with more information that we can take into account and use in sort of our cross-examination process. So that would be helpful. This will be helpful, and we will continue to get our responsive reports back regardless, but we can do it probably more effectively if some of this comes a little bit sooner in. I don't know, is there anything in this that we haven't already asked the CAO? I think just to make sure we cover everything, if we can just ask for a comprehensive, responsive report back from the CAO. And by the way, I want to thank the CAO. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but we already have a responsive report to the white paper that the Neighborhood Council budget advocates had in time for their presentation, so that's helpful. If we can get a similar kind of thing in response to the coalition's presentation, that would be a great help. I want to talk about, almost all of you talked about the need to rebuild services, and this has been the message of this entire hearing process, and it has been for several years now. And I think we'll probably hear the same thing in the next presentation. And the reason is because that's obvious. Of course we need to rebuild services, and I think there's wide consensus and agreement on that. We have the smallest workforce now, civilian workforce, that we've had since Tom Bradley was mayor. Most of our departments have been decimated in the number of people that they have doing the same amount of work, and in some cases more work, because there's been increased demand for that workload. So there's no question that we have to continue to build to get people back in those positions to be able to get those services. And we're starting. You've mentioned a couple of times the phrase Band-Aid. Maybe. But I prefer to think of it as a positive step in the right direction, that we are starting to rebuild in places that we have been so badly hurt. But let's also put this into a context. After the global economic collapse in 2008, it took us 4 years to get back to the same level of city revenues that we were in before that collapse. Now, some in the blogosphere like to say, well, you only had 1 year of revenue loss. Well, yes, but that 1 year of revenue loss took 4 years to recover from. So throughout those 4 years, our expenses weren't reduced. Your members' salaries went up. Our costs of purchasing things went up. The number of people in the city increased. In almost every respect, costs continued to rise, even though revenues had fallen off the table. And it's that huge gap that has caused this horrendous pain that you all have suffered, that our constituents have suffered, and that we're just now starting to come back from. So, yes, we need to hire, absolutely, but we also need to keep in mind the tremendous limitations that we have had in getting to this point, and how much those rising costs that continue to rise to this day, have limited our ability to do that, even though the economy has started to recover. There was a lot of discussion about pension fund fees. We actually asked all of the pension funds about their fees when they were here. Some of you might have been part of that discussion. Both LACERS and Fire and Police Pension have taken steps to reduce the fees that they're paying, and I applaud them for that. But it's also important for us to all be on the same page. The City Council has absolutely no role in determining the fees that our pension funds pay. Zero. In fact, we're prohibited by law from being involved in that discussion, because the management of the pension funds, by charter and by state law, is independent, but by their boards. Some of your members have representation on those boards. We do not. And most people would say we should not, because they don't want to, because the idea is not to politicize pension funds. I get that. But we don't have a role in that. I should say that the bigger problem to me with pension funds, rather than their fees, is the assumed rates of return, which are fictionally low, because over whether you take a 20-year horizon or a 30-year horizon or any other horizon that's at all long-term, the actual rate of return of LACERs and of fire and police pension funds is far greater than their assumed rate of return by more than a percentage or two. Their actual rates of return, after you take away the fees and everything else, the return on investment is much higher than the assumed rate of return. It's important to be conservative. It's important to be prudent. I get it. But that assumed rate of return, which in this city is certainly not any greater than it is in any other city in the country, it's around the average, that assumed rate of return is costing current services. It's because we have to invest more to sustain the pension fund instead of counting on the growth that we know is going to happen. And that's an inhibiting factor on this year's spending and next year's spending and the spending the year after that. So until we get some grip on that, we're going to continue to have this difficult time in restoring the services that we need. Prop 13, I've been making this argument for almost, well, over 30 years now, since Prop 13 was being debated, and I was a teenager. I was making this argument, and I have throughout my career. You're 100% right, particularly as Mr. Blumenfield said, and has acted on in the state legislature, particularly when it comes to reassessing property on corporate transfer of ownership. I mean, we have to get a handle on that, or else we're going to continue to be stifled throughout California in the services that we're going to be able to provide. Everybody says that. Warren Buffett says that. Everybody says that who knows what they're talking about, that California's property tax burden is artificially depressed. And as a result, we become much more reliant on volatile tax revenue sources, which cause these ups and downs, which cause, the cuts in bad times. So if we don't fix that, and again, this is, unfortunately, it's a nice suggestion to suggest that we make a public awareness campaign. But like I say, we've been having this argument for over 30 years. And this is an argument that you all and everybody needs to take to the state legislature and then to the people of California, because they're the only ones who can do anything about it. The city council has no role in this. Reserves, the one point I want to make, and Mr. Kretz, I think, said it beautifully when he talked about the two sides of the sword on reserves. Yes, if you have them too high, that's cutting current services. On the other hand, if you have them too low, you're going to cut services in the future as soon as the economy takes a downward turn. And that's the challenge of trying to find the right balance in reserves. I'm very proud of the work that we've done in building up the reserve to the point that it is, even in these very, very difficult times. And I, for one, would strongly caution against using reserve funds to pay ongoing expenses. This is one-time money. We just can't use it to, hire ongoing positions. It would be imprudent to do that. But we could use it for targeted ways, one-time investments of one-time funds that will produce dividends, that will create efficiencies, that will reduce costs. We can do those sorts of things, and I think we've been spending the last week or so trying to find those sorts of things that we can do. But I would really suggest that we all collectively not think about using reserve funds to hire up the city staff. We just can't do that. It would be imprudent to do that, and all of those people that we hire would be vulnerable to losing their jobs in the next downturn, and that's no way to govern It's no way to, it's no way to build a middle class with public employment. It's no way to have our employees manage their own household budgets when they are subject to the whims of the economy like that. So that's the only point I wanted to think I make on reserves. Any other questions or comments, members? All right, then, again, Mr. CAO, we're going to want a comprehensive report back on all of the points made in here, particularly the reduction in services, and as Mr. Bonner pointed out, we want to make sure that we're talking about the same set of numbers here, because I think this is important. These slides about reduction in services are especially compelling, and I can tell you, in my own district, for example, the slide on catch basin cleaning. In much of my district, we're in the lowest part of the valley where all of the storm water from the San Fernando Valley filters down to, and my streets flood every time there's a quarter of an inch of rain because our storm drains aren't cleaned. So it is important not just for that service itself and not just for the environmental benefit, but because of all the other costs that get added on when you don't do those sorts of things. When you have to respond to the damage that's caused from street flooding and so on and so forth. So these are the kinds of things that are cost effective for us to do because they prevent other expenses that will incur in the future. And then one other thing on the police civilian hiring. I think we've all kind of mentioned that, but we are taking steps in that direction this year. We have to take more steps. We didn't really talk about the scientific positions like fingerprint analysis and some of the other things that we still have a deficit in, but we have to do more hiring in that area. And I think those will be high priority areas for all of us. Mr. Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add one thing. First of all, I agreed with everything you just said, a big ditto on everything from the service stuff to the reserve fund. I think you're spot on about the ways in which we could think about selectively and carefully using the reserve fund and the ways in which we shouldn't. I agree wholeheartedly. On the report back from the CAO, one thing, Mr. Krikorian talked about the impact of the catch basin cleaning. Very important to me as well, particularly as the guy who represents the Bay where a lot of the pollution winds up going, but also the brush clearance. That struck me very much when I saw that in the slide. As one of the members of the council who represents an area that is constantly at risk in the mountains of brush fire, the fact that we saw stats that the brush clearance has dropped so dramatically scares the hell out of me, because that's the kind of thing that keeps me up at night is a fire in the Santa Monica Mountains. I was up yesterday in the Mandeville Canyon area where back in the 70s, homes and lives were lost, and that scared me. And I don't think that really came out in our discussion of the fire department budget, the risk of the lot clearance. So if you could particularly focus on that and what we're doing to restore that. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Closing remarks, if I can.
Please.
I'm sorry, Ted wanted to do one other thing before I wrap up. Ted wanted to add one other thing.
I promise to be very brief this time. You guys have made a great, you've been very kind with your time. We thank you for that. I wanted to make two comments. One, we understand that the council has no direct authority to change Proposition 13. What we are suggesting is that the council, which has already gone on record favoring a change, should use its collective moral political clout to publicly encourage such a change going beyond the resolution, and we thought a public education campaign was appropriate. The second point is that, and I think this is central, is that we recognize that you have a very difficult job in balancing priorities and in balancing prudence. But what we believe is that the city has in excess of $100 million in its reserves this year that we recognize you've fought hard to build, that it can appropriately spend, whether it's for, we leave that to you, what it be spent for, but it should be spent for, providing services. And and not harm the city, and stick with the city's policy of 5%. So we believe very strongly that the city should take a mild risk in this regard in the interest of using rainy day funds for a rainy day.
So those are 2 points I was going to make, but thanks, Chair. Look, I think I just broke your microphone here. Look, we all appreciate the invitation collectively and individually. I think some of the points you made about us maybe making a report sooner as opposed to the end of the budget cycle. Again, through the year, we have no problem visiting your offices. We do it a lot even without an invitation. We'll continue to do that. We will always over-communicate as much as we can. Some of the projects, the ideas that you all have discussed, we've been leading those discussions about insourcing for years. What we simply say over and over again is that, you know, the implementation, the expediting of the implementation of these ideas is where it seems to be the delay. Sooner is better than later. What brought us this coalition together, this community coalition, Fix LA coalition, is that we realized that our members, your employees, were also the community. They were in the PTAs, they were in neighborhood councils, they were soft, little league coaches. They were the same people who were providing the services, were using the services. And we also understood and realized that we couldn't just bargain traditional bargaining wages, hours, and working conditions. We had to encompass the whole community about services. It's been 8 years since our last negotiations. A lot of these ideas, these commitments about restoring jobs and how do we best use our resources, we're having those discussions. We'll continue to have those discussions. But we also turn around and we see budget stuff, and when department heads or others say we need 30 and you offer 10, you do this incremental. It doesn't help the cause, or it's a positive thing, but we'd like it to be more aggressive. That's our point. A lot of times we've spoken to you, Councilman Corcoran, and you say a lot. How do we pay for these? How do we pay for these ideas? How do we pay for these things that you're asking for? And I always have this similar conversation with my wife. She, I don't get to ask to buy anything unless I have three ways of paying for it. What about this? What about that? And she always ends up with saying, when does common sense stop being common sense? Well, we think what we're talking about, we believe strongly what we're talking about, it's not just hype, it's common sense. It is a return on investment. The ideas that Ted, our research team, our coalition partners have spoken about, it's a return on investment in the community. They have to be done. The money has to be spent. I agree with Ted that you have a reserve account that's way above what your policy requires. Some of that money is the rainy day fund. It's for that person. And conservatively, even in a conservative way, some of that money can be spent. We talked about some of our employees who are some of our older employees, if you will. I don't know what the succession plan is in the city. I don't know how we replace a heavy-duty equipment operator. It's not an entry-level position. It's a journeyman-type job, and there is no succession plan. The IT department, we realize those things. We've been discussing those things. We've been having talks about those things. But again, when it comes down to the budget, where the money is spent, we get incremental responses. Positive, yes, but not enough. We will continue to have these discussions. We appreciate the opportunity to have these discussions. We will do whatever we have to do to help expedite this process, and we look forward to continuing working with you all and appreciate your time.
All right. Mr. Kretz. Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
If I could just add one thing in response to that. As I said, I'm hesitant to use a lot of our reserves, but I think you make a fair point that if we had to pick a place to do that, it would be in spots that are actually good investment that generate more efficiency for the city. So while I wouldn't necessarily hire enough people to allow us to do 2,600 miles of street instead of 24, I could see us putting some money into IT, which otherwise holds up a lot of our efficiencies and a better run and more fiscally prudent city. I could also see putting some of that into personnel, which would actually allow us to hire up to get the the people that we need to learn from the people that are going to retire. So while I'm not excited about the use of our reserves, if we viewed some of that as an investment that will pay itself back, and then some, those are the places that I would be open to considering.
And we just don't believe that plan of 58% of the new hires being part-time is not the best investment in the community. Career, real jobs, again, it return on investment in the community and the city directly.
Yeah, and I hate to belabor the point on this, but just one final thought. We are kind of, well, let me not presuppose where we end up on this, but the mayor's proposed budget is in fact, if you look at it this way, is in fact using some of what should have been in the reserve to help address this year's budget. If we stuck to the normal policy that the city had already adopted in the difficult times, we would be putting $60 million more into the Budget Stabilization Fund. But instead, that's going into capital improvements. Pursuant to the policy, as long as the capital improvement number needs to be met, we can do that, and that's the mayor's proposal.
And our report back will reflect some of our other creative ideas to help address the mayor's budget.
Yeah, so I think, in some respects, this is not a disagreement. It's an agreement. It's a question of, to what degree we do each of these elements that you're discussing. So
We did acknowledge that $55 million transfer.
Sorry?
I said, oh, it may be on. But we did acknowledge that $55 million transfer and also the $60 million into the UB, but we still are left with the conclusion that there's over $100 million
right.
extra.
And just keep in mind, still several years of deficit ahead of us that we have to address as well. So thank you very much. Appreciate the report. Appreciate all your time here with us today. And I'd like to next invite up the report of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. Mr. Handel et al., welcome.
Good morning, and good morning to all council members and all the staff. My name is Jay Handel. I'm the co-chair of the Budget Advocates for this year. First, I'd like to thank the committee for all the great work they're doing and the time they're putting in. Being around this system for a number of years as Budget Advocate and as Budget Advocate co-chair, and seeing how these hearings have gone over the years, I'm very happy to see that, and I think we're all very happy to see the efficiency and the real depth that you guys put into the hard work of this city budget. And we appreciate it. We thank you. I'd also like to thank the CAO for the report back on our report. And I think it just confirms what Councilmember Krikorian said to the coalition. If you have your reports early and you get them in early, you'll get a report back and be able to at least be able to evaluate it before the end of the budget season. Not that there is any budget season anymore. It seems to be a 12-month process. Before I get started, what I'd like to do is just ask everybody to go around the horn and let you know who we have here and who they represent.
Howard Catron with the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council.
Harvey Goldberg, the Tarzana Neighborhood Council.
Brett Shears, the Empowerment Congress North, and I'm the chair of the ITA and GSD committee.
Daniel Wiseman. I am not a budget advocate, but I have been a budget participant for a long time, and I had quite a hand in the writing of this document that is before you. Thank you.
Terrence Gomes, South Robertson Neighborhoods Council, and also the co-chair with Jay Handel.
Hi, I'm Danielle Lafayette. I'm the chair of Empowerment Congress West Area Neighborhood Development Council and the co-vice chair of the Budget Advocates.
I'm Jack Humphreyville with the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council.
Glenn Bailey, Northridge East Neighborhood Council and Region 2, which is Northwest Valley.
Liz Amston, Historic Highland Park Neighborhood Council.
Eric Sanjurjo, Hollywood United.
John Lieberman, South Robertson Neighborhoods Council.
So what I'd like to do is start by giving a really brief overview of the budget advocates to date. Over the last 3 years, there have been 76 budget advocates participating in the project. We have 36 annually. Of those 76, 4 have served for 3 years in a row. 20 have served for 2 years out of the 3. 52 have served one-year terms, and we're all on one-year elected terms. So we get a very diversified group of people who bring good knowledge and information to the table to help us work on the issues that we work on. Over the past 3 years, we've had over 100 issues that we've brought to council to look at in depth. We're proud to say that of those 100 issues, 30% of them have been adopted by the Inspector General. And of that 30% of them have actually been adopted and are in use. 30% of them are currently being put into play, and the other 30% are on the burner waiting for more staff time and ability to work on them. So we're very proud of the work we do. We believe that unlike other commissions that have worked on budgetary issues in the past, you know, we're here to stay, we dig in 12 months a year, and we're extremely concerned about our city because it's our quality of life, it's our city, and it's our citizens that we represent. We've taken on a much larger role than we have in the past. I think you can see that from the report you got this year. This year alone, there are 118 recommendations that were made. And the fact that the CAO was able to bring a report back as quick as they did is both amazing, and we are very thankful for getting that report back as quick as we did. One of the things Councilman Krikorian did say was it's really good to be at the end. And I've always believed I love to be the last speaker at council because coming in with a prepared speech is always great, but hearing what everybody else has to say is really the best part because it gives you the opportunity to come back with some questions and answers from other people that they may have. And of course, this year is no different. What we heard, what we see today, and listening to some general managers, we talk about streets and sidewalks and the sidewalk issue, and it's not in our report. We do report about sidewalks, but the fact is when we're told that we have no inventory of the assets of the sidewalks, we don't know how many sidewalks we have. We don't know what their condition is. We don't know what's on those sidewalks, what trees, what street furniture, and street furniture ranges everything from the deal that the city has all the way down to newspaper boxes and other street furniture like poles. It would certainly behoove this city, to do an inventory of the asset because you can't control the asset if you don't have an inventory, and that's not in the budget, and it's something we really have to think very long and hard about is funding getting a true asset inventory of the sidewalks. In addition, we've heard in report packs that there's a potential for a big decrease up to 10% in graffiti removal, and we would certainly urge this council to find that money. While we do agree that having a huge and better than ever reserve is important because we've seen Chatsworth, we've seen earthquakes, we know what happens when our money goes very quickly on something that's unexpected. But at the same time, there are some really important infrastructure issues, that this council needs to consider both this year and next year. Because again, it's a process. We came from a very bad economy to now going into an economy where it's not great, but it's better. And we believe these are some of the issues that should be funded. At this point, what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Dr. Dan Wiseman to give us a brief overview and discussion of what we call our philosophy or the new vision for the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Jay. The budget proposal, or the white paper that you have before you, lists the 5 themes, but I'll just speak of them now. The first of these themes that we took up, and we took this up in greater detail than we have in the past, is the basic philosophies that are being used now, or maybe not being used, and I'll talk about some of them that are not being used in a moment, to balance and sustain our budget. You heard about repairing, replacing, and upgrading our infrastructure. The biggest problem there is we just don't know what it is. We haven't got it outlined. We don't have the numbers, or at least this particular group has not been able to find them. Modernization of communication and information management, and bringing our information systems into the 21st century. We've lost a very valuable person in the exit of Mr. Redeker from the ITA. I hope that the replacement and the people that he has will be able to carry that forward. We need to streamline our personnel hiring processes in department after department that we interviewed this year. They told us, well, we've been given authorization to hire new people, but they haven't been able to be activated because of difficulties in the personnel department. The final of the 5 items is creating a permanent inspector general's position. We've just lost our inspector general. You saw him testify before you as the executive director of the Board of Public Works. He's going from one very important position to another, but we need to have a replacement as the Inspector General for Collections. And we continue to find serious difficulty with our collection systems, in which hundreds of millions of dollars are not being collected, which would help very greatly to balance the budget. Now, with that introduction, I'd like to comment on who the Neighborhood Council budget advocates really are. I think they're your greatest bargain. You have at this table, and several others in the audience with us too, and others who've been before you during the week and during the year, a wide, diverse group of very highly qualified minds representing all kinds of positions. We Neighborhood Council people represent far more than the 4 million people who are legal citizens of this city, but all those who work, own property, and in many cases are factual-based, simply people who are interested in participating. And so we, I think, represent a very unique group. Now, I'd like to go through a number of the general problems, and Mr. Chairman, you stop me when I'm done, will you? Because these are things that have not been discussed. The items that were put to you and that have been responded to by the CAO were departmentally based. I want to talk about things that overarch many departments, sometimes all of the departments, sometimes all of the issues that you have been discussing. And the first one is the so-called structural deficit. You've seen the CAO's report, and it's in our reports too, about how this year we have a $166 million deficit. At least we did until the mayor's budget proposal came out. By law, he must balance the budget and remove that structural deficit. But we've seen the same kind of statistics year after year after year, and I don't think we have any guarantee that this year we're really going to be able to bring that down. The data themselves are confusing. It is not clear exactly what the actual expected revenue. It's different from the revenue that the CAO put out in his March 1st report. It's different from what was in the report from the CAO, and it is different in the budget itself. So closing the structural deficit is a continuous process, which really means that you gentlemen and the mayor have to really start thinking of where we're putting our money. The fact, and I'm glad to hear you say this, Mr. Krikorian, today, that there was really only 1 year in the so-called Great Recession in the last 6 or 7 years in which the income actually decreased. And there was, of course, only 1 year in which there was a decrease in actual expenditures. But it took 4 years to recover from that 1 year's difficulty. The statistic that we consider is not that it takes 77% of our money to run our city in terms of budgeted employee costs. It takes more like 85%. And at various times that statistic was not only spoken by the budget advocates, but by other representatives, including representatives of the CAO's office. Now, the basic problem then is that we have a city that runs on 80 or 90% employee costs, and that leaves only 10 to 20% of monies for operating costs, pencils, pens, resources for the actual departments to do their work. You know, and any of you who have run businesses know, there's no business, no matter how service connected. And I was a physician for many years. That's as much of a service-connected business as there is. You can't run a business with that kind of operating expenses. And so one of the things that is, I think, one of your most difficult tasks and one of the most important ones is to realign the funds. I can't see that we can really do what this city needs to do given the amount of money it has to do it. And especially given the amount of money that has to be given to our employees and used for our operating budget. It's a very serious, overarching thing, which, if that's added to the feedback from the CAO, is a whole series of council meetings, I suspect, and committee meetings as well. So the upcoming labor management negotiations that are in process now and which have not been completed for the members of the coalition, for 2/3 of our employees, are going to be critical in the success of our budget next year. Now, one of the philosophies that has been spoken of since 2011, when then Controller Wendy Gruhl proposed that we start considering performance-based budgeting. I'm just going to go to the bottom line right now. All the talk about performance-based budgeting in the last four years has been just that talk. We haven't really moved in the direction of putting real performance. The mayor's proposal has pages 17 to 26 of items that have been elicited out of the various departments, but they're nothing that they haven't been doing already. There's no dollar figures to them. There's no total responsibility to them. Until we know what the total responsibility, until we know and publicize what the total responsibility of the city is, performance-based budgeting is just a bunch of words and not much action. I certainly hope that there'll be new and better action on part of our city's decision makers. Now, another problem that is, I think, basic, and it's far more basic than some of the responses I heard last week, is the fact that this city has a serious problem in not being able to fund its activities between July 1 and December 1. Now, because of that, we produced the TRAN, and everybody who knows me knows I'm interested in the TRAN. But the reason I'm interested in the TRAN is because this city has done nothing to move their income stream into a pattern in which the necessity for the TRAN was not present. And I think that's something different that I don't know that I've been able to speak those words to you before, but I think that's something I'd like to emphasize today. A government or a business or a financial operation that knows it's going to have difficulty during a specific period of time and does nothing about it is not really performing very well and can never perform very well. We're not farmers who are planting a crop of wheat that we can't afford to sow and to reap and to put to market. And so we have to hedge against that and then hope we sell enough to be able to pay back our debt. We're a city that has to fund $120 million every 2 weeks. That's our big obligation. It's our biggest ongoing obligation. And we can't do it for 6 months of the year. I would hope that this conversation is just the beginning of what is a very important primary principle that the city has really not addressed in my experience. I've taken a lot of interest, and so have many of my colleagues here at this desk, in the activities of our Inspector General for Collections. I've spoken to you about how the collections for the fire department is a problem. There are several problems that are not only citywide problems, but they're statewide. The fire department is unable to bill for the medical services that it provides, and that would take a state adjustment of their laws to be able to permit us to do. The other area where that is true is workers' compensation. Right now, 90% of the workers' compensation money that this city pays, it's about $65 million. Well, it was several years ago. It's well above $60 million per year, goes to the police department. And it goes to the police department because sworn officers in the state of California have a special presumption of activity that is in several state laws. That presumption is, if during their tenure as a police officer or as a fire officer or as a public safety officer of several other kinds, they experience certain problems, the workers' compensation hearing boards and judges are required to grant their requests, grant their claims, pay for what turns out to be very expensive, both living costs as well as medical costs, for a fairly long period of time. I haven't heard that spoken of here, although it was intimated in some of the conversations. The way in which our workers' compensation problem is set up is beyond our control, beyond city control, because it's controlled by the state. And what really happens is a police officer who's wearing a 25 to 35 pound brown belt, those belts with their gun and all their equipment on it, and now they're going to add maybe another pound worth of camera. Although it may not go on their belt. It gets toward the end of their career. They then claim, they put in a workers' comp claim for low back pain. And as a physician, I can tell you that's one of the diagnoses that you can never disprove. And the workers' comp courts are required to grant those claims, and it's costing us a great deal of money. Yes, it could be diminished if the police department had and made sure that its officers were not only kept fit, strong enough to carry these belts around and do their other activities, but proved that they were able to do so, because disputing these things is too difficult for words. I've taken more than my time already, but I would like the opportunity to talk about the TRAN again at the end of the day when you introduce that as your subject matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. And I want to thank Dan, because Dan is not a budget advocate this year, but I have to say we had a number of people who weren't actually elected as budget advocates who worked with the committee who are becoming more and more involved, and that really helps us with the depth of work that we do. What I'd like to do now, if I can, we have a number of people around the table, all of whom have written part of the reports, and some of which they've heard answers to or received answers to, and may have some additional input they would like to give to the committee before we move forward with any potential questions. So I'd like to start with, the two big ones, and that is the IT and Brett, and see what it is he has that he would like to add on to what we've done.
Well, as Councilman Koretz was saying towards the end of the comments in the last round, IT, this is the kind of thing that's so important and impacts everybody, and that's what we've got across the board. Pretty much every department that we interviewed mentioned how IT was inhibiting their productivity or ability to communicate. And one of our recommendations was actually, it was kind of a forceful one, to empower someone to make sure that or some group to make sure that kind of communication and coordination can happen. And the report back, which I just saw for the first time 20 minutes ago from the CAO, was something to the effect of there's a committee already in place that the ITA general manager chairs, and that's where coordination happens. That is not where coordination can happen. It's not for, and they also mentioned that as a response for larger scale projects, that they're vetted in that area, but we feel strongly that it was such a universal claim that this coordination inhibited the productivity of workers that it has to be something that can be done. That's not saying transfer all the powers to ITA or their general manager or someone in that capacity, whether it's the chief innovation officer, whoever ends up taking the reins of some of those responsibilities. The point is that this coordination is key. And some of it that was actually through the budget submittal of ITA is mentioned through other efforts. So whether it's management systems, that these systems are going to be in place to actually show the kind of information that people need, that they can use and not have to maybe coordinate as much in the sense that they have to check with other people. But this speaks to Jay's point about really just keeping track of these things. So whether you're talking about customer management system, whether you're talking about payroll management, whether you're talking about supply management, all of these things, what we're talking about ultimately is technology. And in the report back, it mentioned something to the effect of we're in the beginning stages of funding, and it's kind of unfortunate that we're in the beginning stages of funding all of these different things, but it's a great first step, and I would say these are the kind of things that we need funded upfront immediately to get going, because they're going to increase the productivity so much across the board. And we did have some other recommendations that I think are being addressed quite well in terms of hiring, bringing on 10 to 30 new staff at ITA is going to be great. I would just encourage ITA, if you can also put a little pressure on them to recruit from things like the armed services veterans. Those people have great IT skills, and if there can be a program that we can put in place to actually recruit them a little more strongly, and we have a lot of talented graduates from all of our schools who I think would really be a great asset to ITA. And that just speaks to a larger problem that they have. We know it's across the board. There's an aging workforce, but if there were ever a department that needed young blood, it's ITA. I think we all recognize that. So put a little more emphasis on that. And this kind of goes hand in hand with the bringing in the new technology. A lot of the reason the older workers are there and entrenched and successful and probably doing a good job is because they're dealing with older technology. So it makes some logical sense, but at the same time, it's inhibiting us otherwise. So those are some things that I would really strongly encourage the council to put a little pressure on and ITA to adopt more generally.
And many of the departments are intertwined, so we have a number of people who have worked on 3, 4, 5 different departments and can give a brief report. Especially Public Works. For instance, I'd like to start with Eric on the Public Works.
Sure, and then if you'll forgive me just to make one general comment, because I see Gracie and Lydia from Bonk in the back. I heard the term experiment used many times. I have several pet peeves, having worked for the City Council many years, and one of them is the reference to Neighbor Council as an experiment. We are part of the city charter. We're not going away without a public vote. If I could suggest another term that we could start using next year, it's a relationship. It's a relationship between the public and the city and the elected officials. And, of course, we are a hybrid of the two, because most of us are elected officials ourselves who have to go through elections, and then we don't raise money. It's not as big a deal, but it's something in between the two. So just my own little pet issue. Talking about some of the issues that came up in the departments, so one recommendation I did see from the CAO I was most excited about was number 71 about street sweeping for sanitation. I think it would be awesome, and as I'm looking around the horseshoe and I see several budget analysts who I have dealt with in the past, it'd be wonderful if we could get a couple of these recommendations actually in the budget, so that next year, next month, when we start pitching people to be part of next year's budget effort, we can say to them, we got 5, 6, whatever recommendations out of the 118 in the city budget. And this is a no-brainer. It's a special funded $150,000 sanitation giving GPS to the motor vehicle drivers, so that ties into one of the mayor's priorities about having DOT and sanitation work more together. I think that's an easy one. I haven't had a chance to read, obviously, all of them, but that would be a simple one to do. We talked about some of the other recommendations. Under DOT, we had a couple of recommendations that are in this vein about using the neighbor council as a resource. I know, we can at times be a mixed bag, but one of the things that DOT, certainly we know they've had some staffing problems as they get additional people. Hopefully they won't be so crunched. But, use us. We all have transportation committees. I am in charge of mine for my neighbor council. Just like we have the field deputies. Send us some of the bigger picture issues. Don't analyze what to do with major intersections in our communities and then not talk to us. If you get a request from somebody about something that's 5 miles away from their house, send it to the neighbor council. That's why we're here. So if someone's talking about Franklin and Bronson in my area, we're going to want to weigh in on that, down to every single parking space that's in front of the local cleaner. We're going to have an opinion. Let us help you out. We've had some very positive, collaborative meetings with DOT when they've used that approach. Maybe with a little bit more time, they'll be more interested in doing that. Under Rec and Parks, just to clarify a little bit some of the intent, some of our recommendations, particularly around the Greek. For those of you who followed that process, and certainly I think more money went into the lobbying for that than was actually on the table for the actual contract. The CAO did not produce an analysis of that contract. What was said in committee, which was a week before it was sent to council, was, if you would like us to do an analysis, we can, but it's going to take a month. And this, of course, was a process that took several months to get to council. So our suggestion was, if it's above a certain dollar threshold, just have that be a standing rule that, yes, you're going to have to do an analysis. You have people who are working on this from within the commission and the department. Let's take a look at that when it comes to council, have that ready to go so that we don't have to request that as a separate standing item. Also, we talked about a little bit about Quimby fees, just to clarify the CAO's comments. My understanding is market rate apartments don't charge Quimby, so we're not talking about condos. So looking at that as additional funding source. And then looking at sidewalks, we talked about some issues around how the city can approach that subject. We want to see the commission weigh in. We're happy to see that is occurring. And then lastly, contract administration, listening to the comments from the unions that were just speaking. One of the things that came up again, kind of what Brett was saying, that came up time and time again, is the inflexibility of the city's hiring process. And although there apparently are some different mechanisms of temporary hires that, for example, grant-based departments such as DOT are interested in, also bringing in people from the outside, maybe cheaper workers, worker training programs, apprenticeship programs, which I know from talking to some of the private sector unions, they're very interested in participating with the city. There might be ways, we look at the sidewalk program as a major opportunity, copying what Councilmember Parks did with Lonnie, to bring in some groups from the outside and make that your next generation of employees, just like the city did with the curb cut program in the early 90s, where those people were trained, they got in the door, became public works employees, and now they're the folks who are retiring and have to be replaced. So anyway, thank you.
Liz, please.
I worked on city clerk, CAO, finance, and controller. The significant response I had from all these departments is they needed funding to do their jobs properly. We had made several recommendations, two of which involved chargebacks. The response in this document that we just got is that it's an internal thing. It doesn't need to be done. The thing is, if it's not done, then the departments themselves need to be funded properly to accommodate what's going on, what the demand on their services are. We also need to look more, I think, at potential income. I mean, there's the Inspector General, but in terms of audits, if we spend more on auditing, the return at the moment, I believe, is $3.46 for every dollar spent. I think that sort of justifies itself, and we are short on auditors. The other thing is that if we don't have the auditing systems in place, people are going to know they can get away with things. So it's a very wise investment to include that. We also need money to look ahead, to develop contingency plans so the city can react swiftly and more effectively to economic swings, but also to earthquakes, medical, and other emergencies. all these departments need the resources to do these things properly. They want to do their jobs well, and it's up to the city to fund them properly so they can get that done. And let's see, I had one more funding, and I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Briefly, I'd like to have Harvey talk to us about the pension systems.
As Jay said, I did work on the pension systems, and I sat here last week when we had the two pension plans, LACERS and the fire police plans, and there was some questions regarding the assumed rates of return. And all the committee members should have a sheet of paper that I prepared, and it compared our assumed rates of return for LACERS and fire police, which is 7.5%, to CalPERS, which is 7.5%, Orange County Retirement System, which is 7.25%, and New York State and New York City retirement systems, which are 7%. And this compares to 10-year returns for each of these plans, including ours, running from 6.87 to Orange County to 7.2 for CalPERS, 7.26 for New York State, and 7.52 for New York City, and 7.8 and 7.75 for LACERS and fire police. I think our assumed rates of return are very reasonable, and if anything, possibly on the high side compared to other large pension plans. I know the inclination is to say, well, we can do much better than that. Well, we can engineer funds to get higher returns, but when you do that, you also take more risks. And taking a greater risk puts us at risk on a downturn or when the market does not perform well. Also, as compared to historically, fixed income securities are at the lowest rates they've been in generations. We can't look at performance from 20 and 30 years ago and assume that we're going to get that today. When you grew up, you never saw mortgages at 2.75%, 3%, 3.5%, and 4%. They were 6 and higher. 30 years ago, mortgage rates were 18%. We cannot duplicate those types of returns. Putting that on the side, the pension plans require a contribution of roughly $1 billion a year. Our budget, excluding the police and fire and the fixed portions, is only $5.6, $5.7 billion. We're almost at 20% of our total discretionary spending is going to pension plans. The police and fire employees contribute, or we contribute on behalf of them, roughly 47% of their salary. And that doesn't include the cost of time off for sick days, holidays, and vacation. For LACERS employees, Tier 1, we're contributing almost 29% of their salary towards the pension plan. Tier 2, which is questionable, and we don't know if that will be able to exist or not based upon litigation, we're still contributing almost 23% right now. Private industry has moved away from defined benefit pension plans, and the, quote, state of the art is defined contribution. Most government agencies started with defined benefit and have stayed there. But it seems like these plans might not be sustainable. Over the last 2 years, the budget advocates, as well as last year, the 2020 Commission, has recommended that we put together a commission on retirement security and review what are our alternatives, what is right for the city employees. I know that the Council has been directed to look at some recommendations from the 2020 Commission, but I do not believe that there was a recommendation to look at the recommendation from 2020 regarding a Commission on Retirement Security. And we strongly support that, both historically and following the 2020 Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle, please.
Okay. Hello. I'm talking about the Economic and Workforce Development Department. And what I would like to add is just similar to all the departments, more transparency, especially with that department. When questions are asked and things need to be done, we need to know what's going on. Joining departments, having something where the partnerships, we can expand partnerships with community-based organizations, workforce development, and the youth development, youth source centers. So making sure that the criteria that the organizations need can be a little bit more open. A lot of people are not being able to access the grants or the funds that are there because of the larger organizations that receive the funds. Or helping out with partnerships that people from those communities can actually work or do work in the communities in which they serve because they identify with those communities. Also having a system set up, a database system where everything is connected so that we can know or ask questions to the right person and get the right answers. And I'm also with libraries, so just our report is for creating more spaces for libraries, smaller spaces if it's at recreation and parks, or smaller spaces, churches, or things that can utilize libraries for the community, not just for books, but maybe the things that libraries also have, the technology, the learning spaces, the art, different things that libraries have. A lot of communities are not able to access those if they're too far or because of the boundaries in which the libraries are in. So I would say a lot of funding for economic and workforce development and libraries is being wasted because it's not put in the right spaces and the right people are not able to access them. So that is all. Oh, and so, sorry to add, but also with connecting to what Brett said with IT and with younger people being able to access or get grants or be a part of the process so that we can create a system that actually works for the next generation.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Jack Humphreyville. He's got some responses to some input today, and I'd like to hear those and have council hear that.
Steal these from you? Okay, this works. I'd like to comment on two areas. First of all is the Infrastructure Committee report that we put together. Obviously, there's a huge budget for deferred maintenance. People have mentioned $10 billion or more, $5 to $6 billion of which is for the streets and sidewalks. The suggestions that we had are, one, I think the city needs to put together a status report. What is the true status of our streets and our sidewalks? So, for example, in sidewalks, there's a 2008 report that says only 6% of our sidewalks are tree damaged. On the other hand, we hear that it's 40% or 4,600 miles. What is it, and how much is it going to cost? I think the second part on the infrastructure is we need to develop a plan, an operating plan as to how you're going to go about fixing our streets and our sidewalks, our parks, our street lights, and buildings and facilities and all those various things. There's no plan. And if there's no plan, how are you going to be able to go out to us and ask us for a tax increase like you were thinking about in July of 2014 or for the November 14 ballot? So that's the issue on the infrastructure. We need to know what the status is, and we need to have a plan. In terms of today's comments, I was struck by several things. One, the people were talking about that we ought to hit the reserve fund. Well, from my perspective, I think this year we hit the reserve fund for about $150 million. One was the $80 million. Granted, it's down from $117 the previous year. We have the extra money coming out of the Special Parking Revenue Fund. I think that was $32 million and change. And then we have the triple flip, which I think was $38 million of found money. So we rated the reserve fund, from my perspective, by about $150 million. I think the CEO's recommendation, which I would concur with, is that we need to have about a 10% reserve fund. So that would be close to call it $500 million for rounding. And we're at, $300 million or something like that, including the budget stabilization fund. So I think we have a long way to go because, we've been on a 7-year roll for the last 6 years. Our economically sensitive revenues are up over $800 million, or 26%. That ain't going to last. So I think that's a comment with regards to the reserve fund. On the pensions, I think the CEM report was very interesting, but I think a couple of points. One, that applied to private equity funds, the 2 and 20 guys, the hedge funds, the KKRs of the world, as opposed to just generally managed funds. I think the second thing is that our LACERs, as far as I think I read a report that they had actually benchmarked their survey, their performance, and they had by CEM, as it so happens, and that their returns were above average and their expenses were below average. So I think LACERs has done a very good job on that. Plus, from what I understand, they've sort of cleaned up their portfolio, making it not as complicated and having as many managers. And I think that's a function of basically telling some of the politically connected fund managers that, they're just not welcome. I think the same thing is true with fire and police. From my perspective, I think we have, 2 pretty decent managers there that have done a very workmanlike, honest job. I'd also like to comment on the Fix LA program. I'd like to see a report back from the CAO. Not that Miguel doesn't have enough work to do already, but I remember reading that, and I thought it was probably one of the biggest crocs I've ever read in my life. One, we talk about the credit default swaps, which we could save $24 million with, but I think as Mr. Bonin said, asked, I don't think there's any cities that have, gone out and renegotiated these swaps. Quite frankly, by doing that, it makes the city look like a bunch of, like we almost want a default. And Wall Street may be all sorts of things, but a lot of these people that own the swaps or the counter swaps are not necessarily the investment banks, but a bunch of private institutions that are involved in our pensions and things along those lines. I think there's also, I also think on the Fix LA, there's all sorts of money being thrown around, like we could use the pension funds to guarantee our letters of credit. I couldn't think of a worse idea in my entire life to have people's retirement savings back, writing letters of credit for 1/4 of a point. That's just, plus to say nothing of all the fiduciary opportunities. And I think the business about all the fees that we could save, I think somebody's smoking dope there. And having been involved in that industry for a little bit, they just seemed unrealistic.
Yeah, okay, right. Then.
Dope industries?
Sorry. And the good thing is we didn't get into the medical marijuana issue. Yeah. That's a whole nother revenue stream we'll talk about someday.
Yeah, I guess the final one is on our workforce. One of the things I'd be interested in is how do we go about determining how efficient our workforces are? Is our cost per ton of collecting garbage, consistent with other municipalities and other private contractors? How about fixing our streets and our sidewalks? Are our city workers, performing on the same, as efficient as others? And unfortunately, I don't believe there's any performance-based valuations of our city employees like there is in the private sector. So that's one of the areas that I think I'd like to look at. The other one that was very successful in New York City was the ability to have managed competition, where you have city workers on the one hand and you have private contractors on the other hand sort of working on various projects. We actually saw that at DWP when they were replacing major pipelines, where one of the IBW work crews came in at twice budget and took twice as long. That was about 6 or 7 years ago. So I think, the concept of our workforce for benchmarking and performance evaluations and managed competition would be fairly interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. So The two departments that I personally worked on were personnel and Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. So personnel, the overriding theme we've heard from all the different departments, and then going to personnel and listening to them is their own staffing. You know, it's like a funnel. And we bring all the departments have to come into the funnel, except for, I believe, city attorney, who does their own hiring. And when they get to the neck of the funnel, there's nobody there to help them. So when hiring takes 9 to 12 months to get a staff position through, it's interesting to me, you know, that we allocate money at the beginning of the fiscal year, but we can't spend it during the whole fiscal year because we can't get somebody hired in time to use that money. It's completely inefficient. It makes every department inefficient. It makes the quality of life in our city bad. And it makes the city look inefficient. Because, frankly speaking, if we're going to target our dollars, let's target our dollars to unclog the drains. And one of the big drains is the personnel department. We need to get people hired when you guys say they can hire them. Not today you can hire them, and we'll talk to you in a year and see if you got them hired. That's a really, really big concern. Probably the two biggest concerns that budget advocates have worked on are IT and personnel. There's no question that those two are major, major log jams. The other department I worked on is my parochial department, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. You got a report, a letter back from the general manager requesting three things. Two of them are, at best, lunch money, you know, over the course of a year for certain groups. And that's the roughly $80,000 requested for project assistance to support the funding program. The funding program is by far one of the biggest issues that neighborhood councils deal with daily, and that your staff end up dealing with almost daily, with neighborhood council people screaming at you. You know, this is an $80,000, call it a Band-Aid, call it whatever you want, but you know, without the extra staff, this department just cannot function the way it needs to support the neighborhood council system, which is its mandate under the charter. The second amount of money is the $25,800 that was requested, and it's a very small amount of money, and it's basically comes down to training times. Now, I can tell you as a chair of the mentoring program, I spend $24,000 a year of my own money driving around this city helping neighborhood councils that we're asked to help, and so do my fellow mentoring program people. So not putting $25,000 in is really offensive to me, as opposed to just an egregious mistake. Because when we as a group of 9 spend upwards of $80,000 to $100,000 supplying councils with volunteer help, and we can't get $25,000 for our staff to get them into vehicles, to get them out there and be able to and get the training materials they need, it just shows a real lack of focus on that core mission. The last part of that part of her report, Gracie's report, is the online voting. You've heard people say, I hate it. You've heard people say, I like it. You've heard people say, I'm scared of it. You've heard people say, I want to try it. The feeling is really simple. Number one, the department has saved that money already. That money is there. So the CAO's report, the report back that says it's not funded in the mayor's budget because there was no money there. The fact of the matter is, the way you guys float money into neighborhood council budget, into Dunn's budget, it is a float. You're going to give them this much money. They didn't spend this much money. So all you actually fund that next year, while you say it's this much, you're only funding actually the balance in between. So that money that the department saved, and saved very well, should be put into that online voting and given people the opportunity to take that experiment, if we want to call it, of online voting and see what we can do to engage more people. The name of the department is not Dunn anymore. It shouldn't be the Department of No Employees. It should be empowerment, which is what we're supposed to be doing, is empowering the 4 million people in our city to become part of the process. Well, we can't do that without tools, and this is a new tool that should give us at least double, if not more, in the first election cycle. So the fact that the money is there, that there are neighborhood councils who are willing to say yes, not just the ones who say, no, I'm scared of it, okay? We should go ahead and fund that money. And since the money's already there, you should fund the entire department budget as requested and leave that other money as separate money so that they can make sure that that happens. The last part on the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, someone whispered in my ear about a couple of weeks ago that how come the budget advocates don't actually look at the neighborhood councils themselves and look at their budgeting and what they do? Well, in fact, we do look at what they do, and we have some numbers for you. So here's interesting numbers. In the last fiscal year, the city swept unused money of $568,903.23. That's money not spent by neighborhood councils. There are some reasons for it that are legitimate, like their funds were frozen or they were in exhaustive efforts, they were having issues. And there's other neighborhood councils, quite frankly, that there's no real reason that they didn't spend it other than the fact they didn't have good training and they really don't know how to go out and work and put together a marketing and marketing and branding budget to make the neighborhood council get out to their community. And that's where we're understaffed and we're having that hard time. 12 neighborhood councils out of, at that time, 95, fully used their money down to zero. 11 neighborhood councils had less than $1,000 left. A total of 21 neighborhood councils had $2,000 and less in their budget, which means that 2/3 of the neighborhood councils actually didn't spend all of their money. Now, again, with $568,000 that was swept, and on top of that, roughly $100,000 that was allowed to go into Budget Advocate and Congress account to be able to fund the activities of those two. So it's really $668,000. So when we look at moving forward and additional funding, and we always hear, you know, we want to be restored, we want to be back to $50,000, we want, you know, the maximum amount of dollars, you know, in some cases it might actually be premature to do that. But having said that, it's not premature to fund additional money so that those well-functioning councils could actually do even more and better in their community. And that would be forming a pot of money that would be available for grants by neighborhood councils to be able to do more things and hold maybe better elections, put more money into elections this year. So there's more numbers, there's more information on individual neighborhood councils, on regions, how they spent, and I'd be happy to share that at some point if anyone really wants to see that information. Having said that, I believe we are down to Terrence.
Thank you. Council members, before I get started on it, I just wanted to let you know, Jay had said that this isn't a budget season. It's an actual year-long budget process, and the neighborhood councils are very much involved in that. We're already looking at fiscal year 16-17, and with the start of the kickoff of Budget Day, which is on June 27th, right here in City Hall. We'd also like to invite the Coalition of Labor, because many of the ideas they had, we share the same ideas, and as co-chair, I'd like to invite them. Also, Councilmember Krikorian, we still haven't gotten your RSVP yet for the day, so just want to let you know that. Now, to go on, the charter mandates that neighborhood councils are to weigh in on city services as part of the budget process. And to recap, the neighborhood council, or the budget advocates of the neighborhood council, met with 31 departments. There was a common theme throughout all the departments that we met with, and it was really three ideas. One, they want to be forward thinking. We already saw what was in the rearview mirror of 2008 and forward. We want to see what's going forward and be able to develop a department that would actually create that forward thinking. But at the same time, they were also always saying that they lacked the budget and lacked the resources to be able to meet that core critical mission that was mandated either by the charter or what their department was, the mission. Also, they wanted to be fiscally responsible. I mean, we even had the Coalition of Labor here today that was looking at how they could be fiscally responsible with the city and what they do. They were also looking to be planning for the future, to have Los Angeles as a world-class city. Now, with the BAs, we really want to leave you with three ideas. And the first one, though, was that looking at our 118 recommendations, and I'd like to thank Miguel Santana and his staff for actually coming up this year with an actual response to all of our 118 recommendations to the City Council. Now, I wish I had more time than just doing a cursory view of what was actually in it, but I did see some things that they did say that should actually be funded immediately. And those should be, as this committee here should look at it and actually start funding them. The other items in there they looked at could save money, but there needed to be more ideas. And other stuff they said was almost like budget dust. Now, I know some of the members of this committee know what budget dust is because they spent time in Sacramento. And to the others, though, budget dust, although Sacramento says it's not important, it's very important because when you look at, there's this little canyon out by Arizona that started out with a little river and some dust. Now it's called the Grand Canyon. When you look in Egypt, there's Xerxes and this guy called King Tut. We didn't know that their pyramids were there because they were all covered with budget dust until in the 20s they actually dug them up, and now we have them. So with that saying, with the budget dust, the Inspector General, which is another position that we should actually have filled because the amount of budget dust he found that, or what the council thought was budget dust, has turned into a tremendous amount of money. Out of the recommendations that the budget advocates had, he actually looked at 30 of those recommendations. A third of them have been implemented. A third of them are in process right now, and a third of them are budget dust, which should be reevaluated and looked at. The second item is personnel. We've talked about personnel in IT. Well, personnel. We need to fill the authorized positions immediately. As you saw from the presentation of the Coalition of Labor, 60% of the workforce is 46 years of age or older. They're getting really close to retirement. Also, when you look at 40% of the workforce is going to be retiring in the next 5 years. That's 10 to 12,000 employees leaving. What does that mean? Institutional knowledge is leaving our doors. That means we're going to have to either reinvent the wheel or fund an actual plan and manage this retirement so that we're able to maintain that institutional knowledge, and then also at the same time plan on how we're going to be forward thinking with these new employees, because these are all going to be millenniums coming in, and it's all about the technology age. And that's the third thing: technology, technology, technology. I don't know how else to say it, but technology. We're wasting, we're losing tens of millions of dollars that are wasted every year because of lack of technology. Whether that LA Fire used to have an archaic script that they used to read to people when they called 911. Now they're getting the trucks out there and they have GPS and everything else to follow it. I mean, think about when you hire Millennium and they come to City Hall, and then if they're working for Ron Galper and he says, go down to the basement and go look at our computers. You know, the ones that have the plastic over it that look like water closets. I mean, that's not technology. That's archaic. I mean, it's legacy. We must maintain legacy. But at the same time, we must move forward. Also, when we were meeting with the departments, 30 out of 31 of the departments identified this issue as technology, technology, technology. The only one department, now it's actually two departments, the two pension systems, but we, for all intents and purposes, we looked at them as one department. Hey, they said their IT department's great. You know why? It's because it's outside IT department that's actually running it, not our city department. So, and in closing, we need to fund core charter departments. We need to get back to basics so that we could create a path to Los Angeles as being a world-class city. Thank you, gentlemen.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess the last thought I have to give, and it really epitomizes when we talk about technology. We were going to have a regional budget day a few weeks ago, and the idea was that the mayor would speak from here, and we'd have 5 other locations around the city to really engage the people and talk about the budget. And one of the biggest reasons for the failure was the city buildings around the city aren't Wi-Fi capable, so we couldn't broadcast it into our own buildings. Very pathetic in this day and age. So when we talk about technology, you know, that's probably the base lowest common denominator and work its way up. So we thank you. We thank you for the opportunity. We would certainly entertain any questions you might have of us. But again, we thank you, and we would hope that you would forward a motion on to City Council to allow a briefer and more in-depth presentation at Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your continuing very diligent work. I know how time and labor intensive this is to do the work that you do, and we appreciate it very much. And I also want to echo your thanks to the CAO's office for the prompt response and analysis of these proposals. It makes it so much easier for all of us, I think, to be able to have an idea and a response and consider those things together rather than having an idea sit on a shelf and wait and wait. And this is a very useful tool for us going into this. We're going to have, I'm sure, a number of questions, but before we do, if you'll allow me, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, members, it's 20 after 12 when we conclude questions and comments and discussion with budget advocates. We'll take a brief 45-minute break for lunch, and then we'll come back and hear the CAO, the General City Purposes Fund, Unappropriated Balance, the Reserve, MICLA, CIEP, the TRAN, and Exhibit H after lunch. With regard to reports back, I'm very pleased to let you know that as of now we have, as of the end of business on Friday, we had 69 budget impact reports requested and 29 special studies reports requested. Last year, we had 156 budget impact reports requested, so we are on a tear in cutting that number down, and that's great news. So department heads who are listening to this, please know that the Budget and Finance Committee has done our part, and now it's your responsibility. So get your reports back. Please, right now, get on them and get them done, because we don't want to have situations like we've had every single year where we're waiting for reports back. We're taking breaks from the Budget and Finance Committee to wait for reports to come in. That cannot happen. We only have 69 reports to date. Please get those reports back immediately. So with that, the only other point on reports, members, is you do have a list in front of you, as we've done every day. Please review that with your staff. Make sure that the wording is correct the way you want it. And before we break for lunch, we'll take any revisions or changes that you want to make. So with that, thank you again. I'm going to go first to Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay. This is great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the hard work that all of you have put in, not just Harvey, who's in my area and who I know, but the rest of you who I don't know as well. I know you volunteer your time, but you really have dug in at an incredible level, and it's just know that as a council member, I really appreciate that and take it very seriously. All of the items that you have. I look forward to going through the CAO's point-by-point analysis and seeing how much of this we can put in there. I really like the emphasis on technology. It's a song I've been singing ever since I've gotten here, and the city has moved light years from where it was over the last almost 2 years since I've been here. So we should be proud of us moving in the right direction, but there is more that we can do. And it comes down to that nexus of efficiency and budgeting with what you're talking about, performance-based budgeting and technology, because it's one of the few areas that you can do more with less. Famously, Moore's Law, the founder of Intel, talked about doubling the number of transistors per square inch on a circuit breaker every year, and that was the concept of technology being able to be a force multiplier. So I'm thrilled about that, and we'll work with you on that. Some of the things we've been doing, the asset management system, the recommendations about moving off the mainframe, as noted, we're moving in that direction, but we could go further. I really like the idea about linking the new asset management system to the LA Open Data Portal. That's something very specific, and I want to make sure that we get a report back on that from CAO. I don't know if that's in here. I didn't see it in these report backs, but I want to make sure that we cover that. So I'll put that out there. So those are all great things, and the CityLink LA too, about how we need to get our buildings linked up, and the overall concept of CityLink. We have the RFP coming out very soon in May for the overall process of CityLink LA. And the other word I want to put into your vocabulary, if it's not already there, is virtual infrastructure. You talk about the physical infrastructure, and I look at them as two sides of the coin. We have to get our virtual infrastructure in place just as much as our physical infrastructure. And those are the kinds of things that you're talking about. And one of the things I want to look into and would love for the advocates to weigh in at some point is what should be the level of investment. We have the 1% for our infrastructure on physical, but perhaps we need to look toward a virtual percentage as well for our networks. It's a little trickier because the definition of what is virtual infrastructure is changing. It used to be buying these large mainframes, and now we're talking about moving off the mainframe to the cloud and doing things that are more lease-based and more out there in where we've contracted with the private sector for some of these high, the technology aspects. I did want to ask a question about the GSD. I chaired the ITGS Committee, Information Technology General Services Committee. The one thing that concerned me was that there was in your report about the seasonal workers at GSD.
I'll give it to Bon, that's fine.
That was in yours. I'm not sure about that. I wanted to ask about that because I felt like, GSD, we need to get more full-time workers there and need to beef that aspect up. I don't feel like we're in a position on seasonal workers. I wanted to understand that position. That may not be something at the tip of any of your minds, but that was one in my areas I wanted to at least ask about because it concerned me.
Yeah, so as chair of the GSD committee, ITA and GSD, it was really just about to get to this point about flexibility, about how GSD is the department that really has to have the highest amount of dexterity because they work in so many different areas. So if there is a measure to get at that kind of flexibility, that's something we would just strongly encourage across the board. And I think we would agree with having the full-time workers as well because they just such a big backlog in terms of maintenance workers, mechanics, and things of that nature that I think that would be the top priority. And this flexibility portion, this other point to get at would be lower, but the point is, I think just personally from what I heard in meeting with them is that something that we could see some progress on, just what it means to have flexibility in a department that needs that kind of flexibility.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I want us to focus on getting the flexible workforce, meaning getting people who are trained in the different areas, highly trained, and getting, they're so understaffed right now for, they're one of these capacity organizations, parts of the city, just like ITA, GSD, they're the back house for the city, and they always are the first to get starved when the budgets are being cut, but it's sort of penny wise and pound foolish to do that. So I want to make sure that we beef them up. When you were talking about budget dust, it reminded me, I used to work years ago. I was in D.C. working on the House budget. I was staff on the House Budget Committee, and the term of budget dust was in the $1 billion range. And I remember when Chairman Panetta, we were finishing up and we were about $1 billion off, and he said, it's rounding error. So it's a lot of times it's where you sit, where your perspective is, but we do need to, on the city level particularly, there are, all the little things that we mentioned are important, and we need to look down at every dollar of efficiency. And the other thing I agree with, but take a little issue with, talk about performance-based budgeting. I'm a big advocate of that. I've talked about that for years, but I think we are moving in that direction. A lot of the reports that the mayor put out has been talking about metrics, and defining what the city does and miles of road paved. And I think it's really important for us to move in that direction. But I guess I caution against pure, these are definitional things, pure performance-based budgeting in the sense that your budget is directly dependent on your performance, because part of our budgeting process is also an expression of values. And if there is a department that may be highly valued in what they're doing but not performing well, we need to know that to respond to it, but that shouldn't mean an automatic cut to that service, because that may not be a reflection of our values. So it's more about sort of performance-informed budgeting is where I think we need to really focus on. And I know we get lost in the terms because really there are no good definitions. I've read a lot about this subject and a lot of different definitions about performance-informed and budgeting. But I take your point very seriously that we need to be better about our metrics and continue to push those metrics, and we'll work on that. But I just caution against the purity of defining all of our decisions by those metrics. But anyway, I just wanted to make those comments, ask that question, and one other question, the revenue streams. You mentioned the auditing, which is a good one, and you mentioned the need for revenue streams. I want to hear more about other ideas about that, because I think the city does need to find revenue streams and match those up with some of our infrastructure needs. And we do need, if it's going to be a tax, as you said, we need to have that plan of action to back that up. But what are the ideas out there that you all see as new revenue streams in addition to the auditing that you talked about?
Well, first of all, there are many things that we've recommended in the past, like looking at the ambulance billings and the paramedic billings, that can relate to tens of millions of dollars if we pursue it and make those changes. That's a big idea. There are smaller ideas, for instance, finishing the process that we started 2 years ago on the parking lot tax collection. There was a point where we were losing tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars in that, and now we're at a certain point, my understanding is, in the process of going from gates to no cash to the proper reporting. And according to the Inspector General in my brief meeting with him, a former Inspector General, downstairs the other day, was that we've already increased revenue just by doing what we've done, and we will increase revenue even more by continuing to finish the process that's still in committee. We can use our assets better than we're using them now. And a very small but direct example is in a park where you're going to close the park on Sunday because you don't have enough permit revenue to keep that park open on a Sunday, yet the park director doesn't want to take new permits because he really doesn't want to be open on Sunday. So the park will end up closing, the people will lose the benefits, but the revenue could have been there to make it revenue neutral at least, to ensure that that service was there on an extra day. That's one very small example of many things that we look at in departments around our city that would enable us to start to enhance revenue, because we've looked at enhanced revenue over the last 3 years, and we've given examples in our white papers of things we can do to enhance revenue, and some of them have actually been adopted. I think Eric wants to weigh in on that as well, council member.
Also, since we have Mr. Englander here, who tried to push for a street bond recently, and a couple of our recommendations deal with the SOS tax proposal, and maybe having a public discussion, which the CIO mentioned, of course, that they don't have access to the poll data, but we know that probably the people who are behind the measure do. If we can invite Fairbanks or whoever is the pollster to come and give some analysis, and invite maybe some of the BAs here to kind of help you construct a tax measure, because I think streets we identified as probably the #1 area we need to find some revenue. We know you have the county measure, the 2.0, and that you're trying to negotiate on that, what the terms are, the local return and whatnot. Engage, people who can be helpful, and maybe this group is one that could be. If we can find agreement on this, even Mr. Humphreyville, I think, talking to him, we can find some consensus that some taxes, as long as they're controlled properly, make sense, and the streets would be one.
Thank you.
I think also being able to, when you're talking about revenue coming in, though, is how your customer, your basically your taxpayer, gets to pay their bills. One thing, My 311, the only thing you could pay on it is LADWP. Why can't you pay tickets? Why can't you, like Jay was saying, with the park, not being able to do the permit? If it was all on My 311, be able to click it, we need a permit to use the ball field, boom, boom, it's done. The city got paid for it, and the permit they have so that they could go to the park and say, I got my permit, here I am. Same thing with tickets or just anything else. Plus, it's a lot faster revenue to be coming into the city, as opposed to like with a ticket. I've gotten a ticket before, and I wish there was a way, parking ticket, because I overextended the meters, just to make it clear. But then if there was a way on My 311 just to pay it right then and there, I got it, I want to get it done. But there's no way to do it. It's very archaic. That's where we talk about the technology. But we already have technology with My 311. Let's just expand it.
Yeah, and we're putting that on steroids with 311 2.0, and we're going to continue to go in that exact direction, which is
I'm
absolutely
glad
right
you
way to
brought the issue up because it goes to the point that I was making before of this lack of adequate funding for the first 5 or 6 months of the year. There are several things that we can do. Number one, it has to do with an accounting principle, and thank God I'm not an accountant. And a few other sources I thank for that issue too. But the definition of accrual and actual cash basis accounting comes into play here. We accrue the amount of money that the power revenue transfer should be, and we know how much it is. As a matter of fact, this city receives 10% of that primary number during the year, but we allow the Department of Water and Power to pay their accrued power transfer, not when it comes due, which is July 1, but they just made their first payment of it just this last pay period. So should they not be paying the same 7.5% that we pull out of our employees' pension plans when we pay them early, so to speak? The movement of funds around is long, long overdue, and this area now is just, I think, beginning to be spoken of. There are a number of other ways to do this. There's there is business tax reform that is being spoken of, but if the business tax were in sync with the state and federal taxes, excuse me, then business taxes could be received in July and essentially eliminate the need for a line of credit in the Tran. You could even move the whole fiscal year from July 1st to December 31st or January 1st. That's a massive act and perhaps not quite within reason, but you've asked us to look at everything, so we're looking at everything. There are a number of ways in which we can smooth that imbalance, and I hope that this conversation now is just the beginning of that kind of discussion. There's no point in our being debit-oriented. There's no reason for us being dependent upon the Tran as we are now to keep our cash balance above zero. And there are several times in the past, you all know when they occurred, when our cash balance did go zero, or would have gone zero were it not for the Tran. The Tran is being used earlier and earlier every year, so we're becoming absolutely dependent on it, not just relatively dependent on it. I hope to have the opportunity to discuss that some more a little later today. Thank you.
And to add to revenue streams would be with the youth source centers and work source centers, they focus a lot on jobs and job creation for young people, but if they can focus on business creation, helping youth to start businesses, that would actually be a great source of revenue.
And just on the point of additional revenue streams, Budget and Finance will schedule a revenue day again, as we do every year, in short order as soon as we can get it scheduled, so that we can have a much more detailed discussion about some of the revenue discussions that the budget advocates and other stakeholders have brought to us. Mr. I'm sorry, start again. Your mic wasn't on.
I don't know if it's still on.
Yes, it's good.
Okay. I've got a very small suggestion, but I think it is an important one. Last year, the City Council had the opportunity to raise the number of dogs and cats that could be adopted out of the city shelters. I think that did not pass, but we still have an animal kill rate of about 30%. There are some people like me who have the legal limit of animals you can have. Do it responsibly. All my animals go see the vet every year. All my animals are registered. And we still have capacity in our house and hearts for one or more. I think if we could just increase it by one more, either dog or a cat, we'd cut the kill rate tremendously. It would have a very minor increase in the revenue stream to the city, but you would also have a decrease in the cost where we have to exhume the animals. So that's my suggestion.
Okay. And as if on cue, I'd like to toss it to Mr. Koretz.
I certainly would agree with you on that one, and I think we are close to bringing back wording on an ordinance to increase the cat limit. And the cats are where we've really been falling down in overall euthanization. It's the most difficult area to change. And the two pieces of that, one, obviously, want to adopt more cats. The way to do that, first step is to allow people that already have cats that know why it's of value to them to have more cats to add to them in their homes. The other piece in the opposite direction is to do more spay and neuter. One of the places we've had difficulty in some legal battles is we have folks in the Audubon and bird protection arena that for some reason have thought that not spaying and neutering feral cats and cat colonies would be a good policy to protect birds. To me, it's kind of bird-brained. It seems kind of obvious that if you reduce the number of cats out there, they don't continue to produce exponentially like we're seeing. And we're seeing a lot of kitten litters being brought in from under people's homes, etc., feral kittens, and we wind up euthanizing more and more of them. So I think clearly those are the two pieces. It would cost us, it's estimated between $300,000 and $500,000 to do an EIR, which probably would get us out of the feral cat piece. At this point, although it's such a shame to throw that money out when it was unnecessary, we probably should just bite the bullet, do the EIR, and then be able to help with more spaying and neutering of feral cats, and hopefully we'll have the other piece in a few months, and I believe that will save the city a lot of money and save a lot of lives of animals. So that's one piece. As long as you've thrown it to me, I'll comment on a couple other things. Very briefly, it's nice. We're not always in agreement, but I think we're in agreement this time on what I think are the two key needs in this budget, which are to create a more efficient city by getting our personnel caught up and by moving much more dramatically in terms of IT. So those are kind of my targets for this budget. I think you'll see a sea change in how efficient this city is for just a few $1 million of well-placed additional funding, and I'm hoping we do that. As far as the pensions, not in agreement with you, and I think some of the statistics that we got on this chart help point out why. All these other cities have done much worse than their rate of return. Our rate of return actually met the higher number that we used to have. And although history never guarantees what you do in the future, the fact that we've consistently outperformed these other cities, I think, is an indication of why we don't need to continue to cut this assumed rate of return. We also have reasonably healthy pension systems. I mean, you'd like to have them all at 100%, but where they are and gradually improving that, I think is just fine, and I think we're definitely on target. And of course, the fire and police pension system is pretty even with the other cities and other states that are doing well in funding their pensions. So I think it's a trade-off between what we do for our current services and what we do long-term for the pensions. But I think where we are certainly is the bottom of where I would cut it. I think we're keeping up reasonably well. I do have a question, and I don't think we have the person to answer this. I was going to ask on the trans. I don't know if anyone has taken a look at how problematic that is for the city. I mean, it seems common sense for me that if we didn't hit this period where we had to float so much money, it would be a positive. But I don't know if anyone studied how detrimental it is, and how much we should focus on that right now, as opposed to an efficiency that we might implement a few years from now after we've hit some others that might be more pressing. So I don't know if any of you have looked at that piece of it, but if not, that's probably a step we should take first to see where we gauge it on the urgency continuum, how much actual harm it causes the city.
You know, one of the things in the TRAN is not costing very much. It was, I think, 11 basis points last year, so that's budget dust, if you will. And the TRAN is two parts. One is for pensions, to prepay the pensions, and so that I don't think counts. The other one is the working capital component, which is $350 million this year. The problem or one of the problems that I see with regards to the TRAN is that the average, to bore you with some Wall Street talk, the average life of the TRAN is much longer than the average life of if you took the payments, if you just took the real estate payments when they came in December and January. So the TRAN really doesn't get paid back until the end of the year. So it just magnifies some of the issues that we're short of cash. We don't have the proper amount of working capital. But Dan's comment is getting the TRAN and then getting the DWP transfer, moving the DWP transfer up so you don't have to work as much, you don't have to borrow as much. And I think that's somewhat problematic given the account, just given the bond indentures.
But responding to the council member, we will ask Dan to report back on that. We'll let him do a report, and we'll get it back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me reiterate what a couple of my colleagues have said and thank all of you for the work that you've done. I thought this was an incredibly thorough and comprehensive report. I think you pretty much nailed the triangle of fragility that is a structural problem for the city, with the tech issues, with the infrastructure problems, and with the perfect storm of personnel problems we've got, which is that we have an aging and soon-to-retire workforce, and we have the funnel that Jay talked about in hiring. I think you nailed that, and I think those are threads of conversation that you've heard this week and will continue to hear in the rest of these deliberations. But definitely wanted to thank you for that. Wanted to suggest next year also maybe expand the scope a little bit to look at sustainability issues and their impact on the budget. As the mayor has unveiled this comprehensive plan for sustainability in Los Angeles, the way we use water, for instance, is a big impact on revenue in terms of what we get in and what we pay out, and that would be an additional area to take a look at. I've been trying to, while paying attention to all of you, also thumb through Miguel's report, which I'm glad he got back. I was pretty glad to see that there's a lot of stuff in here that I think is being done, at least in part. Some of it may not be 100% of the recommendation, but in part. I was particularly glad to see that I think all of your recommendations on planning are incorporated in this year's budget. The funding for the code compliance unit, the staffing for machinization, all those things have either been included or have been sort of addressed in these hearings. Building and safety as well, the code enforcement stuff, at least partially being addressed. As Jay knows, one of my pet peeves is the way we say this is what we're going to do or this is what we're going to require, and then we don't have the resources to actually enforce. So I was glad to see focus on that. I was glad also to see the focus on LAHSA and homelessness. I think we've seen some movement and momentum since your report was written with the formation of the ad hoc committee on homelessness, which will begin meeting very soon, and we'll be considering a lot of the stuff you proposed. And to the extent to which Miguel identified things which are really more county issues that need to be brought up with LAHSA, I'm happy to bring those up directly, because I think it's going to be a major focus for me, certainly, coming up. Had a couple questions on Department of Transportation. You had a request for neighborhood councils to be brought in the loop more or engaged more on projects in an area. And I was just curious about what level you want to get down to. When Eric spoke, he talked about, if you're going to do something major at a significant, heavily congested intersection, that was the example he used. But, a lot of stuff is a crosswalk here or a four-way stop sign. How granular are you thinking when you talk about that?
I think anything that is above the level of a stop sign, probably. I think, there's some issues that are really an HOA type issue. I think, speed bumps, stop signs, those are HOA issues. But if we're talking about a new traffic signal, if we're talking about any major change to an intersection, we've been meeting a lot with DOT about trying to improve mobility on Hollywood and Franklin, which are major corridors. One issue, you did mention crosswalks. I actually would put on the list of something that should be of interest to neighborhood councils because it involves pedestrians, bike riders, different groups, and that's what we're good at, is bringing together different groups. So we want the DOT to understand that we're an entity. You as a council, of course, are allowed to use us to have public hearings on any matter, but certainly when it comes to DOT, this seems like a real smart thing to do, is to involve us. Your field deputies are already working with us already. So instead of having 2 meetings, as sometimes happens, just do one and have the DOT rep there, have the field staff there. What happens right now is the council offices get very quick responses. We get put in line with this horrible website that they have, which has no prioritization, at least that we can tell. And we just had an actor from American Horror Story who was killed on an intersection in Hollywood Village, my neighborhood. And we're very frustrated because we've been asking for a year and a half for a DOT to do something about this intersection, and they didn't have the staff, so they had to have a consultant go look at it, and that's still taking months. So supposedly things are going to get better, and we're hoping that they will, but we could also be a little bit more efficient as well. That would be nice. And if DOT could see us as a resource and not just as another group that's causing work, which is kind of the vibe that we sometimes get. Just understand we're there to help and not just to add to their workload.
I think Jay wanted to say something.
And I think what the neighborhood council system would really like to see is an MOU between the neighborhood council system and the Department of Transportation. There was one being worked on a number of years ago, and it fell through the cracks. I still have a copy of it, and I'm sure most of us here do. But we'd like to see with the new general manager a real concerted effort to put that MOU into place, because I think that would solve a lot of the issues we talk about with the community not being involved as much as they would like to be in issues that are happening in their community.
What level of viewing capability does the neighborhood councils or the public have for my LA DOT? When requests are in there, I've sometimes noticed, I'll often ask DOT I've asked DOT to look at a way to figure out when there's a cluster, because sometimes it may be, I'll use an example in Venice that came up about a year ago. There may have been 30 different requests for Rose Avenue in Venice, but they were all for the same thing. And does the neighborhood council have the ability, I'm not sure, to see that so that, because it may be things you're not even aware of are a neighborhood issue that comes up? Okay.
Well, and I think that became very evident in our district with the Sawtell, Mississippi light that's going in, where all of a sudden when it was announced the light was funded and is going in, a whole group of people came out and said, wait a minute, what light? Why a light? So I think that just kind of epitomizes the issue, that we don't have the visual on it and we don't have the ability to get into it. So that would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Make it transparent.
Yes.
I also feel very strongly that the Department of Transport should rely on the local people to advise them on traffic patterns and stuff like that. We had a situation in Highland Park where Avenue 51 was shut down for, I think, 2 days completely, and then unpaved for another week, where a lot of motorcycles use that area. It was very dangerous, and they didn't have provision for detours, and they really didn't understand how many people use that because of the nature of Rose in the Hills. And I think that it expands to what Jake said about that traffic light. I think that we who live, and work in an area are more knowledgeable. I've seen city parking trucks on routes and blocking that are back routes for most people in neighborhoods. I think that any dialogue would be beneficial.
Yeah, Chad.
Hello? Okay. One of the issues we're seeing over in our neighborhood council or Greater Wilshire, Mid Cities, and some of the other surrounding ones is the mobility plan, and it's very complicated. It's not very well understood by us, and we feel like we're getting it jammed down our throats. I mean, there's been a huge reaction, by our transportation committees. It's just not a fair fight, if you will, the way people think of it. And we just don't understand, for example, what's going to happen with the bike pass. Okay, we have 1,600 miles, and there's 40 miles, but there's other plans that go, are obviously, there's maps that are much more comprehensive, and nobody's really telling us what the hell is going on, and it's very frustrating to a number of our people.
Also going. Okay, sorry about that. I just want to. Then he goes. Just back to your question though, about it's almost like a black hole. We don't hear anything from the departments. Actually, the website Nextdoor, the neighborhood council, we hear more from Nextdoor of what's going on and the issues in the neighborhood than hearing like there's a complaint that, because I don't even think our stakeholders, and we straddle both Councilmember Koretz's and Council President Wesson's area. And
on that note, it would actually be helpful, since the neighborhood councils have significantly greater access to Nextdoor than we do. You guys, I understand, can see everything in your areas.
Yes.
We can't. I can only see Mar Vista Flats, which is the area I live in. A lot of times we don't know of an issue because it's on Nextdoor and everybody's talking about it, and no one bothers to tell us or DOT. So we need that back to us as well.
We'll take it a step back, though. They've called 311. They've called the department, and they don't get any response, and then that's when it comes on Nextdoor. Or I get an email, because I'm the land use chair in South Robertson, so I get all those complaints, and we actually work very well with both Joe Galloway and also Liz Carlin from Council President Wesson's office to be able to fix the issues, though. But it seems like there's a lag when we have to always go to the council office to then get somebody from the department to then get the action going. I mean, we had a perfect example with a new restaurant that was coming in on Pico Boulevard. They were having problems with DOT. It wasn't until we approached the council office to get a meeting with DOT and street services to be able to resolve the problem. Otherwise, it was just a circle that just kept going on and on.
Okay.
I would just like to add that in response to what you had mentioned, one of the things that I think neighborhood councils do bring is the ability to respond a little quicker than the city departments do. We have the ability to go out there and go to the neighborhood and ask the questions and come back with a variety of options, and then go to the city council office or the department and say, here are some of the things you might want to consider.
Thank you. This is this is very Los Angeles. You talk about traffic and everybody has an opinion.
Just we have an MOU now with Department of Water and Power. We've had that for a 5-year cycle. It's been renewed. It's been successful in giving notice both ways, and that was the model that was derived under, I think it was Rita Robinson before she left, that I think would help address a number of these issues. That is a two-way street, both from the neighborhood councils and from the department, that would engage the communities. So, and just in fairness, Salita Reynolds, the DOT general manager, did come to the LA Neighborhood Council Coalition meeting several months ago. She did promise that she would re-engage that process, and she gave an idea of this quarter we're in right now. I don't know if that timetable is still there. So just make it clear that she's aware, and there's a willingness there, and there's certainly a willingness by neighborhood councils as well. So, and if there is from the council, then maybe we can make that happen sooner rather than later.
We can take this up in Transportation Committee. I'll be happy to do that. Second question is, I noticed, actually, I'm afraid I'm going to open a floodgate on this, so maybe I'll just say, well, one of the things you mentioned was tree removal policy, particularly with sidewalks coming in. It's an issue particularly close to me and Jay at the moment because there's some trees that should not be removed near Stoner Park, and we're going to try to make sure they don't. But this is going to be an issue coming up. What's the best way? I don't want to get 13 suggestions, but is there a general line of thinking among the NCs on this?
So I think the best way, and we found this out at Stoner Park, instead of surprising the neighborhood, how about the city empower the neighborhood council to hold a meeting with the neighborhood, with the affected departments, to let the people know what's coming? We could have saved hours and hours and hours of what we did. And there is actually a pretty simple mitigation in that particular case, to save the trees and put in new sidewalks. It's not brain surgery, you know, but again, no one was willing to actually look at it from the city side, and it just seemed so obvious from the citizen side. So my suggestion would be on all the sidewalk removal issues where there's trees, they must engage the neighborhood council system to at least be able to weigh in on it and give us proper data. Are the trees diseased? Are they not? Are we taking them out for structural reasons? Are we not? That's all. That would be the suggestion.
Thanks. Just two quick things. One, Jay mentioned the $25,000 for the mentoring, which no matter what level of government you're at, probably is budget dust. So I'm not sure if we asked previously, but if CAO or CLA could report back on how we can come up with the $25,000. I don't think that should be too much of an effort. Final thing is, a number of you mentioned performance-based budgeting and whether or not we're doing it sufficiently, whether or not our road to it is wide enough and fast enough. Mr. Blumenfield talked about how there's circumstances in which you may want to be making a values-based decision as opposed to a performance-based decision. Certainly understandable, and I agree with that. One of the things I think we've faced as a challenge in going to performance-based budgeting is not having clarity or consensus on what the metrics should be for the various departments. So I'm wondering if, and I'm happy to have a discussion about the DOT metrics in my committee, but I'm wondering if over the next year, as you do your reports, if the neighborhood council budget advocates could think about or suggest what the appropriate metrics should be for different departments. You know, for instance, in DOT, there's the bicycle plan. It would be very easy to say we did 400 miles of bicycles if we just put sharrows everywhere, which probably doesn't give significant benefit to anybody, doesn't create a safe bicycle network. There may be a different way of measuring that. Is it the number of protected bike lanes, or is there an accident metric you can use, police reports on cyclist safety or something like that? If you folks could focus on that, I think that would be extremely helpful in giving us some foundation from which to move further to budget for performance-based budgeting.
Good direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you very much. I think a lot has already been said, and so I want to echo that as well, that we all appreciate all the input, and I don't have to belabor that, and I really do appreciate all the reports and the deep dive you've done on all this as well. With that, I'll go backwards on the performance-based budgeting, since that was brought up, and as you all know, that was one of the cornerstone things that I've worked on even before I got here, and really pushed hard. In fact, it was one of my very first motions. One of the things I think you could read a lot of the definitions out there that are in the hemisphere and the universe on this, but what it really boils down to, it's you don't reward performance-based metrics. It's not a priority-based budgeting system, and that's not what it's meant to be. And so in municipal performance-based initiatives and what we've taken on here, first and foremost, it wasn't meant to take place and get off the ground in a year or two or three. It's a multi-year program just to get it implemented. And in fact, they've done more in such a short period of time that it's easy to bring on critics. But that's not, the concept of it is the ability to develop metrics, not to fund based on performance, but the ability to have data that's transparent and measurable, and then the dialogue around that. And that's what performance-based budgeting is. And the fact that we can start looking at those metrics are supposed to be peer-reviewed. They're supposed to be looked at and in consultation with all the stakeholders. And that's the whole idea. It's a moving, breathing, fluid ability to look at data and pull back layers of the onion and look at specific programs. And as it evolves over time, and it's very early, as we've all seen for example, what we've done with ComStat and that it's gone international. And what that has done over time is we're now doing not just putting what used to be done, is putting cops on the dots, is looking at, okay, here's the crime, put the cops there. Now, they're actually, with analytics, they are doing predictive policing, putting cops there before the crime happens. In fact, one of the things we initiated, the first performance-based sort of metric-driven department that we took on in a big way before we went towards every other department, is the fire department with FireStat. And as you all know, I pushed that very, very hard. I was sort of surprised you guys didn't mention the fire department at all, unless I missed it. But there's no mention of it in your review. And I think there's one department that has done extraordinarily well in 9 months of having a new chief, from not only launching FireStat and what they've been able to do, not only trying to fix and get the drill towers up and running and what they've been able to do to move that along, but also implementing the latest technologies and pushing the CAD systems, and that's been a big hurdle that they're now overcoming. And the 4-bureau concept, where we now have a bureau chief for neighborhood councils and stakeholders and homeowner associations and the like, that they're now coming up with new initiatives to get out of the stations and meet with stakeholders and talk about not just fire prevention and emergency response, but disaster preparedness and additional certifications and programs. They have done an incredible amount of job, and I think they should definitely be recognized as well. And so that's the idea and the concept with the performance-based initiatives and metrics-based goals and objectives. And I think it's incredibly in its early infant stages, and it's always good to remind everybody to put it out there. It's not changing the performance to a priority-based budgeting system based on performance deliverables. And that's not the idea of it. And I think we're seeing that happen now. The other ideas we pushed last year, and not every committee's had the ability to do this, but we like every single standing committee of the City Council to review those performance metrics on a regular basis, bring them up, put in the agenda on all the departments they oversee, and have a public dialogue as well. And I think that's very important. One of the things we've asked, well, without going to sort of the other ideas of that by department, let me just jump over to the police department. You did address certain issues, and I'm glad you brought some of these things up, the need for increased resources to hire civilian and sworn personnel. Miguel had responded in that managed hiring committees granted the department the authority to hire to its budgeted funds. Yes, that's true with sworn. I'd like to see that happen with civilian, and you guys pointed it out. It was sort of skipped. I'd like Miguel to pick back up on that and try to figure out how to increase that the civilian personnel component, which we all know is so important. So I'm glad you brought that up. Miley, you put it together to hire civilian and sworn. Spell that out a little bit more and say civilian, or at least support staff for each sworn. And the technology facilitations between the communication and public safety agencies, which I think was addressed well with L.A. Ricks and what he brought up. We just got word yesterday that the feds are fully funding that portion that we approved with the county as well. So I'm pleased to have a role, and you guys weighed in on that as well. And as well as the replacement of all the emergency vehicles that we also funded in this. You put it in here, and I want to recognize that you guys are really on top of that for that as well. So everything that's been said has been said. There's a lot more dialogue and discussion to go through. One of the things that Eric brought up was SOSLA. We've continued to look for ideas, and that's all that really was, is a suggestion to say what tools are out there. For anybody to say we proposed a bond, we never voted on that. It never was voted on by the City Council. In fact, it was one of about 10 different funding streams and sources. Everybody hung on to one, but there were a lot of different opportunities, and what came out of SOSLA is I want to recognize the dialogue that a lot of you guys brought forth, and some of the critics of the program didn't recognize the true benefits as well and got hung up on the one element. And instead of talking about complete streets and great streets and the fact that all of our infrastructure we should look at from curb to curb and not just repairing or replacing and reconstructing a street, but the full infrastructure. That was identified, and now we're starting to do a lot of those elements. A lot of the pieces from that, whether it's rebuilding the asphalt plants and looking at and utilizing different technologies, materials, a collaborative approach between street services, public works, and all the folks that are involved, from striping to developing metrics on how quickly we can get those things done, came out of that. And so I want to thank those of you who actually weighed in on and participated in the public discussions we had to develop that plan, because a lot of that is actually being utilized, as we all know, through Public Works, and I really appreciate the positive support that came out from some of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. Thank you again, all of you, very much. This is a really terrific list of many pragmatic, common sense kind of recommendations. Sometimes there's barriers to even implementing common sense recommendations, as you all know, and that's the reason that it's so important that we get this thorough analysis as promptly as we have from the CAO. But we take these recommendations really seriously, and I hesitate to go down the road too much of talking about specific ones, but I do want to just highlight a couple of things that were discussed today. First of all, Ms. Lafayette, I'm really intrigued by this idea of alternative library service delivery. I think there's great potential there that our library department can bring to a lot of underserved parts of the city with less infrastructure investment, and still able to bring services to the people who need it, and particularly relating to economic development and so many other things, citizenship development and other things. So I really want to look deeply into that with you and pursue that. I think it's a terrific idea. Mr. Handel, you mentioned an idea that I raised, I think, for the first time 4 or 5 years ago when I was chair of Education and Neighborhoods, and that is this idea of providing additional funding as part of the funding program that would be sort of competitively sought by neighborhood councils in a grant program, sort of. And I just want to check to see if has that become a consensus idea within the NC. Within the NCs, because at the time it was not, and I thought it was a good approach that many folks had an issue with doing it that way.
So I don't think at this point it's a consensus, because it's something we've just put the numbers together on and looked at. I think it's something we need to go out and talk about, and I think again looking at the bigger picture of the funding, when you look at the numbers, it's really clear that it would be a hard sell to ask 15 city council members to give 96 neighborhood councils more money when 2/3 of them aren't spending the money they have. But I think that penalizes the good council work, where all the money is being spent. And I believe that even those who aren't spending all of their money now for whatever reason, we can move into a direction in teaching them how to market and get out to their constituents, use their money wisely, and at the same time have availability to more funding, so they're not going to be penalized. Nobody gets penalized. Everybody has the same opportunity. And I think it's something we will be able to move forward with.
Okay.
One of the things that is a detriment to neighborhood councils is the inability to create large projects, because we have a limited amount of money and it's use it or lose it. Sometimes you want to think of a project, but it might take $30,000, $40,000 to do that project, but you can't do it because you don't have enough money. So possibly what you suggest, and Jay suggests, which is a grant, or at the same time the ability to roll over money, which we used to have in the past, from year to year, so that we can create our own projects.
Yeah, there's a few ways you can do it. One is through an encumbrance process that makes sense so that when you have a specific plan for the long term, you can encumber the funds. Another is through this grant option. There's a number of policy directions you can go in, but look forward to having that consensus building process go forward. You might know, I think you were here, Mr. Handel, we requested a report back on the various options for beginning restoration of the funding program from the general manager and from the CAO. So that will be coming back. Council President and I have already proposed increasing the funding program, but how it gets done, to your point about unspent funds, is something we'll be looking to that report to consider. And then finally, just one small comment on Mr. Humphreyville's remarks about infrastructure. You're certainly right on, particularly when it comes to sidewalks, that there has been a great deal of conflicting information out there about the current status of sidewalks. And I want to clarify one point that I try to clarify often because the press continues to get this wrong. And you mentioned the difference between 6% for tree root damage and 40%, in some reports. The source of that 40% number is always misreported. And that came from a report that said 40% of parcels have sidewalk damage in front of them. And that report was a spot check report. It wasn't even a comprehensive report. They did a spot check of a few properties. 40% of them had damage. And so everybody now extrapolates that and says 40% of our sidewalks are broken. That's clearly not true. You walk anywhere in the city and you would find that 40% of the sidewalks are not broken in a linear sense. 40% of parcels is very different than 40% of the linear length of the sidewalks. And where that really becomes problematic is when you start extrapolating cost estimates based on that, because then you start to get into the billions, and it is not the case. So the short answer is you're right. No one knows the exact number, but it isn't 40%. And as we move forward with the policy for implementing the commitment that we've made of the $31 million a year to spend this money, I think most members of the council, and I think almost every member of every neighborhood council, agreed that one place we don't want to be spending millions of dollars is in some study to determine how many of our sidewalks are broken. What we want to do is spend it on concrete in the ground. And that's the direction that we're going to be going in. I'm very confident that with this level of commitment, and there's much to be discussed still about how it gets financed, the source of the funds and so forth, that'll be more discussion on that. But that amount of funding over that amount of time will fix every sidewalk in the city. I'm absolutely confident. So, but anyway, I just wanted to make that one clarification because that always gets misstated. So,
city responsibilities as opposed to, let's say, my responsibility. If it's a tree damaged sidewalk, it's your problem. If it's just a damaged sidewalk, it's my problem. So I think it's not to belabor that point, but what are the city's responsibilities as opposed to the residents' or the owner's responsibilities? And I think that's a big difference there.
And you well know there's a long policy history of changes in the law on that and differences of funding and adoption of different responsibilities that maybe didn't pre-exist. I don't want to get into that discussion now, but that is the central policy issue to be decided by the council, by the full council, in how you deal with that discrepancy. And so that'll be discussed. And by the way, just so you know, this committee and the Public Works Committee will have a joint committee hearing on this issue. We don't have a date set for it yet. We have to kind of finish the budget first, and then we'll turn to that. But when we do that, it will be the start of a process that will involve going out into the community and having a thorough discussion with neighborhood councils, with communities in every region of this city about the adoption of that policy. So this is not going to be something that we're just going to do and say, here you go. This is going to be a part of a long process of input from all stakeholders as well. Mr. Kretz, did you want to speak on that issue?
Actually, I think what you said covered what I was going to say. So
Okay, good. So those were the small points. On a macro point, I want to thank you for your emphasis, especially on personnel and on tech. Those, I think we can all agree, are areas that touch every single other thing that the city does, and they can tend to become orphaned issues because they don't have fiery advocates who come in here and talk about their issue because tech isn't their issue. You know, almost every other thing we do from a policy perspective has a community out there that comes in here and stands at the mic and advocates for this. But the bread and butter stuff like this, how you hire people, how you use technology, how you repair things that are broken, those tend not to get the advocacy. And so I really appreciate that you're focusing on that because that really does determine how we function as a city. So thank you all very much for your work. Thanks for committing so much time throughout the year and especially today to being here. And we will be proposing, I think you raised the question, Mr. Handel, we will be proposing to bring the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates back to full council for a formal report to council during the budget consideration process as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, members, let's go, before we take our lunch recess, are there any comments or changes to make on the report list? Mr. Englander.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got one minor one. It's under Emergency Management, Memo 380. While it is correct, I also asked for a detailed maintenance and operation plan. So I'd like to do is just add another memo as a special study for a detailed maintenance and operation plan, and that was on the AV maintenance and funding for the operations for the EOC. So a special study in addition to the budgetary impact that's there now for an M&O plan for the EOC.
Okay, thank you. Any other changes, members? Mr. Bonin.
Under aging, number 368, I just noticed the phrasing of this one is a little bit different than some of the others. Most of the others report on funding options. This one reports on the budget impact. We would like to have a report on the funding options for restoring the evidence-based programs for the aged.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Blumenfield, good? Mr. Kretz, you're good? Okay. The list with those changes is ready to roll, and so departments can start to get to work on those reports as well. Good work on the reports so far, members. We're really on a good pace. Why don't we take a brief break right now, and we'll return at 2 o'clock. And when we return, we'll begin with the CAO, General City Purposes, Unappropriated Balance, Reserve Fund, MICLA, CIEP, the TRAN, and Exhibit H. All right. Thank you very much. We are in recess until 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. We are resuming our hearing of consideration of the mayor's budget for fiscal year 2015-2016, and we'll proceed next to the City Administrative Officer's Office, and welcome Mr. Santana.
Good afternoon. This is where we get to respond to any questions you may have regarding our budget. We are in support of the mayor's budget as it relates to the CAO. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you as well as my staff for the many hours they put in putting this budget together, but also throughout the rest of the year on the various reports and activities that we perform. There's two things that we do want to highlight in the budget that are important. The first is we're requesting a transparency officer. My office receives dozens of press calls every week. I am the press deputy for my office, and as part of keeping me sane, I need support to maintain that. We also would like to start making our website much more accessible and user-friendly, and that individual will help us. In addition to that, we also receive dozens of CPR requests on a monthly basis. Patty, to my right, who's the XO, spends her time managing those, and they're becoming more and more frequent, and we need someone to help manage those CPR requests, make sure we're meeting them in a timely fashion. So that's our request. We're also following on the work that was done by Mark Thomas and from the Fuse Corps. We are asking for an additional position for Fuse Corps. Fuse Corps is a national program that's modeled after the White House Fellows, where they bring in professionals from outside of government and have them spend a year within government. We're seen as sort of the model of where a fellow could have a significant impact in looking at old problems in a new way. Mark was assigned the issue of trash, and through his coordinated effort and the ability to focus on one issue from beginning, middle, and end, he was able to do an outstanding job identifying sort of the systemic failures behind something as simple as garbage in our streets, developed a comprehensive approach. It's been presented to your council and signed as an executive order by the mayor. And so we'll like to build on that experience by partnering with Fuse Corps in a number of ways. One is trying to bring in more fellows in through my office. One, to work specifically on the issue of homelessness, which has been a priority for your council. The second is to really look at infrastructure, looking at various models that exist around the country, in fact, all over the world on infrastructure. What kind of approaches can we take on beyond what we've been traditionally doing? And then we're working on a master agreement with Fuse Corps so that other departments around the city could also utilize this partnership to bring in professionals to deal with issues in the city library system or in other. I know the Board of Public Works is looking at one, and so it's a good way of enhancing the work that's currently done in a creative way. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Kretz, any questions for the CAO?
Sure. Could you tell us a little bit more about Fuse Corps? Who are they? And if they provide such high-level fellows, can council offices access them for a policy issue, et cetera?
So Fuse Corps was established, again, modeled after the White House Fellows Program. They're focusing in California as one of their primary areas. They have a number in San Francisco and Los Angeles seen as their partner area. The commitment that the jurisdiction that partners with them needs to make is one, that they're going to take him on for a year, and that we're going to provide the funding for that individual. I think it's about $120,000. They're not civil service employees. They are employees of Fuse Corps, but in order for it to work based on our system, we need to have a vacant position to have him sit against. And they're here for a year's time. You work collaboratively with them in identifying what problem you're trying to address, and then develop a work plan. The biggest value they have for the participant is not only do they spend a year in the jurisdiction, but they also are now part of a class of other fellows that engage in regular collaboration. So they hear about what other Fuse Corps fellows are doing around the state, around the country, and sort of identify common themes, common approaches, both in terms of what they're dealing with in the organization as well as sort of the specific issues that they're handling. Their tenure usually starts around September, so if the participating city gets an opportunity to actually interview from a pool of fellows and actually select the fellow that they would like, and is sort of identifying the interest with the individual. So we need to kind of state up front what are the specific things they'll be working on, and try to identify individuals who have a set of skills that are unique to that. Of course, council members are welcome to also participate, and so that's why we're establishing a master agreement with Fuse Corps so that other departments or the council and the mayor who are interested in bringing one in can. The only thing that's required is that you have the funding to be able to cover the cost.
Very good. And I noticed you have a new budgetary program, which is proprietary analysis, which researches and recommends on activities for the proprietary departments, and also for regulation of municipal controls over petroleum. Why would you put petroleum oversight into your department as opposed to somewhere like the Bureau of Engineering that has geologists housed within it?
So we've always had this group. I think we organized it differently in the budget, but we've always had a group that has focused on proprietary, so the various reports that we write that on various contracts or various issues that proprietaries are working on, there's been a group of analysts within my office that have always traditionally done that. The issue of petroleum is actually set in the charter. So my office is designated in the charter as the office responsible for this issue. I was surprised too when I found out that I was responsible for it. I would have been more than happy to share that or hand it over to another department if the charter would permit it. So it's actually one of the very specific tasks that are assigned to the CAO in the charter.
Any idea why that was assigned to the CAO? I'm surprised to hear that.
You want to answer?
Did this get any focus or discussion
as
when
a
the charter
fellow
was
CAO member?
I don't know that this is the original reason, but many years ago, the CAO managed a lot of the leases the leases that involved petroleum on city properties, and so that there may have been that fiscal connection way back when.
So if there were to be a charter amendment to assign it to a different department, my office would not oppose that.
I'm not sure if it's a big enough issue to generate a charter. I wasn't anticipating that as the answer. So. Now, I know we've always thought we could do better in terms of grants management, so I see we've budgeted $130,000 for a grants management database, but I don't see anywhere in the budget that it says where we're bringing it online or what the status is of that database. So what are the plans other than assigning the amount of money to it?
This is to pay for the eCivis database that the city has been using for several years now, and this is just the ongoing payment for that.
Okay, so nothing new, it's just something that we're already
Nothing new,
doing.
no. There is a report pending before council regarding the addition of some staff to our office for more citywide grants administration in light of some federal changes at the grants level, but those staff have not yet been approved. We did request them in the budget, but they were not provided. And there is the issue just pending before council.
Okay. And lastly, a question from Mr. Weezar. On Eagle Rock City Hall, which apparently needs an additional $40,000 dollars from the GCP for a gate to keep people off the property after hours, and it's apparently an issue for city workers. Are we aware of that? Are we on that and considering including it in the budget?
We'll be happy to report back on that, and I don't know, Maria could think of the answer when we get to CIEP.
Yeah, apparently it's partially funded, but
Right.
they're still missing the last $40,000 to do it.
We'll raise it. We'll raise it when we get to the CIEP item.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Yes, thank you. It's going to actually probably take the rest of the afternoon. Just kidding. Do your best. Yeah, going back, I'll keep it brief then. Going back to the Fuse Fellow studies, you mentioned the couple that you're taking on, homelessness and infrastructure, which are phenomenal, and all the opportunities. I think this would be a great asset for us to have, actually. But with that, and you'd mentioned if council or others wanted some done, if they can provide funding to do so. Not knowing what other opportunities or what funding is available for other studies outside of the homelessness and infrastructure ones, and without asking for the detail back on that, I would like a report back then on are the ones that are going to be initiated, since we'll be approving this hopefully, and I think it's a good idea that we approve it, will those come to council for approval if the council office or another entity or department doesn't provide that funding? And will we be made aware of the ones that are being studied? So if there's a mechanism for that, it'd be great.
The answer is yes, but we'll go ahead and report back.
Right. And then on the centralized grants management of the city, I know this is something that's been discussed for years, and now we're looking at perhaps a database of that, which I think would be great. Oftentimes they're housed in many different locations. Are we still looking at a centralized unit, or is just this the management database for it? And I don't need a report back. We can just have the discussion. But is there an opportunity or something? I know we abandoned that years ago in looking at a centralized grant office.
So the centralized grant office consists of one person in our office who coordinates with all of the grant coordinators in the various departments with opportunities for grant applications that are identified through the database, which is eCivis, and then we have the money for the eCivis contract and the database. That is all that the city has in the way of centralized grants management in our office or in the city. As I indicated, we had written a report. It is pending before council. It has not yet been heard by committee. I think it's pending before this committee. Regarding the possibility of adding 2 positions into our office to beef up that function, particularly in terms of rolling out upcoming and changing requirements at the federal level for requirements on reporting and transparency. That is pending, and because of that, those positions were not included in the budget.
Most of the folks in various offices that do grants also take some type of grant administrative fee. Is that correct?
Take a fee?
Yeah, they off the revenue side of the grant, having a grant administrative fee associated with the function of that grant.
If the individual grant allows for like a management and an administrative cost amount, then yes, that may occur, but that's generally done at the level of the department that is applying for the grant, not for our office.
So finder's fee kind of thing?
Well, it's not a finder's fee, but an oversight. I mean, to make sure it's a compliance fee.
It's more just using a portion of the grant funds to pay for the management and administration of the grant, which is generally occurring at the department level. Not, I mean, we deal.
Is there an opportunity to look at that in relation to the 2 staffing requirements that you're asking for?
We could certainly look into that. The challenge will be is that, part of what the task would be to identify opportunities, and like everything else, it's hit and miss. So and most of it really goes towards administration of the grant itself, not for the actual getting of the grant, but we could certainly look at opportunities where we could, in essence, cover some of that cost to the grants that we receive.
There's no guarantee, though, we would be able to cover the full cost because it would be on a grant-by-grant basis, obviously, what we could and could not do.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really just one question. I was surprised by the petroleum oversight being in your office. A month ago, Mr. Koretz and Mr. Wesson and I submitted a motion instructing the CLA to hire and retain a credible expert in petroleum and natural gas engineering or geology to provide technical advice to the council and city departments when we're doing legislation impacting those industries. Particularly, we were thinking so that we can craft wise and legally defensible anti-fracking legislation. So when that comes to committee, that instruction should be for the CAO to make that hire?
Well, I think if the CLA were to hire them, it would be to advise you on how to approach this issue. Ultimately, whatever gets implemented would be administered by my office.
Okay, so the CLA can still make the hire?
Yeah, and we could certainly work on it jointly as well as we do many things.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all I got.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Thanks. I don't have a lot of questions. I appreciate all the good work that you all do. And when you're talking about the grants position, from my perspective, that's money very well spent. I remember when I was working for a congressman, and we'd always feel like the city was missing. This was years ago, but was missing grant opportunities because we'd compare with other areas, and it was always a frustration. Why didn't LA go for this? Why? And so, for me, it's a revenue generator, and having somebody outside of, although it's good to have somebody paid for by an administrative cost, it's also good to have someone who's free of that, who can be not just applying for the grants, but looking for the opportunities within all the agencies and linking up the money that's out there, and also trying to create partnerships, because part of it's just outright go through the catalog of federal domestic assistance and pick out the grants that we can apply for, or the state, or the foundation directory, or whatever it is. But part of it's being creative and figuring out, hey, if we partner with this group on the LA River, we can apply for, this infrastructure grant, and that is money I think that will pay for itself very well over time. So that's just 2 cents to add. A question on the new asset management system. The budget includes funding for it. And GSD generally handles the day-to-day real estate services, and CAO handles the strategic planning. Is that right?
Yes.
So, and I'm excited about the system, but how is that partnership going to work, and how might it improve once that system is in place? Hopefully it'll make it easier.
So the system came out of a recommendation that was done by consultants that we hired to really figure out, first, a comprehensive appreciation of what we own, right? And from that is, once we've identified and it's sort of set policies around all the properties that we own, put them in one of 3 buckets. One is to maintain, so in ensuring that, and that's where GSD falls into place. The other is to identify for opportunities for economic development, and under that scenario, it would fall under the Economic Development, Workforce Development Department, so they would be responsible for maintaining programs to attract those various parcels for investment and for economic development opportunities. And the third would be to dispose of or to hand off to a nonprofit or for some other purpose. And so at the foundation of this approach is an assessment of what we have. And so this, the consultants recommended that we need to have a comprehensive system that allows us to maintain, identify, and then put in one of these 3 buckets how we manage those properties. And so the Municipal Facilities Committee, which the CLA and the mayor and I sit on, are sort of the command post for that. We have a report that's been submitted to council for approval that would allow the facilitation of this process and triage of the properties. And then, but at the core of it is being able to have a system to ensure that we do this in an effective way.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see Dr. Pickle is here, and I'd like to ask him to come forward for a moment.
And the chair of the Innovation Fund is also here. As you know, the Innovation Fund is housed in my office.
Dr. Pickle, welcome. Thank you for coming down. I just wanted to check in with you because with as much discussion as there has been of late about the possibility of long-term requirements at the DWP giving rise to potential rate increases either for water or power or both, if that were to occur, is your budget sufficient to be able to provide appropriate analysis and advice to the council regarding increases?
We believe it is, based on prior experience and prior reviews, but we also have funds for additional studies if needed in the unappropriated balance.
Terrific. Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you very much. That brings us, members, then to GCP.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacob Wexler with the Office of the City Administrative Officer. The general city purposes budget includes contracts and programs that are overseen by a wide variety of city departments for a number of purposes, including to promote the image of the City of Los Angeles, to provide a wide range of governmental services, and to support memberships or partnerships with government-oriented organizations. The overall change to the budget is about an increase of about 25% or $27 million. I'm happy to go through some of the highlights and changes or just take your questions as you prefer.
Why don't you give a quick overview
Sure.
and then we'll get into questions.
Okay, there's a handful of new items. There's $4.5 million for a set of community projects. There is an increase to the inclusion of the Clean Streets citywide, which is about $9 million. This was previously funded through the unappropriated balance at a level of $5 million, so it's both an increase and new to the GCP. There's a $2.9 million item to provide homeless services or services for homeless veterans. There is an adjustment to the Summer Night Lights program, which is partially funded through Rec and Parks and still partially funded through this budget here. In terms of reductions, there's not that many of them. There's a reduction to the single audit performed by the controller. We worked with the COA on that. There was it was an oversight. The reduction should have been made last year, so they have some money left over from last year, but there's a small reduction there that we'll probably need to take care of to correct an error. There's a reduction to the level of official notices, but that's being funded through the planning department, so there's no service impact there. And there's also a reduction to Operation Healthy Streets, but that also is being funded through the sanitation department. So overall, that program is being increased in the level of services. You may have noticed that the Innovation Fund funding was eliminated, but that change is because it's being funded through another source, so there's no impact there. There are increases in the costs for Medicare of approximately $3.1 million, and the pensions savings plans, that's at about $165,000. Those increases are just due to the estimated anticipated costs. Just those costs are increasing based on our process of doing our estimates. There's an increase to the homeless shelter program funded by LASA of about $855,000. That increase just is not an increase in level of service. It's just that we're having the costs catch up to the actual cost of those services. There's an increase to the gang reduction and youth development strategy program. This is a $5.5 million increase, which reflects an expansion of that program. The number of zones is being increased from 17 to 23. and there's an increase to the domestic abuse response teams of about $567,000, which also is going to expand that program by 10 teams for a total of 21 teams citywide.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Englander?
Great. Thank you very much. Just a couple quick questions on that. On the line item 39, page 792 for the grid, I've seen the expanded sites, or areas, I should say, for the zones. And just to report back to see now that one of the things we've always been asking about for the possible funding for the PAL Center, although I know we've got some identified somewhere else for that, but if that could be an eligible recipient for some grid program money, now that that's actually in the zone, it hadn't been before. That'd be great. On 792, number 42, I wanted to find out what the funding source of that $200,000 would be, since I believe that that zone, for the Promise Zone, those are going to be some federal dollars coming in, but I guess we're front-loading that.
This is specifically general fund.
Say it again,
Specifically, general fund was the answer. And so, is it a matching program? Is that?
Perhaps the mayor's office can answer that, but my understanding that it's a position to help facilitate the work of the Promise Zone.
And we've already got that guaranteed coming in? Or it's because I know it's been suggested or we've applied for it, it's been...
Mr. Vice Chair, the Federal Promise Zone has anything but a promise in it. What it designates is across federal departments an opportunity to have enhanced eligibility for existing categorical programs. The only thing that comes guaranteed with the Promise Zone is a VISTA volunteer. And to get the enhanced eligibility for federal funding across the categorical grants in multiple federal agencies, you have to pledge that you will have a Promise Zone coordinator. That's the trade-off. So you have to put up money for the opportunity to apply for additional money.
Can we just designate somebody, or do we have to create? That's a full-time position at $200,000 just to guarantee we put something up. Couldn't we just designate somebody to assume that role and see? And then if it looks like it would require that, and we're going to get the funding, then how about this? How about just a report back to look at that as an opportunity?
Happy to report back, but very clearly, the coordination with the nonprofit players and the coordination with the federal agencies requires us to put somebody on it. Whether it's a new person or we take someone off something else, it's a zero-sum game.
So let's take a look at that opportunity, perhaps. We could just report back on that. That'd be great. Couple minor changes. One on the San Fernando Valley COG. The dues will be going up for next year from $10,000 to $20,000, and in fact, we negotiated a very good dues structure, not only for us, because it's actually, if I recall, and I don't have my notes on that, it was about $50,000 actually our share, and we're getting $30,000 back in kind for all the work the city's providing. So it's a very good deal for both the city of Los Angeles and the county at that new structure. And then on the ICA and CCA, Independent Cities and Contract Cities Association, there was also a change on that. They should be 10 each, and I've got the new language. I think that we missed some of the language in the previous meeting, previous budgets as well, so I'll go ahead and submit the new language for correction on the descriptions for the funding on that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the good catch on the COG. Well done. That brings us to Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A few questions. I'll go in numerical order to make it easy. Item number 25 is the homeless shelter program. I see there has been an increase from the past year? No, there has. Yes, there has been. How is that calculated? Like, how do we determine how much the funding should be?
So the funding amount, Madeline Rackley, who's our analyst for housing and LASA is here, she probably can answer the question better than I can.
Can't find it when you're looking for it. Sorry. Here we go. Councilmember, could you ask that question again, please?
Yeah, I noticed that we have, I'm glad to see, increased the funding for shelter beds by about $855,000, and I'm wondering how we calculate that.
I worked with LASA to develop updated information to produce the budget. The number that the city has been providing for the last few years has been pretty flat, and there have been increases in costs to LASA. So these numbers represent actual costs for staff and expenses. This is a continuation of their operations. So these are based on up-to-date costs for the agency.
So our costs went up almost 10%, but did we get any additional shelter beds out of that?
We do have additional shelter beds, and that is actually in the new item, the $2.9 million.
Okay, so I don't want to go there yet. That's my next question.
Okay.
What I'm asking on this one is our costs went up about 10%, but that does not include any additional shelter beds. That's just cost of inflation of providing the services?
I have the costs here. I can certainly get that for you.
Yeah, if you could do
of course.
a report back on why the costs went up if the number of beds under that funding source did not go up. Thank you. Next one would be item number 28, which is another homeless issue. I'm wondering if you could either provide now or report back on what the cost breakdown is for the various components of that $2.9 million?
Yes, I have it for you right now if you'd
great.
like.
Yes.
$350,000 will be for an interim homeless count, and that is to verify the status of housing homeless veterans. $1 million will be for the additional emergency response team members. There are 20. $700,000 will be for regional coordinators, and these are contractors. These are the nonprofit agencies who will provide the case management and services in the 4 spas that are overlaying the city boundaries. And it's part of the CES program. $80,000 will go to LASA for a new person for administration of the coordinated entry system. Here's where $300,000 is for additional bridge housing. This will add, I have the number here in my pages, but it'll add a certain number of beds, shelter beds for the homeless who are in transition.
Who've gotten a voucher,
right,
but they just
exactly.
haven't gotten a unit yet.
They need temporary shelter. Thank you. And 421, almost 422,000 is for HACLA. This is a one-time request from the Housing Authority to assist in the lease-up for the veterans, homeless veterans project. And that is the $2.9 million.
What homeless veterans project are you referring to?
The Home for Good program that the city has committed to. The mayor and the city have committed to house homeless veterans by December this year, and so HACLA is part of that process, and they do lease-ups, and they need staff
So
to do
it's
that.
program funding, not project funding.
Exactly, and that is one time.
Okay. So all of that is exclusively for veterans, right?
The effort here is focused on veterans, but the emergency response teams will be responding to where their needs are. The title is probably misleading in reality.
So-
of the item, homeless service for veterans.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to get
Yeah.
a feel on, is if we're doing $1 million for additional emergency response teams, which is 20 folks, if they go out to Skid Row or Hollywood Boulevard or 3rd Ave in Venice, are they only looking for veterans, or will they talk to and make referrals to chronically homeless or other folks who are out there?
No, the emergency response team members will respond to the needs that are required, regardless of who the situation of the homeless person.
And how will that's a big increase in LASA's outreach, which is great. How will they be assigned and deployed? Do we know?
The LASA is going to deploy them in offices throughout the city. These new 20 will only be deployed within the city boundaries.
That was my next question.
They will be assigned based on in a spa, but in the 4 spas generally that the county has. But they will be deployed based on need. But they will be out in the community already.
Okay.
And LASA has assured me that they will be here frequently to report to council on the status of the use of these staff.
To document this dialogue, we will go ahead and do a report back to ensure that clarification is fully documented, that the outreach is not just for veterans, that it's in fact for the larger homeless population.
Thanks. That would just. I understand the focus on the veteran piece, because it's a tangible thing that we're so far on target or close to being on target to doing by the end of this year to a functional zero, which is not a real zero, but as close to ending homelessness among veterans as we can. But if we're going to spend the money to have someone out on the street, I don't want them not talking to non-veterans. You may be talking to someone and not know they're a veteran because they may not tell you they're a veteran for 3 or 4 interactions. So, okay, thank you. I'd appreciate
we can confirm
that. On item number 44, I believe it was. Yeah, Great Streets. I'm glad to see some funding for that. I see it's broken down to both Mayor's Office and Economic and Workforce Development Department. How's that going to be broken down between the 2 departments?
That's over $100,000 is for the Economic and Workforce Development Department. I believe that's for facade improvement work. Yes. And the remaining $160,000 is to continue funding for the Mayor's Office for the work they do on that program.
So the $100,000 for the facade improvement work, is that to improve actual facades, or is that to sort of do a study of some sort?
No, those are the positions that help encourage property owners to improve their facades.
So we're trying to clean up, spruce up the great streets. Okay. All right. On item number 45, the domestic abuse response teams. Very happy about this. This is a great thing. Wonderful program. We saw or heard earlier in the budget process that the Mayor's Office was also recommending funding for the domestic violence, I'm going to say safe houses because they're not shelters, and I think we conjure the wrong image when we say shelters. They're really safe houses for the domestic violence safe houses. I'd just like to get on this, a report back from the city's domestic violence task force, getting their assessment of whether or not we've properly matched the needs. I suppose we have, but I just want to, we've got this great team that is out there on the ground, grassroots, and I'd like to get their assessment of whether or not we've got the right funding to match all the DART teams that we're creating. And then my final is item number 46, the Heritage Month celebrations. I see several listed: African American Heritage Month, Latino Heritage Month, API. I don't see the LGBT celebration there, and I'm curious if that's included under that.
Go ahead.
Councilmember, The items listed there, the festivals listed there, the celebrations are not exclusive. It's up to the discretion of mayor and council to identify additional events that they would like to include in here during the year.
So, well, can you just report back on whether or not the LGBT Heritage Month, or report back on with a full list of what actually historically has been included or is intended to be included in this?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, and I'm getting word from my staff as I'm sitting here that the West Side COG dues are going up slightly. Do we know how much? Okay, they will be going up. We'll get you the exact figure. I don't think they'll be going up dramatically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We can contract out Mr. Englander to negotiate for you if you'd like, because he did a pretty good job for the San Fernando Valley COG. Mr. Blumenfield.
I want to follow up on the discussion Mr. Bonham was having about LAHSA. Is there, when we add additional money in here, is there some sort of leverage proportionality that we get from the county? And when we put in additional money for certain services, are they in any way obligated to put in a corresponding amount? How does doing so affect the ratio and the partnership between us and the county in terms of, you know, our financial responsibilities and our partnership?
Traditionally, that has always been the case, that the city and the county have always matched the contribution. What I don't know if our increase resulted in an increase in the counties.
Good morning, Council Member. When we were negotiating the budget amounts with LAHSA this year, we asked them to divide up the request for additional funding from the city and additional funding from the county, but that they wouldn't necessarily have to be matched, because if we got city funding, those resources would be applied just to serve the city. There are some requests for county matching. For example, for the additional emergency response teams, we asked for 20 new team members. LAHSA also asked the county for a matching amount. The county has not responded yet, but we've requested this amount in a way that we don't need to match the county to have the services, and those services will be focused just on the city.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, and I'm all for the services and increasing our amount. It gets a little tricky from a leverage perspective because every bit of the city is within the county. Mm-hmm. So if they're not matching, they're getting a free ride, essentially, from an economics perspective, not from a, not from the perspective of the service. Obviously, it's not. These are city residents, and we want to serve them 100%, and we are leveraging the county to do so. So I get that.
LAHSA has a good relationship with the county, and they are negotiating those matching dollars even as we speak.
I think the important thing is that the city resources stay within the city, and that's something that we've, in the past, because the LAHSA is organized around spas where they overlap boundaries with the city and other jurisdictions. This time around, because we were making such a huge investment, we insisted that we could count on those specific resources that are being paid for by the city to stay within the city limits, and LAHSA has been able to commit to that.
Yeah. I guess I would urge, as we continue to increase and step up our efforts on homelessness, as we should, that we do our level best to leverage as much as we can from the county in that effort. And I know that LAHSA has been in, it's a negotiated thing, but I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can on that. I guess I was thinking of a report back, but I'll just put that out there as, I don't need a report back, but as something that we should focus on. Another area regarding open data. I see there's $700,000 new funding for open data. Is this for supporting the open data website that the city currently operates, or is this for new websites? How are we spending this money, and is there anything you can help shed some light on?
Sure.
And this is item number 40 on the.
Yeah, the $700,000 for open data provides salary and contractual services funding of about $530,000 for the mayor's office, and about 170,000 for ITA. It's there may be Rick can talk more about whether I plan to expand the program, but
part of it, Councilmember, is a small team of doers. Right? We have thrown open a lot of data, but we haven't really taken advantage of the access to the data, and particularly on the part of departments about how to utilize that. So our chief data officer will have a team of relatively inexpensive programmers who can do what ITA doesn't currently have the capacity to do, which is to develop various kinds of applications. That doesn't necessarily mean a new mobile application. That means new programming to allow us to utilize the data for both predictive analytics for problem solving as well as using the data for services. We've heard a lot about that in the last week and a half, where departments want to utilize the opportunities. We have a pilot program going right now. You may know this about where we're partnering with Esri, because we have a global license with the world's largest and most utilized mapping software. Anybody of our 31,000 employees has access to that mapping, but only a tiny portion of that workforce is trained to use mapping and has access directly to that mapping. So we're going to, over the next 6 months, really roll out the capacity. Frequently we'll buy stuff and then it's not utilized. So this is really the translation point between our capacity to make change and our ability to deliver change. And we think there's an enormous potential for actually bringing about the kind of workplace improvements that you saw in a couple of areas. And if I could acquaint the whole committee with this, one of them, which you may have heard of because it was the mayor's first Civic Innovation Award, was the sanitation crews that go out and pick up bulky items switch from notebooks where they were handwriting, whether they picked up items or didn't, whether there was additional items or not, whether they saw things on their route. Those were all being handwritten and then entered into the computer system by other people at the end of the day. Also routing, the ability in real time to route people. They were able to utilize software and tablets, and so we've leaped 30 years. That required some in-house work on the part of the sanitation tech staff. Similarly, in just this last primary election, we were deploying 30 different truck crews to get extra ballots or to fix machines or to replace voting machines in precincts. 30 different trucks. The very talented IT staff in the city clerk's department designed a program that replaced the map with the push pins on the wall that said, here's a problem and we need to fix it, allowed all of the trucks to be routed to a new problem comes up that's a half a mile away from the problem where they're delivering. They could reroute that truck instead of going down south 5 miles and then coming back up and then going back down south again. We ended up with 18 trucks instead of 30 trucks and a 71% reduction in cost. Those are the kind of things that we want to deliver with this team, and we want to supplement the capacity in ITA and in the departments.
And this team is housed in the mayor's office.
Yes, initially, and we obviously think that that's a place to incubate this because we don't have to go through the one-year hiring process that the departments have complained about, and it's a place to incubate this kind of capacity. Ultimately, through another of the budget recommendations we've made, which is to hire more student trainees and more veteran trainees in ITA, we hope to expand that capacity throughout the city.
Great, thank you. Separate item, thank you, there's good answer on that. On the next 41, regarding the immigration and integration, 170,000. This is a new funding allocation. What's the relationship, or is there one potentially with the day labor sites? Is this money that has could have any positive impact there, or are they very different?
They are different. Not all day laborers
of course
But this is really, as you well know, we have 1.5 million immigrants in the city of Los Angeles, and the potential, by no means clear given the court cases, the potential for a very significant bulge in people needing to get information on the ground for becoming eligible for a path to citizenship, or at least for regularizing their status to keep them from being deported. So, as you know, this mayor reestablished a function to work with all the community groups, the academic institutions. The mayor's funds raised, I think, $4.5 million at last count to assist in this effort. So this is really the locus of that effort. Now, certainly, Dr. Lopez does work with the day labor organizations as part of her daily work. But in terms of freeing up dollars that could help people on the ground in day labor center, you're really not going to find that out of that $170,000.
Okay. Last question about the item 43 regarding the equity and community well-being. It's a new allocation. Can you help elaborate on the types of programs that are going to be used for this, with this funding? It seemed like all good things, just didn't know what it was.
Oh, right. Okay. This is the $400,000 for the commission, to support commissions. I think this is the service that's been provided in the past, but the funding source has changed. So these commissions have been in existence. It's 43 equity and community well-being.
It's not new funding. It's
not new funding. It's just a different. It's just being located in GCP. We had funding in other sources in the past, but now we are moving it strictly and specifically and clearly to general fund through this program.
Well, what it is these are commissions that used to be self-standing, and then during the crisis were moved to HCID. They were relying on other sources of funding because the function is exclusively for the city. When they looked at it carefully, it's not really eligible for some of the federal sources that they were receiving. So it is funding from the general fund to support the work of the commissions.
But it's the continuation of the work we've been doing.
Yes, it's not a new program. It's to continue the same commissions and their work.
I got you. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start with a question about the grid, which has been partially answered for me, but I probably, just for the record, should ask the question. So I think we all agree this program is critical, and expanding it and expanding the number of zones, I think, is excuse me, is clearly a positive. I just want to clarify how it'll work beyond just the zones. There are other areas that aren't normally hotbeds of gang activity, but where they may flare up on occasion and need some direct help, even if it won't be indefinite. Will this be able to address that need beyond just the zones, and how will that work?
Good afternoon, Councilman. Eileen Decker from the Mayor's Office, and seated next to me is Deputy Chief Green of the LAPD. Yes, the proposed budget, as you know, increases the grid program by $5.5 million to expand the grid zones and add 6 new zones that currently don't exist. In addition, as a part of that, we have analyzed the program, and one improvement we want to make, in addition to ensuring every grid zone has prevention and intervention services and domestic violence training for all advocates, we are also adding rapid response teams so that if in the city and in collaboration with LAPD, should we see a hotspot of activity that is outside a grid zone, we can use our rapid response teams to go into that area to try to address the issues. Chief Green, do you want to add anything?
One of the downsides to last year's grid system was when we had those flare-ups, we weren't able to address them quickly. And one of the key points of success with grid is immediately get in and to stop the next incident. And so the suggestion for the rapid response team should give us tremendous flexibility this next year to get in some those similar areas, as you mentioned before, to get people out and really start the mediation and preventive aspect first. So it should be a great addition.
And obviously, I've had a personal area within my district, the Palms area, which had been a very safe area for a lengthy period of time, suddenly had a couple small gangs that seemed to be in conflict, and obviously some quick response, we think, could get a handle on the situation before it really entrenches itself. So it's sort of a perfect example of an area that we don't think of as an endemically violence-ridden area, but one where you suddenly have a bunch of shootings and clearly some intervention is necessary. So I think it makes the case for exactly what you're describing, that ability to move suddenly and deal with urgent situations. So I appreciate that. A couple other questions. Let's see. On the official notices, the planning department's assuming responsibility for CEQA-related documents, and I think they're supposed to pay for those with special funds, but it looks like they're getting a $500,000 appropriation in their contractual services budget that appears to be general funded. Is that correct? And if so, is it to front fund the program, or is there some reason for that? Or are we misreading that?
Yes, so the planning department, the funding in the GCP is for the part that cannot be covered by the planning department. It's the remaining portion of the official notices that is going to continue to be a general fund obligation. The planning portion of the official notices has been moved to the planning department budget, where it will be funded by their special funding sources.
So their portion is only funded by special funds. So the rest of it is where? Is it still in the city clerk's budget, or where is it?
The rest of it is in this item in the GCP, which is administered by the city clerk, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. And a last question. How is the Arts and Cultural Facilities Services Trust Fund funded? How does that work?
Is that the 1% money? That's the funding that supports cultural affairs. It's the 1% of TOT, I believe, funding. So it's designated for arts projects. No.
And so it's entirely just from the TOT? Is that their only source of funding?
Councilmember Terry Sauer from the CAO's office. Cultural Affairs, the Arts and Cultural Facilities Trust Fund is the TOT, or the amount equivalent to the TOT that the department receives annually. They have some small amount from the arts development fee, and also from grants that they receive and fundraising they do for specific projects.
Okay, very good. That's all I have to ask.
All right. Thank you very much. That brings us next to the unappropriated balance.
So as you know, every year we assign a number of items to the unappropriated balance for adjustments throughout the fiscal year. As has been discussed before, there are a number of items in here that were done because we simply didn't have enough time to incorporate them within each department's budget. So with your permission, I'd like to go ahead and identify some of those that we recommend be transitioned into the department's budget. They would include the AIDS program at $590,000, the day labor program at $250,000, the domestic violence program at $1.1 million, the family resource centers at $1 million, firefighter hiring at $4.5 million, and tree trimming at $2.5. The remainder we would recommend continue to be in the UB. As I stated in the onset of my comments, the UB for mid-year adjustments at $10 million continues to be an important part of our management of the budget throughout the year as we identify both spending patterns and revenue throughout each FSR. We we often have to rely on the mid-year to be able to ensure that we close the year in the black without having to dip into the reserve fund. So we would recommend that that $10 million would continue to stay in place, and if there would be any additional funding found, that actually be increased, given the pattern in which your committee has engaged in over the last few years to use the UB to deal with any new issues that surface throughout the year, any shortfalls we encounter, any losses in revenue that we didn't anticipate. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cole, did you want to add something before we go to questions?
Yeah, I fully support the recommendations that the CAO has made, but on behalf of the Mayor's office, there are a couple we'd like you to consider in addition, notwithstanding the good advice to be prudent and to, as much as possible, maintain flexibility. The City Links is a permitting process that even ahead of selecting a potential respondent to the request for proposals, building in the capacity for improving our permitting will continue the progress we're making at upping both home and business speeds of wireless and fiber to the home and to business. So that's the CityLink $1 million. That would be going out to different departments to expedite permitting. And by the way, we think that's an investment, that's going to generate additional permit revenue. Ultimately, that's a fully recoverable cost. But to leave it in the UB means that it will be that much later before they come and get council approval and then start that one-year process to add those folks. So that would be in addition to the ones that the CAO has recommended. Certainly, we agree with the CAO on the principle that there does need to be some money set aside for things that happen in mid-year. However, as I explained at the outset, all of the civilian general fund departments have essentially been shorted about exactly that amount of money. So some of the things that you're expecting and some of the things that department heads came and pledged that they would accomplish are going to be hamstrung. They won't have to come to managed hiring to get the money. The money won't be there. It'll be in the UB. So again, I want to offer to the committee and to the CAO the opportunity to work to pre-program some of that money back into the departments, because you're going to be expecting that. We're going to need that. The departments are going to need that to accomplish the goals that they've said that they will do. So we have positions that are in the budget, but they're systematically underfunded. And if we don't address that until the mid-year, then that just pushes back the opportunity of the departments to fill some of those high priority jobs.
So that, I get that philosophy and that suggestion. We're in the process of considering all of the various difficult decisions that we have to make, and we're considering the mayor's budget as it was proposed to us now. So what I would like to suggest is that all of those suggestions be included in a report back, because we're not going to take those take those in consideration separate from the consideration of all of the other prerogatives that the council may choose to adopt or not adopt in the course of these budget hearings. So if we can incorporate all of those into a single report, that would be helpful. And in fact, Mr. Santana, we have a omnibus report back on the backfills on the CDBG cuts. Are those, to what extent does that overlap with the recommendations you just made, or not?
There is some overlap, but there's some of these don't fully fund the gap. For example, in the day labor program, I think the total need is 750. What's funded is 250. So we will break down the overlap and where there continues to be a gap beyond what's in the UB.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for the presentation. Just a couple quick questions. On the suggestion that Mr. Cole was just making about taking some money in the UB and sort of fleshing it back into the departments, very interested in that idea and look forward to the report back. And I've been thinking about it for the past few days, and I certainly want to give our departments the maximum flexibility to hire, although it's certainly possible that in the other report backs this week we've come up with various other suggestions of how to spend a good chunk of that money. And I wouldn't want to preclude that because some of that stuff is good. But I'm wondering, one of the things we've heard about, and we heard about it particularly from the Neighborhood Council budget advocates today, was the funnel in the personnel department. And if there is that money which could potentially be fleshed back into the departments, I'm wondering if maybe a more than proportionate chunk of it should be put into the personnel department so that we can hire more and faster. I mean, I think it's a balance. If we're giving the money to the departments and we still have that funnel, then it's not going to serve us any purpose. And I am concerned about that funnel in the personnel department. So one of the things I'd ask you to look at in the report back is whether or not it makes some sense to give a larger chunk of that money to personnel to do more and faster hiring.
We will be certainly happy to look at that as an option, as a way of reducing the amount of time. When the personnel department discussed their budget, they originally gave a number of options based on their ability to reduce the processing time, sort of correlated with the investment. So we could certainly respond to that.
Great, thank you. Family Source Centers, did you move that or not? I couldn't, you went pretty fast.
Yes, we are recommending that get folded into the rest of the CDBG budget.
I think I knew the answers to my following question earlier in the budget process and has since dripped out of my brain. Why is the $12 million for pavement preservation and the $2.5 for tree trimming in the UB?
Well, for tree trimming, we are recommending that get folded into the department. For pavement preservation, because the departments need to come up with a formula of how that money gets distributed among the various departments. And so that would be a separate report that ultimately be approved by your council.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield.
I'll let Paul.
Thank you. I want to first comment on what Mr. Cole was talking about in terms of the CityLink, moving it from the UB into the budgets. I think it's a really good idea. And the reason being is that we want to send a signal to the RFP. You know, the RFP for CityLink is on the verge of coming out. And there'll be a lot of potential bidders out there, and sending a signal that we're very serious about one of the biggest aspects, inducements for them, which is the expedited permitting, that we're very serious about that, and that's going to be a leverage point, I think sends a very good signal. So I just wanted to put that out, and I appreciate the mayor's office.
If I could comment on that, I think the challenge with that recommendation is that there hasn't been a plan adopted yet by your council that would determine how that $1 million would be distributed. So we don't know today who gets what % of that $1 million. And so once your council, the reason it's put in the UB is because it's pending an action, a separate action by your council, establishing the program, setting the expectations. I know the consultants are currently preparing the RFP, and that would then dictate how that $1 million would be distributed.
I want to respect.
And that was going to be my comment as well.
I want to respect and agree with my colleagues. We actually do know where to put the money, because this really isn't dependent upon the RFP. This is really dependent upon the existing challenges that the different departments identified to ITA. They told ITA, this is where our sticking points are in the permitting process. This is where additional staff could help expedite permitting. And the only reason I disagree is I think I've been a little bit closer to this process. So the CAO and the CLA might not have a current list, but we do, and we'd be happy to provide it forthwith.
I guess my point is that your council has not adopted the program yet. So Mr. Cole may know, but we certainly don't, and neither does your council.
That is correct.
Okay. Separate issue. I mean, the report back's already in the works. It was more just a comment to add. On behalf of Councilman Huizar, he asked me to ask this. We're currently debating policy for improved regulation of sidewalk vendors. Policy is still in development, but the question is whether it would be appropriate to have enforcement funding for sidewalk vending put into the UB, because we all know that we're going to do something. And so the request is to have the CLA have a report back to include funding for this purpose in the UB that would give us the flexibility to push this program forward as we develop the policy throughout the year. And that's it for my questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Labange. Good to see you. How are you? Good. Mr. Kretz. Oh, did you want to come and speak, Mr. Labange? No, you don't have to fill out a card. You're always welcome here.
I yield my time to the gentleman from the 4th District.
Buddy, thanks for the committee for working so hard. Two things I just want to say. I was listening to the discussion, Mr. Cole, and you talked about putting in all this high-tech equipment in the trash trucks, and then they're going to report everything. Our hardest working employees are our trash collectors, constantly one house every 50 feet. I would just think, and I say it to our CAO, what you really have to do is empower the Public Works Department, street use inspection, or whatever the proper term is that called. It gives you officers who have a defined area and make their vehicles as high-tech as your middle name, so that they have all that stuff, so they could resource to water and power, to DOT, to bulky items or whatever. I have not been successful in my 39 years to get the powers to be convinced to empower the public works inspectors. So, and I may be late in the game right here, but those eyes and ears are going to be the ones. If you spend all that money on the 555 trash trucks that we have in the city, I think you would be more, I don't want to say more better because my mom would come back from heaven and say that's a bad English. You would be better served if there was an empowerment by zones that you create that. I just laid that on the table. Now the next thing is a tougher question. You know who's coming to town in July? 5 seconds. Who's coming to town in July? Come on.
The Special Olympics.
Special Olympics. So what are we going to do for the Special Olympics? What kind of, can we match the county? County made a contribution. I just wanted to put that on the table for us because I think as someone who has been around and saw the great celebration of the 84 games, this will be a great celebration, especially for those who are special, and we want to make sure we embrace them in every which way. And I think it would be helpful if we gave them a grant. Okay, so I wanted to lay that on the table.
We'll be happy to report back on that.
Oh, that's a good line. I like that, Mr. Very much Santana. I just hope we could do that as we come forward on that. And the last thing I do want to mention, Municipal Facilities Committee. I just think it's never too late to always look at where we are. I may have had a discussion with about something in Hollywood where we may have missed an opportunity. But in the future holds, I think in the future, Mr. Chair, there needs to be some bonds for our police facilities and fire facilities. As we go forward, Hollywood Police Station has no windows. It's not friendly, and it's built in an era when there was a different time. And you can see what these new community stations are doing. And I think there's a few others in the city who need that. And I just wanted to lay that on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's always good seeing you, Mr. Labange. You're welcome anytime. Mr. Kretz.
Hey, my pleasure. Just one quick question. Why is the $2.5 million for outside counsel, including workers' comp, not included in the city attorney's main budget? Why is it in the UB?
That funding has always historically been in the UB, and there's a report in during the FSR report. That's when the city attorney's office asked for those funding to be transferred to the department. So it has always been historically in the UB.
Do they always need the full amount, or is it
no, not
always the case?
Not in. We have a report here, like for example, for 2014-15, the adopted budget is $4 million. At this time, only $1.4 million has been transferred to the department.
Okay, thank you.
Mara Legaspi with the Office of the CEO. Just to add, so as Anna Mae said, of the $4 million, the city attorney's office projected to use only $3 million, And as she indicated, 1.4 has been transferred to the city attorney's office. They are requesting that the remaining funding be transferred in the next month or so. But the $1 million savings has already been reappropriated or reallocated.
It in the UB in the first place is because of the sort of inherent unpredictability of the amounts that'll have to be spent over the course of the year, when that obligation will become due, and so forth, I assume.
Yes, at the time that the city attorney's office requests the funding to be transferred to their budget, at that time they report on the status of the various cases that outside counsel handles.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Krantz?
That's it.
Okay. That brings us to Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you. First, I absolutely agree with Mr. Santana's recommendation to the changes. So thank you for those. The one suggestion that Mr. Cole made in the statements, I just want to go on record saying that I think funding that in the UB is stepping up and sending a message, quite frankly. It's budgeting for it, and it's setting aside, earmarking it, and putting it in an unappropriated balance that should appropriations after the budget adoption and meet the contingencies arise, when we'll see that full information and the council has time to actually take a position on it, which I'm sure they will take a position on it, that funding then is available. So I support funding it, sending the message that we're ready to step up, but keeping it in the UB for that reason, as we do so many other things and continue to do. I think we've done a pretty good job at also ensuring that we've funded all the, and we'll just go on record on a lot of the firefighting issues that aren't in the UB, but that the mayor put directly in the budget, like the full year funding for the fire ambulance augmentation plan, which we're hopefully no longer calling it, for next year, things like that stepped up so we don't have to do the shuffle throughout the year, particularly on our core functions. And so I want to recognize that as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So that brings us then to the reserve. If there's nothing else on the UB, members, brings us to the reserve fund.
I think we spent several opportunities talking about the reserve. At this point, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with Mr. Blumenfield on the reserve.
Yes, sir.
No questions? Okay. Mr. Bonin? Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry, didn't see him over there. Then I'll turn it over to Laura. Mr. Kretz? His proxy over there? Mr. Kretz?
I have no questions.
All right, moving right along. Then we'll go ahead and go over to, and I don't have any questions either, to Mikla.
Good afternoon. Ha To from the CAO office. The proposed budget for the Capital Finance Administration Fund is $235 million, which is $4.5 million less than the 2014-15 budget. This is primarily due to a successful refunding last September, which the city achieved interest savings over the life of the refunded bonds. Also, last November, $1.24 million of bonds were redeemed, which resulted in lower future lease payments. All lease payments in the Capital Finance Administration Fund are obligatory, as they are a requirement of certain leases and trust indentures between the city and MICLA. This budget also proposes to debt finance $84.1 million of capital equipment. This includes fire trucks, ambulances, heavy-duty trucks, trailers, sedans, construction equipment, generators, special police vehicles, a helicopter, and equipment for Phase 4 of the digital in-car video system project. In addition, there's $7.65 million for capital improvements to the convention center and $23.9 million for capital improvements for various city facilities, for a total of $115.7 million. If approved, these items will be financed through MIGLA. This means in addition to the purchase costs, there will be an interest component associated with the equipment purchases and capital improvements. This concludes my overview of CAP Finance. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
And if I could just add, there's a related Exhibit H item on MICLA. What we're going to do, should this item be approved, is start looking at a long-term strategy with how we finance equipment versus capital or property assets. Originally, the idea of this program was to use this fund or this revenue source to purchase property to address the capital needs of our current facilities. And over time, it's really been used for equipment. And so the healthier thing to do from a financial standpoint is to really be reliant on a much more pay-as-you-go kind of strategy for equipment. In the past, we haven't been able to because of our fiscal situation. We think as the city's finances improve, that it's time to start going back to that as an original concept. So it'll probably take us 6 months to put together a comprehensive policy around this, but we would like to move forward with this kind of analysis and present it to your committee once it's prepared.
On that note, thank you very much. On that, let me just ask I'll start off on a quick question on what's our total debt bond or indebtedness opportunity with MICLA, and what percentage?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, there we go. What's our total indebtedness opportunity with MICLA, and what percentage are we at, our ratio right now?
Currently, in regards to MIGLA, we have about $1.3 billion outstanding. If you're asking about MIGLA capacity, the city's non-voter approved debt is there's a 6% limit. We project for 15-16, it's at 4.46%. This means that you have about $400 million in project funding available. In terms of MIGLA Commercial Paper Note Program, which is the program we use to fund the capital equipment and capital improvements initially before we convert it into long-term debt, that program size is $355 million. Currently outstanding, we have $210 million. So there's about $125 million as capacity for the commercial paper program.
And is that about the highest we've been in terms of our obligations under MICLA, percentage-wise?
Not percentage-wise, because the percentage is based on general fund revenues.
Right. Okay. Well, I like the idea of the new policy moving forward, so you'll keep us apprised of that as well. That'd be great. Mr. Blumenfield.
So it would be good to look forward to working on that. A couple of specific things. The new convention expenditures, are all of those expenditures part of the post-stadium modernization plan? If these are one-off projects, should they be put on hold until a convention center master plan is complete?
Bill CAO's office. No, these are independent of the expansion plan. These are to deal with issues of the convention center that have not been dealt with since the 80s. So this is not related to that.
It's not, and there's no interaction between that and what would happen with our master plan.
I think that it depends what the expansion looks like, but these are items that need to be done right away to make sure that the client's needs are met, and also to deal with issues like leaks or torn up carpets or bathrooms that need to be updated. Eventually, when the expansion comes to council, a decision will need to be made what other needs need to be met. But for now, these are immediate needs.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could see where our immediate needs may, if we do an expansion, there may be some things that we're fixing now that we wouldn't have had to or would be part of a larger fix. But I don't know if there's any way to avoid that. If these are pressing needs, we have to do them.
Diana Mangiolu, Convention Center. Everything on our list is, so we have a longer list, and that certain number of projects that we've set aside because we are waiting to see what happens with the expansion project. But everything on our list is, in other words, we wouldn't be spending money that we would then be tearing down if there were to be an expansion.
Okay. Thank you. And a second issue, the Figueroa Plaza. What are those funds dedicated to? Is it related to the fire? And if it is some of this recoverable from our insurance?
Are you talking about the debt service or about projects? Because we're
The
playing
project.
debt service on Fid Plaza.
Councilmember, there's a line item in this budget that pays for the lease payment, which is basically the debt service to repay the debt. And also there's a MICLA funding proposed for Fig Plaza, which I think Maria could address as well.
On page 762, under the municipal facilities budget, there's $850,000 in MICLA funding for capital repair at Figueroa Plaza. That is not related to the fire.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure if there's any money that we should be getting from the insurance company, because my understanding was we got 100% coverage there, and that we're taking advantage of that. So, thank you.
Council member, we are working on a report back to the mayor and the council on the totality of the impact of the Da Vinci fire, on our lease obligations there, on restacking, and hopefully we'll be able to report back within 30 days.
Great.
By having bonds outstanding on MICLA to rebuild the building, to repair the building, to go ahead and use it. And that's what the insurance company will pay for from the building point of view. They will cover the entire cost of building that building to where it was before. That's required from the bond documents anyway. So it will be rebuilt.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have much to ask. I just wanted to ask in passing, because it already appears this way, that on all these projects we're taking water conservation and energy efficiency into account to the maximum extent possible.
Yes. We have, under MICLA, we have, for the second year, a $19 million program to implement energy conservation at various facilities, and we're working on 10 buildings right now. There's funding in the budget for an additional 10 buildings next year.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and jump over to CIEP. If you can lead us off there.
Good afternoon. Alma Gibson with the CAO's office. I'm going to go ahead and start with an overview of the CIEP program. And this is starting on page 751 of the Blue Book, Volume 2. And again, it's for the Capital Improvement Expenditure Program CIEP budget, in which, as you know, it provides the funding for the construction and improvement of permanent facilities throughout the city. The CIEP budget is separated into 3 sections. The first one is municipal facilities, which Maria has already alluded to, and it includes the construction and improvement of city-owned structures such as parks, libraries, fires, police stations, yards, and shops. Funding is provided from the general fund, which a total of $12.2 million is provided in the proposed budget, and from various special funds for several municipal facilities. The other section is the physical plant section, which includes a variety of street-related projects consisting of flood control and pollution abatement, street widening and reconstruction, street lighting, bikeways, and water quality improvement. These projects are primarily funded by special funds, such as the gas tax, the Local Transportation Fund, Measure R, and the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund. A combined total of $14.7 million of these special funds is provided in the proposed budget for the physical plant projects. And it includes $1 million for contingency funding throughout the year. The third section is the clean water or wastewater section, which includes the wastewater facility improvement projects at the city's wastewater treatment plants and pumping plants, as well as mainline sewer improvement projects. This program is entirely funded by the Sewer Construction and Maintenance Fund, and a total of $248 million is provided in the proposed budget. Therefore, the total proposed CIEP budget is approximately $277 million, which is approximately $68 million more than last year's adopted budget. Finally, I do want to point out that the proposed budget is in compliance with the city's 1% policy, which calls for funding capital or infrastructure improvements from the general fund at an amount that is equal to or greater than 1% of the general fund expenditures. This proposed budget includes general fund expenditures on capital infrastructure totaling $74.7 million, or 1.39% of general fund expenditures. Of this amount, 84%, or $62.2 million, represents the city's investment in sidewalks and street repair. We are now available to answer any questions you may have for the entire
Great.
budget.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I still haven't been able to figure this out. How our policy guidelines work vis-a-vis each other? Because I know we didn't fully fund our reserves, partly so we could fund our goals and capital improvements, but we went over the 1% that we're required to hit as a policy goal. So wouldn't then the reserve kick in and limit that really to 1%, and then that secondary goal of the reserves kick in? I'm not necessarily saying that as a value judgment on the validity of either one. I'm just wondering, how do we assign values to one over the other? And if we tried to hit all of them, wouldn't we just have stopped at 1%?
Again, the various policies that your council has adopted are intended to be floors, not ceilings. And so the very minimum that we should be spending on our capital infrastructure is 1%. But very frankly, given the extent of the demands and the needs, it should really be much higher than that. And so that policy was adopted first, and for many years we never met that policy, and we weren't able to during the fiscal crisis. That was the first policy that was restored even prior to meeting the 5%. So following that, once if you sort of take them in priority order, the second policy is the reserve fund. And we had met the CIEP policy before we had actually met the reserve fund policy. And the reserve fund policy, again, is a floor of 5% of the general fund. Obviously, the dollar amount grows every year as our general fund grows. Then the final one is our budget stabilization fund, which is established as a result of the economy to frankly protect us from any downturns in the economy that will eventually surface. Through most of the history of this fund, it was hovering at $500,000. And there was a significant investment made a few years ago, and it continues to grow. The challenge is meeting the other objectives while at the same time making an investment in the budget stabilization fund. The option could have been is to simply keep the 1% for the CIEP. The challenge would be what would we cut, because we're obligated to fund $31 million for the sidewalk program. We're also GSD would strongly urge us that the bare minimum we should be spending on our elevators and other basic repairs for our roof should be about the $10 million that we have. And then the remaining is really to maintain the same level of work and to preserve our streets. And so those three are the primary programs that are funded under the CIP. There are a few other specific, council-specific programs throughout. So So we support what's in the budget in terms of how it's been prioritized. Obviously, to the extent that there's additional revenue found, we would recommend making further investment in the Budget Stabilization Fund, in part because, a recession will come again, and the city is in a better position to have that healthy Budget Stabilization Fund. But at the same time, it's equally as important that we also make the minimum investment in our infrastructure.
And I don't disagree with those decisions in terms of their own merit. I've just never entirely understood how constrained we are to meet each one of these goals.
It's a challenge every year, and for many years we didn't meet any of them.
So we have obviously some flexibility. They're goals, and I assume outside entities watching us view us favorably when we meet our own goals. But they're more like firm but not entirely firm guidelines.
Well, they're set by your council, so they're not. A portion of the reserve fund is set in the charter, which we exceed. But the policies as a whole are set by your council. And so in the past, we've actually waived those policies. Our recommendation has been to consistently meet our very own policies. There is a process, as you articulated, that allows us to prioritize one fund over the other, which is how we were able to underfund the Budget Stabilization Fund, so to be able to meet the other two priorities that have been set by your council. So we see that as being consistent with the policy, a practice that we should try to avoid in the future if possible.
And we did still increase that fund, just not
That's correct.
by
There's
as
still
much
an
as
investment being
our
made.
goal.
It's just not the amount that would have normally been met if the rest of, if it wasn't required to make an investment in the CIEP.
Okay, very good.
Great, thank you. Mr. Blumenthal.
Thank you. I'm very bullish on infrastructure investments. I mean, it's one of those things. I've seen studies that say, it returns 7-to-1 ratio on the dollar, depending on how you slice it. You can take issue, but it has a very good return on investment for municipalities and for government. So I don't even know if 1% is the best policy. I would think we might even want to go higher. I'm curious if there's been any study about if other cities, major cities, have a policy about infrastructure spending and what percentage they typically set aside, or have we done that kind of comparative analysis?
It varies from city to city, but we could certainly do a more comprehensive analysis to review the CIP policy and come back with best practices, and also an assessment of what the actual demand is.
Yeah, I mean that'd be a good special study, not so much for the budget. Along those lines, I would be interested. Even given if you were to take the 1%, which probably was somewhat arbitrary when it was put in place, in the past decade, all of the years that we've missed that 1%, what would be our deficit, so to speak, if we wanted to actually get to that place where we could say over the last 10 years we've spent at least 1% every year? What would be our infrastructure deficit?
We could certainly calculate that for you, but that's an interesting way of looking at it. We're behind just in meeting our own policy. And so as we look at sort of the special study on how other jurisdictions manage it, we can certainly look at that as a starting point for the future.
And then I'll add.
We've met it 4 times in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
What's that?
We've met the 1% 4 times in the last 10 years.
So it's
We've
going to
missed
be a
it
large
6
number.
times.
Yeah. So 6 times, 60% of the years we're not meeting it. I think it is instructive to see what that deficit is. And what this, because people always complain about our infrastructure, rightfully so. And maybe it would be easier for us to up those numbers if we understood what our infrastructure deficit was, so to speak.
And that's like you said, that's a bare minimum.
Yeah,
1%.
1% seems small to me. Now, along those lines, the other piece of infrastructure, when we say infrastructure, we think of the typical definitions of bricks and mortar. But I also think in today's day and age, in the information age, infrastructure is also virtual. What is our virtual infrastructure? And unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, we don't tend to count our virtual infrastructure investments in our CIEP. And many understandable reasons, we can't fund them with MICLA funding because of the way that they're put out there. But I would be interested in a report back on the possibility of creating a virtual infrastructure policy, and what that would be. And that, that might also, if we have 1% for physical infrastructure, maybe it's, 0.5% for virtual infrastructure. Again, these are goals, but I think it's useful to look at, and it might help us in our desire to really fund the city, because those are investments that pay the same kind of dividends over time as our physical infrastructure.
We'll be happy to do that.
Great.
This is on top of the CIEP.
To look at, in addition to the CIEP, what would be an appropriate policy for virtual infrastructure investment? To have a virtual infrastructure improvement expenditure program, something to that effect. And that can certainly come back. We've talked about this before in ITGS, but that's a study that can come back to my committee there at the appropriate time. In terms of the overall picture of the city's deferred building maintenance, does the budget allow us to gain ground on our backlog in terms of our deferred building maintenance? Or, or how close can we get to at least running in place?
The items for deferred maintenance have remained largely unchanged the last 10 years, so I think we're just keeping up, but we're not improving.
Well, I guess maybe a report back on what it would take to not just run in place, but to actually make progress on that. And I know it's a difficult issue.
Councilmember, we need to have the database program, the Integrated Workplace Management System, that's being funded through the GSD budget before we could do an assessment, so that we can have an inventory of our buildings and be able to monitor the health and the needs of the buildings. We can get you something with rough order of magnitude estimates, but until we have that system in place, it's very difficult to itemize the information that you're requesting.
I get, so that may be on the back burner, but it's something to keep in mind. And I get that it's
Right.
we don't have the tools, at the moment.
And we would like to add the building maintenance module to that system so that we can have this information.
Great. Thank you. And just going back a step, when we were talking about virtual infrastructure, it's virtual and technological infrastructure. It's not just the things that you can't see. Sometimes people mistake that word for just the things that aren't hard, but the technology side of it as well. So just to be clear about that. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Englander, you have nothing on this?
Nothing. Okay.
Thank you for taking the con. Anybody else have anything further on CEP? Yes, Mr. Bonner.
Just one question. The former fire station 62, my predecessor had set that aside once it was declared surplus, as a community center, and we had some funding last year to sort of get it started. The Women in Fire Service is looking at that as a potential recruiting and training center for women to join the fire department, which could be sort of a joint use with a community center. So I'm wondering, it would take them a substantial amount of money to rehab it because it's an old building and it's a fire station. I'm wondering if we get a report back on whether there's a potential for any funding from CIEP for either the community center or for Station 62 being used as a recruit training center for women.
We'll be happy to report back on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing nothing more on the CIEP, that brings us to the TRAN.
As we do every year, we're recommending issuing a TRAN again this year, as we have in the past. This year we recommended at $1.077 billion. We use the TRAN for two purposes. One is to pay in advance our pension systems, We will be making that payment at $634 million, as well as for our sworn, and then an additional $439 million for our civilians. And we also will use some of it for cash flow, about $4 million for cash flow. This is a program that is very effective because the city does end up generating a savings when we make our payment in advance. The discount we're anticipating for next year is about $36 million. And that's there. I know there was a question by one of the budget advocates about that. Basically, the way that works is the pension systems submit to us in our bill, if you will, and they incentivize us to pay it in advance. So they've proposed this as a way of generating savings to the city. They in turn invest those dollars and make money off of that. And so it ends up working out for both sides. The city has been very effective in reaching out to investors to get the best rate. Last year, as you know, we were able to sell the entire Tran for approximately 11 basis points, the lowest in the city history, even lower than the county did last year. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin? Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know we save around $36 million, although there's a certain cost of issuance, so I think the net savings is a little over $21 million. Obviously still a positive, so we certainly would want to do that as opposed to not doing it. I think the question is there any way for us to time the sources of some of our revenues so that we don't even need to do it and we have the money available to still do the prepayment? I know it's been raised a couple times in recent years. I'm wondering if there's any possibility of that, if there are partial or full sources that could be moved in their timing, like the DWP transfer, for instance. If any of those things could be moved, or maybe it would take a substantial effort, so it might not happen right now, but something that would take several years to happen. Any possibilities?
So most of our primary revenue sources are the timing of them are dictated by the state, the county. The transfer is actually established in our own charter in terms of what that schedule is when they inform us and when the department has to make the transfer. And it's part driven by their own cash flow as to when they actually can make the payment, but they now have a deadline from which the transfer has to be made. They also have to tell us well in advance what the size of the transfer will be, which wasn't always the case. The only change that you have discretion over is in the business tax. So if we were to change the schedule for the business tax, require that payments be done in an earlier throughout the year, but that would be a huge disruption to the businesses who are accustomed to the current schedule. So we've looked at that in the past, but frankly, because the biggest funding sources are outside of our control, for the numbers we're talking about, it would be very difficult. But again, it's the city essentially makes money off of the investments that others make, and so it becomes a very effective way of reducing our costs as well as generating savings for us. So it's obviously we're benefiting from the low interest rate market that exists, and the city's growing or strengthening bond rating. In the future, we don't know if that's going to continue to be the case. At that point, then we will continue to look at the trade-offs and continue doing the Tran.
And certainly we can have more control over our bond rating and fiscal policies than international interest rates. Obviously, if interest rates dramatically go up, we may have to take another look at this. But right now, it looks to be a profitable step.
Yes.
Hato from the CAO office. Councilmember Koretz, you mentioned about timing of receipts. For 15-16, we expect to get majority of our receipts in the second half of the year. Typically comes in big chunks in December, January, April, and May. The end of the triple flip is going to occur later this calendar year. And for the budget for 2016-17, we can then go back to reevaluate the timing of receipts, and we may be able to lower our cash flow portion, but not for 15-16, maybe for 2016-17.
And I hate to say, I remember when we passed the triple flip, and I thought, 15 years, oh my God, we'll never see the end of this. But quietly, it's been 15 years. That's kind of scary. What actually is the impact once that triple flip is eliminated? What are the dollar impacts to us annually?
It should be the same because, in essence, we'll be receiving more sales tax as opposed to property tax, and you actually saw that in our proposed budget revenue charts, where there's a significant increase to the sales tax for this coming fiscal year, and compared to prior years. There is a one-time component of the triple flip that we will benefit from going into 15-16 of about $38 million. It's really just should be considered as one time because it's really a timing issue as to when the sales tax revenues are received by the city versus when property tax dollars typically would come to the city. So it's there is a one-time benefit for 15-16, but after that it's just going to be quicker receipts, if you will, because we receive sales tax on a quarterly basis as opposed to the property tax.
So otherwise, virtually no impact year to year for us.
Except for timing and cash flow purposes for the upcoming fiscal years, there would be no. It's in essence a one-for-one with respect to the revenues, just a different source of revenues.
Okay.
Mr. Blumenfield? Members, anything else? All right. That completes our discussion of the Tran, and that's going to bring us next to Exhibit H. But before we start that, as we're changing personnel at the table, I do want to just call out a reminder again to the departments, as it is a little after 4 o'clock. You do have a list of reports that have been submitted that I hope that you're all diligently working on. I want to regularly remind departments that we need your responses, and we need them as soon as possible so that we can begin consideration of those reports on time when we resume our discussions here. So with that, let's go to Exhibit H.
As in every year, there are a number of items that that are required for to implement the budget. There are about 40 different Exhibit H items. About 12 of them are required for the budget. The remaining are policy. We'll be happy to distinguish which ones those are, if that would be helpful, and then respond to any questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you.
Starting at the top, so I'll just quickly go through the ones that are required for the budget. The Exhibit H on the Tran, followed by the Exhibit H on the City Attorney to prepare revenue-generating ordinances. The item pertaining to the Innovation Fund. The item related to engineering to prepare ordinances to amend sections of the various codes for the fees. The item related to sanitation to prepare an ordinance amending the code to establish a municipal separate storm sewer system permit inspection fees. Item related to street services to prepare ordinance again to amend the various codes. Moving on to the zoo, the item increasing the general admission by $1. Then moving on down to the controller, the report on the proposed fee for city employees who receive a physical check rather than a direct deposit. That's related to $100,000 for the controller's budget. Then further down with finance, to finalize an agreement with Airbnb that would be required for the $5 million being targeted for the housing fund. Then moving on to general services, authorizing the controller and the GST to transfer funds from the Motion Picture Coordination Fund. Again, GSD to authorize the controller to appropriate the transfer and transfer funds pursuant to the terms of the approved MOU between DOT and GST for the operation of the parking facilities. The item pertaining to managed hiring, suspending managed hiring, we see that as a budget-related item. And then finally, the going down to street services, the report on the proposed fee increase related to street damage restoration fund. The rest are still important items and are various policy initiatives and report backs on a number of various items, but are not necessary as it relates to the budget.
And generally speaking, the committee asks our office as part of the recommendations to clean this up and determine which ones are really reports or which ones are required to implement the budget. And if you wish, we'll do that again this year.
We always ask for that, and consider yourself asked. We would definitely appreciate that.
So we'll be happy to respond to any questions on the remaining.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield.
Oh, okay. A couple of things. I wanted to look for a report back regarding the zoo parking fee for the Hollywood Bowl shuttles to indicate where the department recommends that those funds are being directed to. A couple other Exhibit H things regarding moving Channel 35 to Cultural Affairs. I want to make sure the report is referred to ITGS committee as well. Regarding the telecommunication development account, if you could provide clarification about the intent of the TDA item in Exhibit H.
Which one was that?
The telecommunications development account, there is the TDA item. On what, do you have the page number on that?
Intent?
What's that?
You would like a report back on the intent?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand it better.
Okay.
Or if you can answer it now, either way.
We'll be happy to report back.
Okay, and then one of the not random thing, but a small thing. I wanted to ask for a report on, this isn't in there, but it prompted the thoughts about it. From the Department of Transportation, not so much a budget report, but a special study to review and provide analysis on the Fixing Angelinos Stuck in Traffic of the FAST study about adding a peak hour lane of traffic on Van Owen and Victory. So they have this proposal out there we've been looking at, and it's potential Exhibit H kind of thing, but it's more of a special study on that.
Okay.
That's all I have for right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Bonin.
No, nothing really. I'll just note that there were a lot of special studies in there. A lot of the DOT stuff is stuff that might have done a motion on anyway, so I'm glad to see it in there, and we'll schedule that stuff in T committee in fairly short order to get started on. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Okay, a couple things. On the under finance, under the Airbnb or similar short-term rental websites, to finalize an agreement. I know we already have, I believe, another budget request coming back on the $5 million, because we were funding $5 million in it, not knowing for sure if the other 5 was coming. So I think, I don't want to duplicate that, but I think there was already a report back on that. But if not, to make sure what happens if the other $5 million doesn't come in, if we don't get a deal. Bob already mentioned IT. On under Public Works, to implement an abandoned waste reporting program and identify the related service levels and the metrics associated with that. If we can spend just a little more time with the report back on exactly what that's supposed to be. Just spell that out a little more. The structural overhaul, the next one, of the street sweeping routes to ensure the city maximizes resources and improving compliance. If you can walk us through that. We've already spent a great deal of time earlier in the budget talking about the need for street sweeping and the fact that a lot of the routes aren't even being done now as it is. So when we talk about maximizing or changing structural overhaul, why don't I suggest this, that report actually, in lieu of just an Exhibit H, go back to Public Works Committee for discussion. I'm not sure if that's been heard, so if we can just refer that to Public Works as well, I think that'll solve that, the committee. Under sanitation, the second one, the request for the Bureau of Sanitation with the assistance of the city attorney to report back on the legality of allowing ratepayers to pay for subsidies related to multifamily bulky item pickups and extra capacity bins if pending state legislation is approved. Do we know which pending legislation is actually even out there right now on that? I wasn't aware of a bill. It doesn't reference a bill number.
Not off the top of our head, but we'll go ahead and report back.
Okay, if you can report back on that. And maybe we need a UB Exhibit H where we can. Okay. Budget humor.
Boy, that's inside
budget humor
there.
That went deep. All right.
That's funded by the CIEP.
It's virtual funding.
It's virtual humor.
All righty. I think we already asked about the parking for the bowl parking. One question on that, and I have some concern over charging patrons additional cost for Hollywood Bowl parking, and I just want to voice that on the record. One of the we have different drop-off and pickup locations for that venue throughout the city of Los Angeles, including, in fact, one in Chatsworth. And it's a great way to get a lot of cars off the streets. And I think the cost-benefit of making it user-friendly and accessible in lieu of trying to charge additional fees for the sake of charging fees is something that we should tread lightly on and carefully. I just want to note that since it's, I think we've got it. One of my colleagues already asked for that report to go back to committee. And that's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a few questions. One, I know we're asking Animal Services to report back on their water usage and conservation efforts. Is that the only department we're asking that of? And if so, why just them?
I mean, it's the only department in Exhibit H. I know there's a larger effort that the mayor is undertaking with GSD to try to reduce water usage. We can certainly report back, work with GSD on reporting back on the larger effort throughout the city.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why we just called out them. It just seemed odd. On the Airbnb, do we need an agreement between the city and short-term rental companies to collect the TOT that they owe?
A confidential enforcement matter that would be handled by the department and the city attorney.
So, in other words, not an answer that you can publicly provide for us.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, you may not be able to provide this either. I don't know. Are the owners of short-term rental properties paying business license taxes and getting a business license currently?
They should.
They should. Are any of them doing it?
Some are, not all. So that's, again, enforcement matters are handled confidentially, not handled legislatively.
Okay. We will ask this in a more confidential setting then. Why are we transferring Channel 35 to Cultural Affairs?
We talked a little bit about that earlier in the budget hearings. ITA, as we've talked about many times over the course of these last week and a half of hearings, is stretched pretty thin. So there's an old phrase from the book In Search of Excellence, stick to the knitting. The programming dimension of Channel 35 is really not in the core competency of the Information Technology Agency. Running the guts of putting on a television network and putting it online, that is something that ITA is competent in and should continue to do. The goal of shifting the programming to cultural affairs is twofold. One, that is in their core competency, and two, they actually are less stressed financially because of the ordinance formula that accords them a share of the transit occupancy tax. So they actually have some additional resources. You know that it's one of the few budgets that's gone up by double digits in this year. That gives them some potential capacity to make Channel 35 a much more interesting channel to watch and to begin to move that into a multi-channel media platform. It was designed for people that got cable television. Today, in a world where half the world gets their television from either their computer or satellite broadcasting, we're not connecting there. So capitalizing on the potential of Channel 35 is not in ITA's top 25, but it would be in Cultural Affairs top 5. So there's just an opportunity to capitalize on that.
Makes a lot of sense. I'm glad I asked. On managed hiring, I think it's great that we're taking the step that we're taking, but I'm a little bit fearful of some of our departments winding up in managed hiring jail. And I'm wondering if there's some better way to deal with year-end deficits other than managed hiring. Is there any other process whereby we might make that correction without getting back into the inefficiency of managed hiring?
Well, ultimately, your committee and the council will fund any deficits. And so we use the FSR process to monitor both spending and revenue. And to the extent that deficits surface, then we'll be recommending a number of actions, including restoring the funding from a source. And again, that's why it's important to have a strong UB to be able to do that. Putting folks into a more aggressive monitoring through managed hiring. I think each case will be looked at individually. So it's ultimately your committee will take the first action in determining what the next step would be based on the recommendations that we provide through each FSR.
So are we going to flesh out this policy more clearly as time goes on?
Well, this is what the item is in the Exhibit H, is to directing us to come back with sort of a much more comprehensive approach around this policy. Correct.
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing. Let me see if I have anything else. How about permit parking? I know we're going to review our permit parking policies. Is there a way to get a report back on how to cut the period of time it takes for a permit parking application to actually be completed? Because I think it's certainly been a painful process for the areas that have requested it and taken an incredibly long period of time. If there was some way to report back on a potential benchmark of 6 months from the filing of an application to completion, what that would take. Certainly the areas that are heavily overparked are in desperate need of this. So if we could take a look at that, I think that would be a good thing. And also on the same note of places that are densely in need of more parking, we seem to have a rising incidence of abuse of handicap parking placards. Is there any way for the city to enact a very substantial fine for misuse of parking placards. I don't know if we've looked at that as one of the potential solutions to the problem, but if we charge something similar to parking in a handicap zone illegally or even a higher rate than that, I think would be appropriate for us to look at it.
I believe that's already a special study that you directed from DOT.
Okay. Very good.
Right. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Bonnet?
Just wanted to ask one question, sort of a follow-up on the short-term rental issue. I can say a little bit more than Mr. Cole did, I think, where we've put in a motion, Mr. Weston and I, to jumpstart the discussion about how to regulate short-term rentals in the city, and the first step of which is a couple of reports to come out from the CAO and the planning department. So I'm asking Mr. Santana here on the record with television cameras rolling when the CAO's report will be coming out.
Soon.
Need something better than that?
By the end of the week.
Okay, thank you.
That counts as soon. All right, anything else? Very good. Thank you very much. That concludes our discussion of Exhibit H. Members, we received 3 cards this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and take those cards now and then have a couple of housekeeping matters, and we'll be ready to wrap up. So let's start with Mr. Spindler, followed by Dr. Weissman, and I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey, and then Dr. Weissman. I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. You're there. You're there. Go ahead.
We're all pointing at each other. Glenn Bailey speaking as an individual. Just a few thoughts. First of all, on the discussion regarding the police staffing, civilian versus sworn, I just wanted to share, I think we're on the same page on this, but I just wanted to share with you that over the last several years, every time I've called public affairs for various neighborhood council related purposes, I always get a sworn officer that's a rank of sergeant, lieutenant, or higher, immediately the person answering the phone and identifying themselves. And it always seemed to me to be, why is there someone of such a high rank just simply answering the phones? Obviously, they're going to be knowledgeable, but it seems like, that's so that just personal reporting. I just wanted to emphasize that experience that does happen on a public affairs. That's not a public safety. That's public affairs. Second point I wanted to make was regarding the Airbnb issue, the short-term vacation rentals, residential properties in residential zones is currently illegal in the city of Los Angeles. A number of neighborhood councils have put this on their agendas, as has ours in Northridge, and we've had people show up, and I see both points of view on this, but some of the people who've shown up in support of doing the rentals had no idea that they are supposed to register, that they're supposed to pay taxes, and they're wondering why now is this being put forward as a council motion. We say, hey, it's not legal to rent for less than 30 days unless you're in a hotel zone, and so that's news to them. I don't know how many of them it's news to, but I do think we have some public education to do for the folks who are participating in this. And I'm sure that's not true everywhere. I'm sure in Venice it's a much more well-known issue. But there are many parts of the city where we are hearing about different issues about these short-term rentals. So good luck with that.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Spindler, followed by Dr. Weissman.
Yes, they had the first meeting today on the proposed RFP for the Greek Theater. They have completely thrown out all of your suggestions, Mr. Koratz, that you made last Tuesday. They're going full steam ahead with this. They don't know what they're doing. On one line of the RFP, the only utilities that the winning bidder has to pay for is the phone and the internet. Free gas, free electric, free water. And the whole panel this morning at 9 a.m., which they held in the gardening center on Magnolia and CD5 by the freeway, in the little house, the little Quasimodo little house there, hidden from the street. Fortunately, the president of the Los Feliz Homeowners Association showed up, because also in the beverage and food concession RFP, they're going to open a year-long full-service food center on the grounds of the Greek Theater. Isn't that wonderful? How all those homeowners are going to have all that additional traffic and noise and congestion. They're just going to love that. So you should be watching that one. The nightmare's coming, the sellout of the Greek Theater to the worst elements. You're not going to get a world-class venue. You're going to get another convention center. That's what they're doing. You can still stop it, but you got to move fast. Also, thanks to Tom LaBonge for showing up. That was great, his comments. I think police stations do need windows. You should put that in the budget. Finally, Channel 35, bring back the video conferencing in Van Nuys. We need that. You have to hear from the Valley. Let it be returned. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Weissman.
Mr. Chairman, you and your colleagues are to be congratulated. To do what you've done in the last 7 sessions, 6, anyway, 5 days worth, 5 mornings, 1 afternoon, or 5 afternoons, 1 morning. It's really remarkable. To get all these comments back, I wonder how many total callbacks report backs you put in. You got 69 back. But this has been a remarkable experience. I'm particularly glad to have been here for this one. As you know, I'm interested in TRAN, and if I have a moment, I'll talk about it. But to have heard that the CIEP is the place where that $31 million Willits funding is going to come from, it tells me that you will have some mechanisms by which you can expand the operating costs of this organization. And that is all to the good, even though it doesn't have specific attachment to specific departments, and the budget isn't really departmentally specific. I just heard that the trend for this year is proposed to be about $1,077 million. That's not a big jump from last year, and that's interesting because every year in the last 18 that the trend has been in existence has seen it go up and up and up. However, that doesn't add up to the $1 billion that will go to the fire and police pension plan and the Lacers. Their total went over $1 billion this year, and I expect is going to go over $1 billion next year, and you're still going to need $400 million to maintain the adequate line of credit. It's something I wish we didn't have to do. There have been a number of ways in which you can avoid it. I hope you continue to experience and to consider those other ways. As I stop, I hope and thank you all for all your attention and for all your hard work.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weissman. Nice note upon which to conclude. Thank you. Members, congratulations. We have completed our consideration of the departmental reports and other aspects of this budget for the moment. We'll be resuming again at 1 o'clock on Wednesday to begin consideration of budget memos. And I want to, again, send a little shout out to all of the department heads and staff members who are working on those reports. We are beginning at 1 p.m. On Wednesday to consider those reports. In order for our work to be effective, we must have those reports back by the close of business tomorrow. No exceptions. So this committee expects to receive the reports back on all of those requested, on all of those requests by the end of business tomorrow. I'm hoping to get an updated count here. I don't yet have it, but suffice it to say it's substantially better than it was last year, so I do appreciate it very much, members, that you've been so diligent. Roy, just shout it out. Just shout it out, Roy. You don't need to. Okay, we don't have that right now, but it's okay. You just... Oh, okay, it's fine. Oh, I see. Okay. So you just need final approval of the language on today's. Okay. All right. So members, yeah. My apologies. We're going to have to recess for a few minutes to allow staff to compile the entire list, including the requests that were made today, put it into language form that we can then sign off on to ensure that we're getting the exact reports back that we want. So we still have plenty of time to spare. It's not 7 yet, so we've, is 15 minutes enough? 15 minutes enough? So yeah, we'll recess for the moment. Don't leave the building. We'll come back in just a few minutes. Let's come back in 15 minutes, and we'll finish up. Okay? So for 15 minutes, we are in recess.
Done.
All right. Members, we now have our updated list of Budget and Finance Committee questions before you. And as of this moment, we are at 99 budget impact reports back for the entire process, which is a dramatic improvement over the 150 plus that we had last year. So I know that might be adjusted, might go up a little bit, might go down a little bit if somebody changes their mind, but nonetheless, it's a significant improvement. So, changes to the memo that's before you, members? Mr. Bonin?
Yes, I have a couple. Under CIEP, 509, that's supposed to be a budget impact. Under citywide, 443, also slide 17. Under GCP, 478. That's partially correct. It should also say first to report with a detailed breakdown of the cost increase. Like, I'm really looking for how much are they charging per bed for LASA. Item 482, just quick clarification, it's Domestic Violence Task Force, not domestic abuse. And item number 483, you can delete. I got my question answered. And under the UB, 492, that was a budget impact. It was sort of a subset of 491.
Say that last part again. So 492
Two was sort of a follow-up question on 491.
So can we roll those together into a
Sure.
single report?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
No. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kretz?
Sure. I don't know how we do this under the CAO, where I asked for Mr. Weezar's Eagle Rock City Hall gate. Should it be listed as Koretz for Weezar? Because I didn't even know that Eagle Rock City Hall needed a gate or had a gate. I don't know anything about it. So
No, for our purposes, we'll just leave it with your name on it.
Okay, that's fine. Then under Public Works Sanitation, item number 446, we should clarify it because the way it reads, it sounds like there's a choice between fixing up our catch basins or an $8 billion obligation. I don't think it's one for one. It's a tiny fragment of it, but I'd like to know how much of a fragment it is and whether it applies. So I guess provided catch basin cleanup rather than paying a greater portion of the $8 billion obligation for stormwater cleanup would be appropriate. And lastly, under the unappropriated balance, 498, I don't think that was actually my request, but I don't necessarily recommend matching the county's contribution, but I think a report on the possibility of making a city contribution to the Special Olympics would be appropriate. I'm not recommending an amount that could be part of that report back.
That was actually a request that Mr. LaBonge came during his visit to the committee. I would just suggest, since that's not necessarily yours, but you're adopting it now.
I'm adopting it, but possibly in a more flexible and reasonable way. I find it hard to believe that the city will have the cash available to match the county, but I think we should look at doing something towards the Special Olympics.
And in that report, if I could also add to that, that we should also include what the city is already doing in terms of the $12 million or so in in-kind contributions of services that are already being provided, for example, and the various positions that we've added to accommodate the workload necessitated by the Special Olympics. So let's put all those in one place in one report so that we have the full picture.
Very good. That's it.
All right. Mr. Englander?
Excellent. I just have one minor change, and that's under the GCP number 473. Right now it reads report on whether the PAL Center would qualify. I'd rather read it report on how the PAL Center could qualify. And that should be assigned instead also to the CLA. So we can change the assignment to the CLA.
Is that it?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Blumenfield?
A couple of things. The CIEP section, the number 507, I think is getting a little confused with 506. So my suggestion would be to make 507 just the very first line, report on the possibility of creating a virtual and technological infrastructure policy in addition to the current CIEP policy, period. And then take the two sentences that follow and move them to the above item and just strike the word virtual. Because the questions about the amount of dollar that was lost in previous years really pertained to the infrastructure policy that's in place, since we couldn't have lost anything because we didn't have a policy on the virtual side. So I think if you just move those two sentences to the previous one, strike the word virtual, 507 will stand alone as a single sentence, and 506 will be elaborated. Does that make sense? Okay. And then on moving to Exhibit H, there was a special study that didn't get picked up in there, so I'd like to make sure it's added. It's a report be heard on the that when the report that's heard, that's referenced on page 41 on the Channel 35 Moving to Cultural Affairs, that it be referred to ITGS, at least to ITGS. I imagine it would also go to Arts, but to ITGS. Then under the zoo one assigned to Zoo Department, Mr. Englander added a piece to this which I think should be added in. So it currently states, report on where the zoo would receive revenue from fees charged for parking related to the Hollywood Bowl shuttle. And I think per Mr. Englander's addition to add, and on the policy implications of charging for such parking.
Do you want to go back to committee? Going back to the committee as well?
And yeah, maybe we could send that back to committee. That would make sense. I mean, it's listed as a special study, but to send that to committee. Okay, and then on the unappropriated balance, number 452, I think we can eliminate that. It's been picked up in the previous one we talked. It says report on the level of investment for a virtual infrastructure. We covered that in the CIEP section, so you can strike 452. And just a clarification on Mr. Krikorian's number 491, it says report on all the changes requested by the mayor's office. I just wanted to make sure that that includes the mayor's additional suggestion about moving the expedited permitting group from the UB to the budget as part of the report back. And I assume that that was included. If it's not included, I want to add it as an extra one. If it is included, just as a clarification.
Yeah, no, that was included.
Okay,
that was the intention.
Then just to say including, you just add the words including the expedited permitting group. And that's it.
Very good. Anything else? So with that, then, you have everything?
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure I understood that. When you said expedited permitting, is that related to the city link?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So terrific. I think we just reduced the number of budget impact reports by one, if I'm counting correctly, which brings us to 98.
All right.
Fantastic work, members. We're looking forward to getting all 98 of those reports back by the close of business tomorrow and not a moment later, because that will allow us to work effectively on Wednesday in consideration of these reports. So again, shout out to everyone to whom a report has been assigned. It really is imperative that we get them back by the end of business tomorrow. So with that, thank you very much, members, for staying and for that additional input. We are in recess until 1 o'clock on Wednesday.